Morning everyone and welcome to Finals Day in Spates Northeast Valley 10,000. So we've got 4 games going on at the moment. We're going to cover one, joined by Terry Scott, the boss here at the club. And we've got 4 games. The one we're covering is Keanu, Darby and Sean O'Neill, so the battle of the South Cantabrians. On the next rink, Finbar McGuigan's playing Blake Signal. One more over, Ray Martin playing Brent McEwen. And on the faraway rink, Sheldon Baggery Howley playing Jamie Hill. Good morning, Terry.
Yeah, good morning, Mike. Well, it isn't actually really good morning at all, to be fair. As we can see from our screen there, a considerable amount of rain has started to fall this morning. Tournament commenced, of course, on Friday afternoon, and we've had a couple of fantastic days weather-wise, and it's just a little bit disappointing to be able to come to play this morning in these conditions. So the players, tough for them out there, Mike, but I'm sure that we'll see some great bowls. There's been some fantastic bowls played over the weekend, and the quality overall has been very, very high. And from your perspective, in your role as a New Zealand coach, you'd be pleased to see some of these players performing at this event.
Oh, look, it's great to see all the young fellas fronting up this morning, having battled their way through 6 section games. And then half of this group played on a playoff game yesterday. The 4 section winners from section play were Keanu, Darby, Finbar McGuigan, Ray Martin and Sheldon Baggery Howley. So a lot of young fellas in there that won their way through direct into the quarterfinal. So as you can see with Sean O'Neill just on the screen there, it's not that pleasant this morning. It is going to get better as the day progresses, so we should get through the day okay.
Yep, certainly so, and a great opportunity for the players this year because a number of our leading players within New Zealand unfortunately were unable to make it to this year's event. So a great opportunity, as I said, for other players to step up. And a new winner this year. No previous winners at this stage of the tournament, so a new winner this year, and it's got to be a great honour for whoever comes out on top at the end of today's play. So quarterfinals time it is. Semi-finals immediately, obviously after this, and the final commencing around about 2 o'clock this afternoon. So as we can see, look at that rain, it's just continuing to fall at the moment, and the green's holding up reasonably well. I sort of look out the back behind me at our other green and see that there's water starting to pond on that, so hopefully this just starts to drop away, and you can see there the shrubs behind it is blowing quite heavily, so may just take it away. Keanu, Darby on the drive.
Oh, he's a bit unlucky there. He got 3 in the first end, but looks to be 2 down at this point with Sean got a fair bit of room to draw third, so you would expect it to be 3 all after this bowl.
Yep, last bowl from Sean O'Neill on this second end. The ends doesn't matter, of course. We played at 25 shots. Sean O'Neill, gee whiz, he's just failed to capitalise, I think. I think he's gone through too far. It'll be close.
It'll be close.
Yeah.
Certainly a measure.
Players will definitely take out those 2 bowls that we can see, one level with the jack, one in front.
Sean's reaching for his tape, so obviously it's a bit... Keanu doesn't think it is.
He doesn't want to concede it, does he?
No.
So
there's nice too.
The 2 shot bowls have come out, so good start for Keanu. Picking up 3 on that first end, as you said, Mike, and then this second end.
So an interesting fact about this tournament, Terence, and I know that you've got lots more facts and figures, but every single person who's won this, and what, we're 32nd year this year?
Yep.
Every single player in the previous 31 years has represented their country.
Yep, certainly so, and the previous winners have come from New Zealand and Australia, of course, which we've had a number of players from there over the various years, and yeah, it's amazing, isn't it, that you say that the level of the competition just shows the level of the competition that we can see Jean Young. Jean Young, our marker here, Jean from the Tyree Bowling Club, gives us great support throughout this weekend, so the honour for her in marking this quarter-final game.
Yeah, no, she does a great job every year. She fronts up Jean Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Now she's getting her first quarter-final. I'm sure she's ecstatic about the conditions, although I just think it might be lifting slightly, that weather.
Yep,
So only 2 to Sean, so he failed to capitalise with his last bowl on that end.
I think the big honour as we look back at the past winners, Mike, Shannon McElroy, he's won this event 6 times, and that's just an incredible feat, and winning it the last 3 years.
Yep.
First player to go back to back to back. Aaron Wilson, of course, from Australia, previous to that, had won it 2 years in a row. So Shannon, unfortunately, not able to make it here this year, but as I said, great opportunity for one of these players to take out the honours.
Absolutely. And just having a quick look across the green, Jamie Hill's 5-3 up on Sheldon Bagri Howley. Ray Martin's 4-0 up on Brent McEwen. And Finbar McGuigan, can't see, get out the way, Blake, who's playing Blake Signal.
Yeah, it's Blake that's leading by 5 to 1 in that game. So we'll try and keep our viewers up to date with the other matches that are in progress. There is support that those players are receiving from around the country.
Well done, Keanu. He's playing the wide hand, and the viewers will be able to see how much turn it's getting on that side of the rink compared to the hand that Sean's playing. And what the feature of yesterday, one of the playoff games, was neither player took enough green at all during the entire game coming this way.
So we're talking the ditch side of the rink, Mike, and it's a beautiful draw. It's a fantastic draw out there, and some of the players, as you say, they just didn't take the advantage of it. Invariably going across the face of the head.
Yeah, there we go. This will swing across. Oh, not too bad actually, just his weight.
Well, it's just his weight, to be honest. If he had the weight, he would have gone across.
So Sean's continuing to, I think.
Yes, he is. He's continuing to play his forehand.
Yeah. So the only person who's won it, who hadn't represented his country at the time, was Ben King.
Correct.
And very shortly afterwards Ben went on to be selected for New Zealand. So as I say, all 31 players have played for their respective countries in this event. So pretty proud, Terry, I think you'd be. You were one of the original committee members for the very first North East Valley 10,000.
Yeah, it's funny when I look back to it and think to myself that that very first year in 1999, a gentleman by the name of Murray Nash, who had one of the local hostilleries, he came in and saw me and said, "We need to run a big tournament in Dunedin," and that's where it originated from. So we did it that year, and we thought to ourselves that was pretty fantastic. The tournament committee that was organising it, and never ever imagined it would carry on as Sean O'Neill was playing with weight, looking for the Keanu Darby bowl. Could get a result off this one here, following through. And he did. Whether he got up far enough, I'm not really sure.
Don't think so, but Jean's having a look.
Jean might just give us a wee indication, would she?
Oh, probably
She's
not.
got the lollipops there.
Oh, we've got a leak down the other end as well. Just saw a bit of extra precipitation flash across our screen for a moment.
Keanu's just staying on the draw. He's got out green this time, but he might be just drifting past a bit. I don't think he'll come all the way. Oh, look at her. Look at her coming back.
Yeah, probably just out. Probably just the one. Jean signalling one. So 4-2 to Keanu. Recently engaged to the lovely Brooke.
Yes.
And wedding not this December, but the following December, as I understand it, in Queenstown.
Something like around about the 16th of December, if anybody's interested.
So their parents will be poor after that.
You and I'll be there.
Hopefully we'll be emceeing, won't we?
Oh, without doubt. So Keanu picks up the one shot and goes out to a 4-2 lead. on the way through. Keanu just dropped the one game on the way through. So they played. There were 6 rounds or 7 rounds of qualifying, but they actually only played 6 games because there was a bye. So Keanu dropped his last game. He was already qualified. He'd already got top spot going into that last round, so the result didn't matter too much to him. And just as I said, just dropping that one game. Sean O'Neill.
So tidy ball from Keanu and an equally tidy ball from Sean in response, but Keanu just holding, I think. Forces Keanu onto his forehand, played the backhand with the first one. Haven't seen it going this way yet. Wonder what it's like.
So that was Sean O'Neill, as I said. Keanu dropped the one game on the way through, and as did Sean O'Neill. Sean came through a very interesting section, actually. There was 3 players in that section who had 5 wins, so it came down to the differential as to who got straight through, and that was Finbar McGuigan. Sean had to play a qualifying game yesterday, so that was where the 2nd and 3rd place getters in each section.
And Sean had a brilliant game against Seamus Curtin. They both played great. They really did, and it was 25-24 that Sean got over the line. 24 all, obviously playing the last end, and Seamus actually played a really good bowl about 6 inches away, and he's close again, not quite there. And Sean took it off him by drawing a stone cold front toucher. So look, great game. Either could have won it, obviously. And Sean was the one that took the biscuits at the end. So once again, another young fella in Seamus who went really well the entire tournament. And look, there's so much talent there amongst our younger group, and a lot of them are on display here this morning. Bit of music in the background there. Don't know whether you can hear it. Sean's just playing with a little bit of weight to see if he can get some sort of...
Just looking for a turn out of his own bowl, isn't he?
Yeah.
Close?
Close. I mean,
just drifting past.
Good position bowl though, give them a few options now.
Yes.
So both of them from the South Canterbury area originally. Sean's still there of course, but Keanu came down to Dunedin and did a bit of Polytech, and did he do uni down here?
I think he tried to.
Right. And stayed here. Met the lovely Brooke, and the rest, as they say, is history. I think he needs to be at least reaching this, even though he's got the shot. If he can just slip past, it will be a very good bowl, because there's a head there that Sean will probably quite like to play to, even though he's one down.
It's going pretty well, just if he can get round to that bowl behind.
Yeah, no, that's very good.
That's a good bowl.
He's done well there. So a very good head, apart from that one that's sitting out to the side from Keanu. Well, the rest of them are all within a couple of feet, so that set the standard for the rest of the game, isn't it?
I don't think Sean will really change his shot too much here. Just looking to turn his own bowl. The chances of playing through his front one as well.
That's right.
He's gone a little bit quicker.
What he's trying to do, and I think he might... Oh, he's holding.
He's got chances here. He's got
yes.
chances.
Oh, wouldn't you know it? He touches every bowl bar the shot.
Yep.
So I think that's 1 to Keanu.
Yep. And Gene will just give us that indication.
Yeah, well, Keanu's picked the jack up. So the first winner of the event, for those people who are trained spotters, was Ken Walker. The great Ram Brassie won it a couple of times in the mid to late 90s, and again in 2007. So he's won it 95, 97, and again in 2007. So There's been some tidy players win this, and I'm sure we'll get another one out of today. Is that lifting that weather?
Yeah, I think the breeze is the benefit here because it's just taking away that bit of moisture.
Tamara's just given me a look to say, are you kidding?
You're actually allowed to, give yourself a little bit of credit there as well, Mike. Winning it in, 2014? You won it earlier than that.
Yeah?
Yeah, way back, 1999.
Yeah,
That's
before half these players were born.
That's when you were a young fella. 99, Mike won it, 2014 and 2016.
Very lucky player. We're just taking a quick look across the green. Jamie Hill's up 9-4 on Sheldon Bagri-Howley. Ray Martin's 5-1 up on Brent McEwen. Finbar McGuigan is, well, he's got 4. If the market gets out of the way, I'll be able to tell you. And obviously it's 5-2 here to Keanu. It's 6-4, I think, to Blake Signal over Finbar McGuigan. So
the year that you won it first, Mike, 1999.
Yes.
Did you play Sean O'Neill?
No. Oh, in the tournament?
Yes.
I honestly can't remember.
That was his first year he played in the tournament.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
Oh, right. So he's quite old too then. Sean obviously played for New Zealand back in the mid to late 2000s. Won the Stoke singles in 2004. He's won the Burnside pairs 3 times. He only has 1 centre title in Dunedin, but 23 in South Canterbury. So clearly a very experienced and well-performed player who is unbeaten as a New Zealand player. Played for a couple of years and then didn't get picked again, but he got chopped, as you say, Terry, but was unbeaten.
Exactly.
In fact, he was a member of the Trans-Tasman team the last time New Zealand won the Trans-Tasman, 2009. It's only 13 years ago. And nothing really tight here on this rink. Not sure who's got the shot up there.
Might one of the looser Ian's, isn't it?
Yeah, it might be Keanu's.
Oh, I don't know. I think.
You think?
Oh, I don't know.
I think Sean might have it.
Just go back to it there now. Yeah, so the bowls that are just as we see there to the right-hand side of the jack, they're both Keanu's.
Looks as though he might just have snuck one in
close
here,
enough
so he's
to be
definitely got the shot.
Yep. Just coming inside the bowl of Sean O'Neill.
Yeah, we're looking always tight.
Yeah. See, he hasn't played many bowls in that hand.
No, he hasn't.
Particularly coming this direction.
Gene's got more than, well, that's 2.
Conceded the bowl, I think it's just the 2.
2, so Gene holds up 2. So Keanu, well, that's a nice wee settler for him to be up 7-2, just easing into his work. He'll feel a lot more comfortable now, but he certainly shouldn't relax because Sean O'Neill won't go away at all.
The thing that I've noticed with Keanu, the preparation he put into this tournament. He's been down here every day, virtually, doing some preparation for this tournament. Something that I haven't seen too much from him in the past in the early season stages. So, it just shows that if you get out there and do that bit of training, you'll get the results. And
yep.
He's been going through his drills and working on his game. And those, the green has only been open for probably about 3 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks, and he's certainly been putting in the preparation for this event.
So Terry, happy with the way the greens are run?
Yeah, look, there's been a good improvement with the greens. We've had some guys who've done some real good work on them this year.
Yep.
The end that that these players are playing to has been traditionally hard to get some growth into it, but this year we've managed to do that, and the players have given it some good compliments.
Yeah, look, it appears to have run really, really well, and certainly the quality of the games that we've seen out on this green would, I think, lay testament to how well it's running and the work that the green staff have done. So good job, Terence, and Colin Wheeler and Jim Scott. And
yeah, look, there's been a group of guys that have been really helpful this year.
So a bit of a
few loose ones there to start off this year, Mike.
Sean's come out onto the swinging hand. Looks to be well pointed, but I'm not sure he's got the weight, has he? Not quite. No, I don't think so. So he's still probably 2.5 feet short. So good bowl here from Keanu would put a lot of pressure on Sean. Looks to be well pointed. It's probably snuck in, I think. Yeah, it looks like it.
I think it will, yeah.
Sean's put a little more into this. It looks to be fairly tidy here. If he gets the jack,
grab the jack, is he? Yes.
Make it almost 2. Very good bowl from Sean O'Neill, and that's the sort of guy he is. He never goes away. Doesn't matter what the score is, he'll be hanging around.
This will be interesting just to see how Keanu goes. This is one of the rare bowls he's played in this direction on his backhand.
Weight.
I don't know if hold it
so.
up.
No.
Well,
He got second shot.
Yeah.
Sean just press repeat, you would hope and expect. Well, I'm not sure he's given it any. No,
I don't think he's up.
No, he's not. So, Terry, you've got a very, very, very supportive group of sponsors who continue to back this event year in, year out.
Yeah, we certainly do, Mike. It's, it's always been, well, it's not always been, it's always a challenge, sponsorship, as everybody knows, involved in any sporting event. But we've had great support over those years, particularly from Spates. They've given us a huge amount of support. And once again, they're on board with us this year. But also have other group of sponsors that have come along and supported this tournament for a number of years, which we'll cover off at various times throughout the commentary here. But without doubt, the Dunedin Casino, or the Grand Casino here in Dunedin, has been very supportive of our club. In both our women's event, which was run a couple of weeks ago, Mike, and this event, they come on board with us, and they've been with us now for 11 years, the Grand Casino. So it's pretty fantastic the support that they give us as well.
Very good start from Sean there. Yeah, look, very fortunate, and I know, with COVID, it put a lot of pressure on businesses to continue to even operate, and the fact that you and the club been able to retain this group of sponsors speaks volumes for not only the sponsors but also for the support that the club is able to give the group that we have. Good reply from Keanu there. Just ran through a couple of feet, but good position.
Sean's got a little bit of cover on that bowl.
Yep. Great thing about all three of those bowls is they're all in play, Terry. And that's just really important in a game of singles. You can't afford to...
Can't afford to have those short bowls, can you?
Like this one. His speed was almost okay, but he's just underdone his green there. Probably speed was probably good enough to count.
Well, one player's certainly favouring one side of the green and the other side, isn't it? So it's quite interesting, isn't it? How people and bowlers, how bowlers read a green and just seem to get into a comfort zone on one particular side of the rink. And Sean O'Neill is going to drift away through again. Quick update for you on some other matches. Well, the other quarter-final matches being played. It's Jamie Hill that's leading 13-5 over Sheldon Bagri-Howley. Ray Martin and Brent McEwen, they've squared it up at 5-all. And in the other quarter-final game, it's the battle of the Stokes Valley players, Finbar McGuigan and Blake Signal.
10-6 to Blake.
10-6 to Blake. Sean changing his hand?
I think he's going to have to because Keanu just came a touch short on his hand.
Yeah, too much danger for him on that forehand, his favoured hand.
Touch of the jackie would be tidy.
It's interesting, isn't it? It's heading in the right direction for it.
Yeah, he's played it. Brilliant.
Oh, he's made 3 out of that.
Yep. Very, very, very good bowl. And that's what we were talking about. All those bowls are in play.
Yep.
And, yeah, Keanu. Wonder what he does, because it's going to be hard to play with that fiddly weight.
Well, I think he's really got to try and cut the count down, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
So you can see the 3 shot bowls there of Sean O'Neill's. The one just immediately beside the jack and the 2 past the jack. They're all counting those 3 bowls. Big in for Sean O'Neill here if he can bounce back. 7-3 down. Playing to 25, so Keanu playing with weight.
Yep.
This will be interesting.
Don't know whether
It's
it's
tight.
going to hold up enough. Oh, dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Well.
Fortune favours some people, doesn't it? And he got very lucky there, so cut a count of 3 down to 1, and he was probably a foot off target from what he was trying to get to. Here we go, we'll see it again.
Yep, see, yeah, he was going underneath the head.
Dear. Mind you, to win something you need a bit of luck, don't you? Just looking at the head over on Brent McEwen's, and he's got 3 bowls on about 6 inches, so it looks like he's going to score 3 there. Ray Martin tried to drive and went through a gap. So 7-4 to Keanu. Evan Roberts, our assistant technician to Tamara, has just updated the score for you. I have to give Kevin a lot of credit this morning. He was getting absolutely soaked trying to correct a little problem with our spouting, which was right in front of the camera. So
We can actually see it there on the left-hand side of our screen.
I'm not sure he's dried out yet.
Oh, Keanu, Darby's gone right through.
Well, he's just lengthened it a bit, put the mat in a different place and just thrown it a bit further.
Yes, he has.
And he was a bit quick with his first, but I think he stayed on, didn't he?
He did stay on the rink.
Yeah.
Can't quite see it in our screen, but the bowler's
Oh dear, and he's
Yeah,
overcorrected. Overcorrected a little bit.
the old teapot stance.
Yeah. Not happy, Cam Butt. There's a bit of breeze blowing too, which means I think this weather is going to blow through. I think this afternoon for the final will be okay, and the green looks to be holding up well. There's no surface water on there.
It's just disappointing, isn't it, when you have such a good day yesterday and Saturday.
Yeah.
Temperatures up in the, well, probably around about 18 or 19 degrees yesterday, and we dropped back. We come down here this morning. Funny enough, the first thing this morning, when I got up, it was quite mild. It was quite warm. And then it just set in, the real cold came in, the rain came in.
Yeah, well, we got up really early because Tamara said she was going to be down very early, wasn't she? And we're all standing there waiting around till she bothered to get here. So, Tamara's not sitting there. She missed all that. Darn, we'll have to repeat it when she gets back. So that's a really good correction from Sean there, and put Keanu a bit under pressure.
Yeah, Keanu first bowl in the ditch and then dropping that second bowl around about 6 feet short of the jack.
He seems to be half decent here though. Probably good enough for second shot.
Just looks to be a bit tight, doesn't he? And he holds up down that line. He doesn't really want to move the jack here.
Oh, good enough for two.
Yep.
Good bowl, really. Because it just puts a little bit more pressure on Keanu.
So I think he just sticks to the draw.
We've got the selector manager of the Dunedin Intercentre team just turned up to cast his eye over a couple of potential intercentre players, and Keanu and Brent McEwen. Rob Gibson from the Tyree Bowling Club.
Just completed the Tyree tournament.
That's probably why Tamara was late this morning, because she's probably a bit tired from all the work she did at Tyree.
Yeah, 2-day fours tournament they have over this same weekend. 32 fours teams. As Sean O'Neill picks up a couple, so that takes it to 7-6. Darby leading 7-6.
So he shortened it right up. He's pulled the mat a fair way up and just... Right, it's brightening. There's not a lot of rain going on at the moment, just a little bit of drizzle, so I think we're good.
Yep.
Famous last words probably, but...
Oh, it is clearing. I just had a look down to the south there a short time ago, and started to become a little bit brighter.
This event has always been completed, hasn't it?
Yes.
You know, the weather has been...
Yeah, we've had a couple of challenges.
Yeah.
We had a Friday completely washed out one year. So 2 games are played on the Friday. It commences at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, on Friday afternoon, the tournament. So completely rained out on the Friday. Shortened the games and got it completed on time, on schedule. They played to 21 shots rather than the 25. So we managed to squeeze in the extra games. We've had a couple of times it's been challenging. Always remember the year that Trevor Morris won the event in 1992, and he was actually staying at my house, and he got up in the morning on the Saturday morning, and he says, "Hey mate," he says, "there's snow on those bloody hills over there."
Would have been the first time he'd seen snow, was it?
Yeah, well, you know, coming from Mount Isa to Dunedin. And I says, yeah, we just turn everything on for you this weekend.
So Keanu's changed to this forehand. Obviously, he's not comfortable on the backhand coming this way. I wonder if he goes.
He's had a few loosies, hasn't he, over the last couple of years? So that's given Sean the opportunity to peg back some shots.
Yeah, the spouting is not leaking anymore, so that's a good indication that the rain stopped. Sean, he's just going to slip
think
inside it, I think.
Yeah, I think
That's enough for shot.
I think so, yep. Well, he's got a better line this time. Just going to be all down to weight.
Yeah, I think he's got enough. Well, good bowl from Keanu. Made a good correction in his line there. Yeah, Sean's under pressure.
Just a little bit of doubt as to what he wants to play.
Yeah.
Look, he just needs to think back to coming this direction last time when he trailed the jack.
Yeah,
He went over onto that backhand and trailed the jack. Be interesting to see what he does. Looks like he's lining up forehand still.
Now, if he gets the jack, he certainly wants to be going with it, because if he only gets a bit of it and runs through, he might find himself 2 or 3 down.
Well, he's playing with
Oh,
some
he's
weight.
playing with a lot of weight. Oh, hang on. Hold all tickets. He's got it. No, yes. Oh.
Oh, he's going to get the shot out of it. No.
No, he's
Yes.
not.
No.
I think Keanu might still hold it, does he?
With that bowl that's to the right of the jack.
Yeah, as we look at it.
Yeah. Didn't take too long to look at it. He sort of quickly got back, because we see Sean here with his weighted shot. Actually got the shot bowl,
Yeah.
and the bowl that he had the run with, fortunately for him, came on through.
If it had got a bit less contact, he would have been in trouble.
Yep.
So, can Keanu add the bonus? He's got it down a half decent. Oh, he might be a touch wide, is he?
I don't know if it's too wide, is he?
Yeah, I think so. That was more like the line with his
Yeah.
third bowl. So, good weight, good enough weight to count, but didn't quite get it down the right line. Now, I'm going to be interested to see what Keanu plays coming this way, whether he gets over onto the backhand that Sean's been playing. It's often a good idea when the other guy's starting to put a bit of pressure on you to get on his hand.
Yeah, well, you know, if you just end up being a little bit short or whatever, you may get in his way and upset his rhythm a little bit. So it was the one shot to Keanu there, 8-6, he's leading. Remember, we playing to 25 shots.
And can tell you that
A guy that's making no race of trying to get to 25 shots, well, he's jumped well ahead as Jamie Hill, leading by 16-6 over Sheldon.
and Blake Signal's 14-6 up on Finbar McGuigan. So the older heads are putting a bit of pressure on the young bucks. Cross on rink 3 and 5. Yeah, so Keanu has gone over to that side. Played a tidy enough bowl, his first bowl down there. Good response from Sean. Be good enough for the shot.
Yep, drops
And I
back
can
in.
tell you that it is 8-7 to Brent McEwen over Ray Martin. So it's going to be a tight one by the looks of it, as is this game. A couple of decent bowls from both of them there. Very good bowl from Keanu. And falling over has just made it that little bit harder for Sean coming down that side. So he'd be looking just to get another one.
He needs another one handy.
Yep.
If he gets any connection onto that shot bowl, he can turn it onto the jack. Don't know if he's quite got enough weight to get there.
That's made it harder, I think.
Well, Keanu's now got to change back over to the hand he's playing previously. Down on his forehand.
Yep. There he goes. So controlling this head at the moment. He's well pointed here. I'm not sure he's got enough weight, has he? Yes, he has. Brilliant bowl. Very, very, very good bowl there.
So Keanu, just for our viewers, playing with Aero Bowl, and Sean O'Neill is playing with a Headslite XGs.
Here's Sean playing with a little bit of weight. Not sure he's got enough grass for that weight though.
It's that hand that just takes a bit more green out there. He really didn't have enough weight at all.
And look, I think his second bowl also made him play funny weight. Well, he didn't play enough, but because he's a bit worried about sitting his bowl that sits out on the left there as we look at it. With too much weight, he could go 3 or 4 down. But
well, yes, I think his front bowl, one the short of the jack, could well be 4th shot.
oh, do you think it might be? Oh, okay. We can afford to play with a bit more weight then.
Keanu, he can really tighten this head up and make it difficult for Sean.
Yep, and he's got doubt in the right place.
I don't know if he's quite got enough weight either, has he? Yeah, he's still getting there, but
Well,
now it's a little bit more danger for Sean, isn't it?
yeah.
2 down, but he can't afford to lose his bowl.
Oh, Jamie's up to 19-6 against Sheldon. Wow, he's running away with it.
Jamie Hill got through the playoff game yesterday afternoon, beating Roger Stevens 25-18.
Well, that was a really good game. They both had their moments in that game.
Yes.
But Jamie just was probably a touch more consistent over the course, and that's why he came out. So 2 to Keanu. Good response from being 7-3 and back to 8-6. He's now back out to that 4-shot margin. Jamie looks to be the, oh no, Blake, I was just looking at who's wearing waterproof gear. Jamie certainly isn't, because he's got a 2-tone green jersey on now because of the rain. He'll be freezing, I would suspect, at the end of this. Keanu sticking to the side of the green now. It's probably a good choice for him, to be fair, because when he got the green right coming the other way, his weight was a bit off, and then when he got the weight right, he was either a bit tight. So yeah, it's a good starter for him. Oh, and Sean's been a bit hefty with that one.
Yep, right through to the ditch. Blake Signal out to a 15-9 lead over Finbar.
Yep.
Certainly got into his work yesterday, Blake, didn't he?
He did.
Tony Grantham.
Absolutely smashed him. I don't think it was Tony's best game, but that's taking nothing away from Blake, who played really well. Yeah, Sean's taking a bit of green here. It'll be interesting to see whether he gets that much turn.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll come back.
It's trying. It's trying. Well, it came back further than I thought it was going to, and he's probably drawn the shot.
Yeah, didn't know much about it, did I?
Keanu's just asked whether he's up or down, so we'll see what Jean has to say. She's using the fingers to double check it. 1 down, says Jean. So good bowl from Sean O'Neill. He's got it down the right channel. He needs some sort of connection on anything, really. If he gets the bowl, oh, he's going to get the wrong. Oh,
Yep.
no, he's
Yep.
probably got it far enough to be to at least count one anyway.
Yes.
So nice bowl. Sean might have put this one back. Sure has.
Yep.
Very good bowl from Sean.
Yep. Very good.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see that same weight
Yep.
again, because he's got a chance of getting both of them out.
Well, yes, in movement of the jack back, he's got that bowl immediately past the jack, so opportunity for Keanu to play something similar to what he did with his previous bowl. Get onto that shot bowl, get onto the jack. A couple of options there for him.
Certainly thinking that way. Is he going to turn? No, he's just
wait
hung
for it
out
though.
there.
Wait for it.
Oh dear, that's two. That's soul destroying when you're the opposition, isn't it? I notice a really interesting fact on Keanu's player profile, which they filled in themselves, that with his fiancée, he is chef for her in his spare time. Brooke, renowned for her culinary skills.
Lack of.
Indeed. Sean seems to be well pointed here, but he might just, with a bit of weight, it's just holding down there, isn't it?
Yep.
So once again, Keanu gets just a little bit of the rub of the green. Goes out to 11-6. Quick look around, 19-7 to Jamie, 8-9-8 to Ray Martin, 15-10 to Blake, and obviously 11-6 to Keanu here. Keanu's just come up a yard and a bit short, so opportunity for Sean if he can nail his first one. So are they both Timaru bred, born, raised, or I had a funny feeling one of them was in Temuka, were they? Or?
Keanu was in Temuka.
Yeah, there we go. So Sean really didn't capitalise on that poor first ball from Keanu. He's left the door open again, so Keanu's got the opportunity to improve on his first very average effort. Looks to be tidally pointed. Speed's not too bad. He's played a goodie. So good correction from Keanu there. It's exactly what you want to do when you play a poor one. And do you think tomorrow's sorted out the morning tea for us, Terry?
Oh, yeah. Hopefully.
She's just no response there. Looking over. Just staring straight back. It's not very nice, is it?
Could have had some cheese rolls or something.
Yeah, because Alex Reid up in Auckland's having a lie-in.
Oh.
He should be commentating this. Another good ball from Keanu. Oh, well, maybe not. This ran a bit too far.
Got a touch on the jack, but drifted through.
Ducks are flying away in the background. I'm sure the viewers are interested in that. Yeah, Sean is on a very good line here.
Certainly is.
Oh no, it's just... Oh, it's a game of inches, isn't it?
Yep, it's just that lack of a wee bit of turn at the end there.
Yeah.
Drifted past as well. A couple of metres past the jack. Ideal weight for the shot. Just adjust the radar a little bit.
Oh, Keanu's gone out the other side. Well, here we go. That was a turn up. Probably
Well,
going to... Oh, no. Won't be
It
happy
wasn't
with...
a bad move.
Oh,
Not
yeah, he's
bad.
got enough for another one. Which is probably all he was trying to do, to be fair.
Yeah, I think he just really didn't want to play the same hand. Perhaps sit something beside his shot bowl,
Yeah.
make the target a little bit bigger for Sean O'Neill.
So a big bowl for Sean here. 11-6 down and 2 down.
He looks to be wide again, doesn't he?
He's got less weight though. Oh, he's near. Once again, he's about an inch out of playing the perfect bowl. So I think it's still 2 to Keanu by the looks of it.
Pretty
We'll wait
sure
for
it's-
Gene.
Pretty sure it's still 2. players
Yep.
kick them back. So
2. So Keanu's just nipped out. It was 7-6, so he scored 6 without reply. And that's the secret to singles, isn't it? Just to continue to build, you know, get 3 or 4 ends in a row and put more pressure on the opposition. See, Jamie's just got to 20. He's 22-7 up on Sheldon. Oh, it must be drying out. We're starting to see the chalk marks again on the green. Oh,
it's got to be tight, doesn't it?
I think so.
Well underneath the head.
Speed was very good though. He wants to tuck that away in the memory bank for his next one. Sean didn't really capitalise on Keanu's first bowl there. I think he just needs to start thinking about his first bowl a bit more, Sean, because he's just giving too many opportunities, isn't he, to Keanu to get in.
Just leaving that door open. But
yep.
Keanu's fallen short this time. He had his weight perfect with his first bowl, but come up short. Probably good metre, over a metre short, 1.5 metres.
So it's good to see Brent McEwen. He's 10-9 up, but it's good to see Brent coming through, isn't it, Terry?
Yep.
You know, just obviously a very, very, very good golfer back in the day. I think he represented New Zealand at the amateur level. Was taken up bowls a few years ago now because he started a family. He wanted to spend less time than he would playing golf. I think he's spending more time playing bowls than he ever did playing golf, but he's got huge support from Shannon and the boys at home, but it's really good to see another young Dunedin player start to just crack into the big boy stuff.
Yep.
So this will do him good.
Yeah, certainly so. And as you said, Mike, he's putting up a challenge here for Ray Martin, 10-9 up against Ray, and does put in the work. You know, he's very coachable. He appreciates you giving him good feedback on his technique, and always keen to improve.
Well, this is a really scrappy end from the two of them.
It's rubbish, isn't it?
Well, Sean's under a lot of pressure now, particularly if Keanu draws another one. It'll be 3 or 4 down, and it's a poor 3 or 4. And Sean will have to pull something out of the bag to... Oh, Keanu's gone a bit too wide, I think.
I don't know if he just got the weight to bring it back home, actually.
Right.
That was really what was the only thing wrong with it.
So...
Who knows? Could even be in the count.
Well, it will be in the count. So... Sean, has he changed his hand?
No, it's still sticking to the
Sticking
forehand.
to the forehand. I think he thinks it's a bit quick. For his sake, I hope he's not.
He's just got to negotiate his own bowl.
Just got, no, look. In the context of that head, that was a very good bowl. He's 13-6 down and at least 3 down, and he's managed to draw the shot. So he's sort of saved himself significantly.
Yes,
there.
he certainly didn't want to drop a number on that end.
No. So 13-7. As a player, you sometimes wonder how you can play such poor bowls, and your last one, when you're actually under pressure, you draw within a foot.
Exactly.
Maybe he should play as though he's 3 down every time he plays.
Well, sticking to the same side of the rink.
Yeah, it's important that he gets this first one. He's gone to a shorter end.
He's got a shorter end this time, hasn't
he
he?
loves the short ends. And there we go. That's tidy. Yeah, he needed to do that, I think, because that's where he's been failing up till now, is his first bowl. So, good start. looks to be well pointed too is Keanu.
Yep.
Is he going to
No,
hold?
he's pretty well played.
Yeah, look, he might still be one down, but
I just think he might be.
he's
He's got onto the shot bowl and still one down, but just probably made the head a little bit better for himself. Even though there's only been 2 bowls delivered, it's exposed the shot bowl of Sean O'Neill.
Yep.
And he's looking to be on track. Has he got enough weight though? That's the
Don't
big
think
thing
so.
here.
quite.
Keanu can got a chance.
Play
Boy.
similar weight to
Yep,
the last one.
similar.
Similar bowl, really.
Yep, very much the same bowl, and he just get onto his own. So opportunity for him here.
He's got it down a decent channel.
Was he quicker than the previous one? Oh, I don't know.
He's not too bad here. Yeah, he's played it well.
Oh yeah.
Very good bowl.
Yep. Sean O'Neill, he's lining up to drive. Playing with some weight.
Yep.
Well,
And he's close. Oh, no, it's just going to swing away. Thought he was close. It's a big swing there, isn't it?
He's a big swing,
Even
all
with a lot of weight like that,
Yep.
it still turned significantly. Oh, we don't want to chip it out.
He's on a good channel again, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got, oh,
The ball
and the
fell-
ball.
fell over just before that one arrived, but I don't think there was any real danger. The danger here is for Sean O'Neill.
Yeah.
He's probably got second shot with the bowl that's just sitting to the left-hand side of the jack.
Yes. Jean's doing a bit of housekeeping while we... Good girl.
Yes.
Loving your work, Jean. Yeah, he's not got many options. I think just over the draw on the backhand, sit the bowl, touch the jack, may make
That's all he's
2 out
got.
of it.
That's all he's got.
Yeah, it's just down to his weight here. He can't afford to be too quick at it. I wouldn't have thought. Well,
Probably a little bit quicker than I anticipated.
yeah, he's got it down the wrong line too. Yeah, unlucky. Well, not
Well,
unlucky. I think he's
yeah.
probably 2 down
He's
now,
two.
is he?
Yeah, he's got to be close to 2.
So I think a gentle draw here from Keanu. You won't want to be rushing at it, but look, if he gets 2 here, 15-7's tidy.
Yeah, it's a good spot to be in. He'd be on his forehand as well again. Oh, well, as he lines up on his backhand, so what do I know? Isn't he?
Yeah.
Not sure.
Yes.
Yeah. I just thought that he could have stuck with the forehand that he played the previous time.
Well, he doesn't want any
Coming
weight
this
on this
direction.
line.
That's where he's got to be careful.
He probably had half decent weight there
Yeah.
for a dead draw.
Yeah.
But I think he'd be happy with 2 if that's what it is.
Certainly looks like it to us. And
Yep.
Gene Young tells us it's 2. So Keanu jumps out to a 15-7 lead, first to 25.
Just going around the traps again, we've got Blake Signal, 16-12 ahead, but he's 3 down on the headers from what I can see. Jamie's up 22-7 against Sheldon Bagri Howley, and it's 12-11 to Brent McEwen over Ray Martin. 12-10, sorry. 12-10.
Well, Blake Signal's just dropping. I look across
Oh
the grid,
dear,
probably
yeah, he's
2
probably
or
2 or
3.
3. So Finbar's hanging in there, which is good, because Blake's a very experienced campaigner, world champion back in 2016, of course, and just returned to New Zealand to start a new role as general manager of Bowls Wellington. So he's happy to be back home with the family, running marathons these days.
Yeah, a different Blake than we saw a few years ago. when he was out
Absolutely,
here.
good on him.
Just the 2 he dropped, so it's 16-14
yeah.
to Blake over Finbar. As we go back to our TV game.
And a bit loose from Keanu with his first one, so he's needs to make a correction weight-wise. He looks to be a bit tight.
Oh, he's underneath the line, isn't he?
Yeah. And a bit underweighted too.
You know, that's a big gap between those first two bowls of Keanu's.
Yep. Yeah, this makes it interesting because I think, yeah, he's made the right choice, I think, to stay down there, even though it looks a bit blocked.
Well, the thing being is his own bowl was probably blocking
the other end, yeah.
other hand, so...
Yeah. He's taking a bit more grass. I'm not sure he's going to get all the way back.
Just depends on weight.
Yeah. Yes, well, to be fair, at least it's second shot by the looks of it.
Yep.
So he's half recovered from two very poor bowls with his first two. Sean looks to be on a decent track here if he's got the weight. Might clear the track for Keanu. Just a bit unlucky there. If he'd missed his own either side of it, he probably had the decent weight to get another one.
Yeah, it would have been good enough to count.
Yeah, Keanu's going, no, I don't want to hit them up. I bet you he plays the backhand, even though I think hand's now open.
I think the forehand for him is there's a gap there between those two bowls short of the jack.
Yeah, because I think Sean was right on the jack in terms of line. He was right on the centre line with that last one. And so he's opened it up now. But be interesting. What do you think, Terry? What's he going to do?
Forehand. I'm going to stake it on the forehand.
He's certainly looking that way.
He's
not hang
sure.
on, he's not sure, is he? What should I do? Yeah, I think he's staying on the forehand, isn't he?
Yep.
No, he's going on the backhand.
What do you reckon? I think he's going on the forehand.
I can't tell. Oh yeah, no, he is forehand. Well done, Evan and Terence.
He's gone a bit wide.
Yeah. He doesn't want to hit it now. Oh, he's...
did he just overthink it?
Yeah, probably. And you've also got to think where you can get the shot. You don't have to get in the centre line every time to get the shot. So I think he just, as you say, Terry, I think he might have overthunk that. And as a consequence, just pushed it a little bit. No, Sean, important that he draws a bonus here, I'm thinking, just to give himself a bit of confidence. And he certainly got it down a good line. Oh no. Oh no, I thought he was going to just clip his own. So 1 to Sean, 15-8, 23-8 to Jamie, 12-10 to, might be more than that now, 16-14 to Blake. Or it might be more than that. Might be a couple more to Blake, so it might go to 18-14 and 15-8 on the TV rink. Well, the good thing about this rain is, Terence, we're going to get through the games reasonably quickly, so we won't be too late finishing this afternoon, I wouldn't have thought.
No, generally we get through the Monday relatively quickly. 3 games being played, quarterfinals, semi-finals, finals.
Yeah. What's for lunch today? Because we were renowned for our lunches. Is it the buns again?
Yeah, roll day today.
Roll day. Always fed well. You say beautiful lamb roast yesterday. Absolutely magnificent. What did we have the day before? We had...
we had a barbecue lunch.
That's right, and that was magnificent. So you always get fed well down here. So if you ever get invited to the North East Valley Singles, you won't need to worry too much about the tucker. It's pretty good. Just confirm that. Brent McEwen up 14-10 on Ray Martin, and Blake Signal 17-14 up on Finbar McGuigan. once again, Sean, that first ball is too far away, eh?
He just needs to
missing
make
it.
sure he's hung it wide now.
Yeah, now he's overcorrected.
Oh, that's a big difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's probably gone 4 metres past the jack.
Yeah.
A little bit loose there from Keanu, but
Yeah, I
still
think he
counting.
was just wanting to make sure he didn't get onto Sean's first bowl, and he's just over adjusted really in terms of his line. Oh, we need a good one here from Sean. He looks to be tidy.
This line's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Probably needs to grab the jack.
Yeah.
He got a touch on it.
It is a game of inches, isn't it? Like, if we think back, there's 4 or 5 ends where 2 or 3 times he hasn't got the rub of the green, and a couple of times he's just missed the jack. It could be 15-8 the other way round.
Yeah, sure. Well, Keanu's had a couple of good results.
Yeah. He's played a good one here, I think. Yeah, he's got round the back, which he needed to do, but just made it a bit tighter for Sean coming down on that backhand if he's still going to.
I think he'll
Looks as
stick
though
with
he
it. I
is.
think he'll
Yep.
stick with it.
I think he just needs to try and get one close here.
Yeah, well, he's 2 down.
Yep. And this is his last bowl. He's got it down a decent line. His weight's the...
I don't think
Oh
he's there, is
dear. Oh dear.
He's played 4 pretty loose bowls on that end.
Yeah, which is surprising.
Yeah.
And he threw the jack as well, which is the other thing that makes it even more surprising. So this has given Keanu a huge opportunity to get out to 18-8.
Yeah.
You're nearly there, aren't you? You're nearly on that.
Well, on that springboard, we sort
Yeah.
of call it, don't we? So, changed over his hand, has he? Sticking to the backhand. Right. Changed
Oh
over.
dear. That's interesting. Don't know why he
Well,
did
I
that.
just don't think he wanted to catch on to that bowl of Sean O'Neill's. He knows what
Yeah,
this
but
hand's doing, but
Played a
he hasn't capitalised on it, has he?
Ah, see, that's very average. And I'd question that decision. There's a big gap between Sean's 2 short bowls.
Yeah.
I mean, anywhere in that gap and he's scoring. He's just played 3 down there.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah, there's starting to be a little break in the clouds now, so I think that rain will eventually disappear. It's forecast to go about lunchtime, Terry, so and then be really good. Here's a decent first bowl from Keanu there.
Good opener.
Yeah.
Late signal. He's out to an 18-14 lead against Finbar McGuigan. One of the other quarter-final games. It's just been played on the rink next door to this televised game.
So the winner of this game that we're watching on the live stream will play the winner of Ray Martin and Brent McEwen in the semi-finals, and the winner of Sheldon and Jamie will play the winner of Blake Signal and Finbar McGuigan. So whoever wins, there'll be some really tidy games in the semi-final.
Sure. Yep, all quality players here in these quarter-final matches.
So I've just had a text from the chairman of Bowls Dunedin asking what time is the final scheduled to start this afternoon. Terence?
After lunch?
Very good. It'll be after lunch and before tea. I'd like
Yeah, generally we try and get that final
Round
underway about 2 o'clock.
about 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
I better let the chairman of bowls need to know that.
Yep. So generally about 2 o'clock. Just depends, A lot of it gets centred around the length of these games.
Yeah.
Sometimes we can just get it underway a little bit earlier, but if people are here by 2 o'clock, they'll certainly be on time to see a fantastic game of bowls.
And Craig McCall, one of the members of the winning team, and the Tyree fours yesterday, is just as you know, Terence, lives in Palmerston and has just texted me saying it's a glorious day in Palmerston. I could swear. But look, Sean has played 2 very good bowls there. That's what I was expecting from him a little earlier than this, so made it really difficult now for Keanu with his last bowl to actually shut this down, and it will take a brilliant bowl for him to get shot. He looks, I think he's a touch wide.
Touch heavy, wide?
Yeah,
Both.
bit of both. Well, it's probably his line was probably okay, but he was just 4 or 5 feet too heavy, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So Sean can close it up again to 17-11 with half decent bowl here. He's got a bit of room.
On the forehand, going in this direction, side of the rig that he has played most of this game. Pretty good line.
Very good line. And the weight's good enough. So 3 to Sean. Well played, sir. He's doing a good job remembering which coloured lollipops is which player. Got a trademark hat on. Looking a picture. So Mr. Spates will be here this afternoon to present the trophy.
Looking, hopefully he will be. He indicated on Friday that he'll
Perfect.
be here for the presentations, which generally take place about 4 o'clock.
Yeah, and tomorrow will be packing up all by herself then. It's about 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Bit of gear here to pack up too, isn't it?
There's a lot of gear to pack up. Well, they called for the umpire to
Yep, just checking the length of Jacker.
just get on with it, Keanu. Doesn't matter how long the end is.
It looks as though it's up. I don't know.
Blake's just snuck away again on Finbar, 19-14. Jamie must be all but because he's got the mat and the jack. Yep, 24-9 there. And I think it's 15-12 to Brent McEwen. Yes, it is.
Well, wasn't up.
Oh, there you go. Good challenge from Keanu. So, tell me about Canada. You've picked a new squad just recently, and so starting the preparations for World Bowls on the Gold Coast in 2023.
Yep, certainly, Mike. We have the new squad, 8 males, 8 females. Just a 1-year term for this squad.
Yep.
Only international event, of course, over that 12-month period is the World Bowls, been held on the Gold Coast in Australia. So we actually will have a selection camp in May on an indoor surface in Vancouver.
Nice.
So it runs at a reasonably good speed.
I was going to say it probably runs similar speed to what you're going to get on the Gold Coast at that time of the year.
Yep. So that's in May. The unfortunate thing about it is that the players are coming out of their just coming into their season at that time, so they won't have had a lot of play. It's the only indoor surface, bowl surface that they have in Canada.
Is it good?
Yeah, look, it is reasonably good. Yeah.
Nice.
It is. So be interesting to see what comes out of it, and the team for our World Bowls team will be announced promptly after that
Right.
camp. We probably have some of our players that are looking to come down to Australia to play in the Australian Open, which is held just after that. Time on the greens down there.
So will they stay there, do you think, or is it too much of a gap?
Probably too much of a gap.
Right.
You know, it's a difficulty, isn't it, when you've got people who have got a work life as well. Work
Yeah.
life and family life, and getting that balance right is so important. So those that can take the opportunity of getting to the Australian greens, it will be beneficial for them.
Right.
Commonwealth Games was a little bit disappointing insofar as results are concerned in respect of our team. So
You haven't got that on your own.
I was about to start raising this question with you. Yeah, so it's as you're aware, it's a challenge, and you're obviously New Zealand, Mike. They're participating in the multi-nations event. I think you were mentioning to me the other day.
Yeah, well, look, we had a choice. With the relative lack of funding, we couldn't do both the Trans-Tasman and the multi-nations. And thinking behind choosing the multi-nations is just the variety of countries you play against and different playing styles, and the fact it's twice as long as the Trans-Tasman. So
Yep.
here's Keanu looking fairly tidy with this one if he just finishes it off. Yes,
Oh,
he has. Is it one or two, Terry?
Oh, I think it's two.
Yeah, it might be two. So it's an important bowl for Sean. He's got himself back into it at 17-11. Drops 2 or 3 here. He's clearly not going to be happy.
Yeah, I can certainly see what you're saying about the multi-nations. It's an opportunity for you to see more players in action before you select your World Bowls team. We would have dearly loved to have gone to that event as well, but unfortunately it just fell within the wrong side of our financial year
Right.
and impacted on
So
the budget.
funding, yeah.
So once again, you know, like a lot of countries, we have challenges, but and the cost, of course, to send our team to the World Bowls is huge. And, you know, rising costs and accommodation of flights are just having a massive impact. Sean O'Neill, 2 down on the drive.
Oh, he's not got the way too good.
He didn't get it
Oh,
away
dear.
well. It sort of bounced
So-
out, didn't it?
Now this time Keanu does really need to add the bonus. If he adds the bonus, he gets to 20. It's a bit of a psychological barrier, that 20, for the opposition, I mean, when you're 20 to 11 down.
Yep.
So he really does need to focus on this one, play the similar bowl to his last, take 3, happy days. Yeah, look, it's for those viewers that want to understand what you mean by that. I know it's going to cost New Zealand about 100k just for the world champs. So I'd suspect it costs Canada a little bit more than that, because you've got some more expensive flights
Yep,
for a
certainly.
start.
Yeah. Look at this bowl here.
Yeah, no, that's a good bowl.
That's pretty. Did
Is
he
he-
get another one or not?
Don't know, it's
She's
close.
having a wee look at it. See, we might be able to get an indication how many pedals she's going to take out.
Oh no, it's only
Two,
2.
just the
Well,
2.
look, Keanu didn't miss that by much, so I'll give him a pass mark by that one.
Yep.
Just looking across the green, just seeing how Jamie was going, but Keanu looks to be holding a couple with one bowl each
Sheldon.
left.
Sheldon.
Oh, sorry, Sheldon. Did I say Keanu? Brent McEwen, 17-12 up now. Finbar's hanging in there, 19-16. He's not going away, is he?
No, he's not.
And it's good to see Brent putting up a very strong performance against Ray Martin.
And Ray, of course, one of your rising stars on New Zealand bowls.
Well, he's had a good couple of 3 years, to be fair to him, and I silently, or maybe not so silently, thought that he would go very close to winning it this year, winning this tournament this year.
Yep.
Because he's very good indoors on the carpet, and he's had a very good outdoor record the last 2 or 3 years. So Jamie's just thrown one halfway up the green. Oh no, he might have drawn the shot actually.
No, I don't think so. I guess
Not
he's got
quite.
a second shot.
Trying to pick a winner over there. Might have got second shot. Yeah, Alan Blacks isn't holding out his hand to shake anyone. So no. So So Keanu, perfect weight with his first, just a smidgen wide. And a good reply from Sean. Very good. I think he's a bit wide again, isn't he?
Just looks to be a bit wide.
Yeah, just won't. Oh, the speed was pretty good too. That's a tidy bowl, to be fair to him. Yep. Well played from Sean. He had to make sure he just got there, and he did. So he's got one on and one over. So it's always a good start when you're playing a game of singles. Well, he's borderline and fractionally, and his weight is very tidy here. He's just, oh, he's unlucky. Good bowl, though. I think he's one down. Gene's having a look.
We'll get an indication,
Yep.
Short O'Neill's got the one shot.
But that's so much better now for Keanu with one bowl to play. That was sort of a good...
It's just fighting to try and get back there,
yeah,
wasn't it?
but he needed one there because it would have, if he hadn't put one in there, Keanu had a decent shot to play to sit it through for three. I think he'll still play with the yard, won't he?
Yeah.
Try and sit that
He's got
bowl.
the options here. He gets onto the shot bowl, gets onto his own bowl,
Yep.
puts it onto the jack.
Yep. Even if he gets half his bowl, he's going to get
a result.
Yeah, what you would think. It's all about the line, this shot. Yeah, he's on a half decent. Oh, he might be a half a bowl. Oh no, he's just
coming now.
He's played this well. That's very, very
How
good
good's
bowl.
that?
Look, he's played some good ones, hasn't he, to be fair to him?
Yep.
And I think he is worthy of his 19-11 lead, even though he's had a couple of rubs or 4 or 5 rubs of the green.
I think we might have the completion of a game over there, Mike. It looks like Jamie Hill has taken that game out 25-12.
And unfortunately for Sean, he's just thrown it out a couple of bowls too wide. He had decent weight. He's going to be 2 down, I'd suspect. 21-11 by the looks of it. Yeah, Gene's got the 2 lollipops out. Yep. 2 to Keanu. And yes, Jamie Hill, first one through to the semi-final. Has he won it before?
No.
He's played a couple of finals, hasn't
he? Interesting you say that, because we were talking about just yesterday the number of times that he's made it through to semi-final stage, quarter-final, semi-final stage. I don't know if he's made a final.
Yeah, no, he has.
Has he? Oh, you'd know because you beat him probably, didn't you?
I didn't want to say that myself.
So what year was that, Mike?
Look, I think
I
think it's the last one. So I think it's
2016.
I think so.
Right.
Because I played Mike Nagy.
Yes.
And won, and Andrew Curtin was the first one.
Right. So I remember the Mike Nagy. See, I forgot that you had played Jamie. So that may have been the only final he got through to.
Oh, okay.
Invariably been hanging around that
Yeah.
semi-final
Oh, he's a
stage.
good player.
Yeah.
Good
A
player.
lot of times he's made that semi-final.
So Keanu's on the springboard.
21-11.
He can actually go out in one end if he's good enough, although I doubt very much whether that will happen in this game.
I don't think it's going to happen in this game.
Yeah, he's turned his back on this one, Keanu. He knew he was...
There's a good reason for it.
Yeah. That's poor.
Ugh.
It's easy to be critical up here, though. We never played a bad ball between us when we were playing, did we, Terry?
No. It's be interesting to see what impact that bowl does have on that short.
Well, it's
The
actually
draw's
not on the
underneath
way,
it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's actually that bad. It's not on the way.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, Sean did drift through a bit.
Keanu, yeah, he's going to be in the area, so...
Bit quick.
Yeah, but good enough. Good and maybe not.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. So Blake's going to go to 22, 16 over Finbar. Finbar just had a drive and missed.
And a good bowl from Sean O'Neill.
Very good bowl from Sean O'Neill. So a good one required by Keanu, this one. Yeah, he's on a half decent track. Depends on his weight now. Well, he's come up a tad short. Is that 1 or 2, Terence? Oh, might only be 1, I think.
I would say definitely 1.
Yeah, force Sean onto the forehand.
A rarity for him coming this way.
Yeah, he's not bad either, to be fair.
Doesn't
He
want
doesn't want the
movement of
jack.
the jack,
Oh,
no.
dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Still got the shot.
Yeah, he's just a bit stuffed there. Like, he's played decent enough weight to count. Decent enough weight to cover the back bowl. But unfortunately, the jack got in the way. So,
Key here for Keanu is just weight control with this bowl, because he doesn't want to slip past the jack and get movement of his own.
no. Yeah, he's not playing a huge amount of weight with that
Doesn't
line.
look to be getting
Although
excited about it,
although
is
he is quick. Mind you, a difficult bowl for Sean to get at.
Yep.
We're talking about Keanu's second shot there.
Which is immediately past the jack.
Yeah. So I think Sean's just got to try and draw another one.
Would he go back to his backhand?
Well, he's looking
I
at it.
don't know. I think he's going to stick to that
Yeah.
forehand. He doesn't want any more movement of the jack.
No. He's thrown it out far enough. He's not going to get any movement from the jack, and he's not got any weight either. So
Just the one shot.
Brent McEwen's got a massive opportunity on that next rink. If he touches the jack, he'll get 4.
May only have 1 at the mo.
Yeah.
Possibly 2.
Don't tell me he's short.
He's not short, mate.
He is.
Well,
Dear, oh dear. He might look back on that if he doesn't win it.
yes, a little bit of commentary there on the game, a couple of rinks away for the people that you can't see it, but while Gene Young was straightening the jack, we could just give you an update on it. We see next door to us here is Blake Signal up against Finbar McGuigan. 22-16, Blake's leading at the moment.
First ball from Sean. Yeah, he's tidy. Very good start. Just a couple of feet through, 18 inches through, so good start. And Keanu's not there. So we're measuring for... Dear, oh dear. Two rinks over. Now, what's Finbar looking at here? Oh, he's 1 down. And has got 2 balls just past the jack. Not sure he can get to it, though. So I'll wait for Keanu. Oh, here's Keanu. So we'll get back to this game, shall we?
Yep.
One that the viewers can see.
Yep. heavy.
Very heavy.
Drifting right through. Gene picks it out of the ditch.
Must have taken a protein bar as we...
Stop. He had.
So any new faces in the Canada squad, Terry?
Yes, there is. Yep. A couple of new faces in the men's squad.
Yep.
Brandon Watson, who comes from down the south. He's made the squad. He's in his 20s, and David Llewellyn, who plays in Ontario, has joined the squad. I haven't seen much of David's bowls, but I understand he's a quality lead, which is always good to have.
Right. Keanu could have done with a bit of Leeds bowls in front of him there. His first one's in the ditch, the second one's about a foot from the ditch, so an opportunity here for Sean, and a bit of pressure on Keanu with his third bowl. Sean's half decent weighted here. He's a bit wide, but he's going to get connection. So it's just made it a little tougher for Keanu. 3 down. Needs to get one close.
He's a bit loose, all right, isn't he?
The danger is to take too much off, is to overcorrect. He's well pointed.
Good. It's all down to weight here.
Oh, and he's
pretty well played, isn't he?
Look, to be fair, it's a very, very, very good bowl.
Yep.
Yep, and he's got the shot out of it. Sean asked the question. Jean's put a finger down. So if you were Sean, you'd be having a fairly good look at this one, wouldn't you?
Well, he's going to be playing with some sort of weight.
Yeah.
Try and put the pressure back on Keanu.
Well, if he's got any weight, he's too wide. He got that out the side of his hand.
It did. It came out rough.
Yeah.
He's had a couple of those.
Yeah, no, not good. Not happy. And Keanu gets out of another one, having played 2 pretty average bowls with his first 2. He just needs to repeat the dose from his third one. If he gets inside that one, he's decently weighted. He's just going to come up short. Just one, I think. Oh, no, yeah, just one. I thought Jean had 2 up there for a minute.
I think she did just about. So
22-12.
The one shot, Keanu Darby.
23-16 to Blake.
18-15 to Brett McEwen.
Yeah, we're checking whether it's up.
Happy.
Sean won't challenge that because he doesn't mind the short ends.
He doesn't mind the short ones. Yeah, you're right.
Blake prancing across our screen on the next rink. Well, tidy enough starting first bowl from Keanu. It's in a catching position, as we say. But certainly you wouldn't expect that to remain shot for the entire end. Oh, but Sean's got out there. Notice how many of them have just, if they've got out there a bit,
they're pulling up,
it's pulling up.
Just a little bit of thicker growth there, perhaps.
You don't mind this line from Keanu, but is he a bit quick?
No, he's not bad.
Nice. All right. He got a feather off that bowl of Sean's. Yeah. No, it's a handy start. Better line, Sean. Oh, no, you're not. The inside.
I don't know if he's got enough weight.
Here. Oh, Sean.
So.
We're not excited. I'll give you the tip. I think you've got to change, Keanu.
Certainly has to now.
Got a big chance to go out here after those first 2 bowls from Sean.
You'd be disappointed with those.
Yeah, I think this is really well pointed from Keanu.
This is where they're coming back from.
Yeah, look at
He's
that.
right on the mark here.
Yeah, no, that's a very good bowl. So,
Low pressure here.
yep, he's got to play it fractionally tight, and because he's got to just make sure he gets there, and if he can sit the ball, touch the jack, he takes the 3 away. But you got to play it. And game down, it's not that easy.
Getting the line,
And
is
that's
the
what
crucial
he's
part
done.
here.
He's got the line right.
Wow, has he?
No, he hasn't. Oh no! Thought he had. You know, I thought when he let that go, I thought it was half decent.
Bit of weight. So Keanu, he's lying game at the moment.
Where would you put this one, Terry?
Oh, he doesn't want to build a big target, does he?
No, I'm thinking about 2 foot short.
Oh,
Just get in the eye.
miserable side.
Just get in the eye.
I was thinking about past the jack actually.
Well, he's certainly not short, so he's see, and that's actually a good bowl because the jack's more likely to go there.
Well, I think it's counting as well.
Well, that's a point.
So,
Sean?
Sean can end up plucking one bowl out here and still
Game
go
down.
Game down, yeah. Well, he's game down.
Or somebody not walked on a big gust of wind.
Big gust of wind came through.
18 all between Brent McEwen and Ray Martin.
Right.
Oh, that's blown a real gusty.
Yeah, it is.
Don't want that when you game down, do you?
Just puts added pressure on. Well, will this be the last bowl of the match? On a tighter line, isn't he? It's pretty well played, I think.
Oh, he's a bit quick. Oh, no, he's not. He's played a bomb. He's played a bomb.
That was a screamer.
Well, given that he had to set himself again twice because of the wind, he's shown a bit of humour there. He's put his arms out, a big grin on his face. That's a brilliant bowl.
It certainly was.
Well played, Sean O'Neill. We said that before with Sean, didn't we? He played 3 absolute shockers earlier on in the game, and then with his last one, when he's under all sorts of pressure, he draws the shot. He's done it again.
Yes.
So is that the bowl that might change the game around for Sean O'Neill? Because he needs something. He started off tidy enough. Yeah, that's handy.
That breeze is having quite an effect on them as well.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Although it's downwind this way, so it's probably a little kinder than going into it. Although it's straight up and down the green, which always helps a little bit, doesn't it?
Yes.
Keanu, he's got
Jack.
the bit between the teeth.
Yep.
Very good bowl. He said, bugger, I thought I had the game then. Is Blake game up or?
No, he's not.
Oh no, he's one down.
He's one down on the head. He's leading by 23 to 17. There's Keanu Darby delivering his second bowl.
He's got it down the same line.
Yes, just repeat. Handy.
Yeah, it is, and there's possibly enough gap there on if Sean's narrow to actually go through that hole, but I think the bowl to the left as we look at it is the bowl that if he sits he's going to get a good result from.
Yes.
And he's in the area.
Well pointed, isn't he?
Yeah, very well pointed. Brilliantly
Yeah.
pointed. Great bowl. Gone from 2 down to 2 up, so very nice bowl, but opportunity I think for a similar bowl from Keanu.
Do you think it's 2?
I think so.
Can you see if Jean's fingers there? Is it pointing one or two there? She's having another good look at it
I think
anyway.
She pointed one down, but yeah,
Oh,
two down.
Yep.
Yeah. So Keanu just needs a couple of feet on his last. Any connection with his own, or if he gets the gap and sits the bowl, just with a couple of feet though, not too quick. Yeah, he's got it down a decent track.
1-2 zone.
Just going to miss. Ooh, we might have got second shot out of it.
May have.
Probably played that a bit quick,
I think
didn't he?
I think he was a bit quick. Yep, definitely so.
What are you doing out there, Sean?
It's out on the wide pathway.
Well, you might get in the way.
He doesn't want to get on to.
Don't think so. Might be.
Might be. Could be.
Keanu's having a look.
Well, Simler's down this time. 2 or 3. Just a draw.
Oh, I think so. Just a tight draw, Terry. I don't think he can afford to be.
Doesn't want to be wandering out to those 3 balls
No.
down the left-hand side of the jack.
Yeah, he's down a decent track.
He's going to get onto his own, isn't he?
Yep.
Enough?
Well, he might have got shot out of that.
He might have.
To be fair, that was much better weight than
Yes.
this third bowl. Yep,
Yep,
he's
top
got
one.
it. So very, very good bowl there from Keanu.
Yes, he played that third one just too quick.
Yeah. So Keanu wedging closer. Only 2 from securing a semi-final spot. Thought that was my eyes then, but that was somebody just refocusing the cameras for us. Thank you, Tamara. Yeah, we're looking down here. He's not sure. Not sure.
Tight line.
Yeah, very tight line, but maybe 2 feet short.
Yep.
Just over 2 feet. Oh, he's gone very wide here.
And once
Once again, that's the third one he's done of
He's
those.
had a few sit out there.
Yeah.
That's just struggling with weight. That really is. This is where he got into trouble coming this way last time.
That's right.
He played a bomb with his last bowl.
Yeah.
But he got into trouble by dropping that first one short. Keanu's going to get a nice little rub off his own.
Yep. So that's tidy. Won't be unhappy with that. Force Sean to play a really, really good one to get something out of this end.
Yep.
Well, he's better line-wise. He's better weight-wise.
Yeah, he's pretty
He's
well
played,
played, hasn't he?
played a bomb.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Great
No,
ball.
good on him.
Yep.
Played that well.
Very good correction.
How are you looking, Keanu?
He's having a close look at it himself as he stalks it
Short.
down the green, but I don't think he's got the weight, has he?
Poor. Oh dear.
Yeah, it gives the cloth a bit of a slapping.
Well, I think Blake's just driven the jack in the ditch for 1, I think, to go to 24-18 next door. So don't think Sean quite counts with that one, does he?
Don't think so.
Mind you, Keanu hasn't got a lot on, just a dead draw really.
Just a dead draw.
Well, he's got a good line, but he's a
Bit quick.
bit quick.
Got onto his own bowl.
Yeah, he's probably going to make it harder for Sean to get another one, but he was just a fraction quick there, wasn't he? I think his line was okay.
His line was pretty good. Yep.
So Blakey all but in this game against Finbar. Playing the swinging hand because it gives him more chances, I think, to actually get another one. He just needs to sneak past that front one and he'll be close. Very good bowl, great bowl.
Certainly was.
Well played, Sean O'Neill. 23-15. Not out of it yet, but you still have to fancy Keanu, wouldn't you?
You would. He's in a good spot.
He is.
Sean, though, had a couple of bombs then. To peg back that score a bit.
He's always been a tough campaigner as well.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Sean. He's got a bit of grit about him, which is why I like him.
And often featured in the latter part of this event.
Won the Burnside pairs 3 times, I think we mentioned before, so that's no easy feat. You got enough weight, Sean? I think you have.
Coming up short, isn't he?
Yeah. 21-19 to Ray Martin over Brent McEwen.
Well, we just picked up a 3, I think.
I think he got a 3, yeah, it was.
Yeah. Keanu would like to get his first one relatively handy. But looks to be drifting through.
Just probably a couple of feet too much on what he wanted. He's probably about a metre past, but if he'd been a foot past, it would have been a brilliant start. Sean's got out there. I don't think it comes all the way back, does it? No, it doesn't.
Out, but he hasn't got the weight here.
Well, I think Keanu has 3 goes in the backhand here, doesn't he?
Yep, change of hand. Definitely got to change his hand now.
Hasn't
Those
played
bowls, those bowls are Sean O'Neill's. They're probably a good couple of metres short of the jack.
Yeah. So a big opportunity here for Keanu if he can nail this.
Yeah, he certainly has to. He has to put the pressure on Sean O'Neill.
Yeah. He's got it out there in the right area.
He's just out a bit far, is he?
He'll come back enough. Yeah. He still won't be happy with that.
No.
Sean won't be panicking too much, but he will be if he doesn't draw on with this one.
He needs to negotiate his own 2 bowls.
Is he not changing?
I don't think so.
Oh,
He wants to
okay.
be on the forehand again.
Yep, he sure is.
He certainly sees a gap there between them, and he's just hanging.
Yeah, but he's
a bit.
quick. He needs to get a
He's going to the edge.
oh, hang on. There's one of them back. There's one of them back, because he was flying.
He was flying, wasn't he?
Well, he's got one of the bits of good fortune back. What would you do here, Terence?
Oh, Keanu needs to be at least reaching it on his backhand, doesn't he?
Well, that's what I'd do. It's just I knew he was looking on the forehand, which is why I asked you, but I think he's gone. I think he's chosen the backhand.
Blake's
Signal has taken out that game by the looks of it.
Yeah, because they're not playing anymore, are they?
No, it doesn't look like it. So
Right on to Blake.
Signal through to the semi-finals. It's a case of how much weight that Keanu plays this with.
Yeah, he's got out there a bit much, I think. Yep, didn't mind that weight, but he just threw it out a fraction wide. Although it gives him an opportunity with his last.
That's what I was going to say. He's got chances there now, hasn't he, with those bowls past the jack?
It's not a poor bowl by any stretch. And Sean, if he doesn't reach it,
Get caught on his own, isn't he?
And he hasn't.
Well, there's a chance here.
He's got two options, bowl clean or jack in the ditch. Game over.
It's a matter of getting that weight right that it doesn't get the real swing off that side.
That's right. Yeah. Think you've got to give it a bit more than what you think you need to.
Yep. Well,
so what are the odds of it being tight here, Terry? What do you think? Make a prediction.
Just with it swinging there, I think that's what he's thinking about here, that what sort of weight do I play this?
Oh, he's got every chance to have a good slap at it, because even if he kills it, he's not dropping any.
No.
I think he has to go pretty quick.
Well, he's got a fairly upright stance, hasn't he?
Yeah. Well, he's played funny weight, and he's not bad.
No,
he's not bad.
Oh,
he wasn't bad. He was an inch off.
Yep. So, Sean O'Neill survives another one. Getting the one shot, 23 to 16.
Just looking across. Ray Martin's just handed the mat to Brent McEwen, so that game might have been two there, was it? We'll find out in a moment. No, only one. 21-20 to Ray Martin. So Sean O'Neill breathes another sigh of relief. Inches closer. But he needs a good first bowl. His first bowl have been poor in the last 2 or 3 innings.
Coming this direction.
Yeah.
Definitely, even that last time it was, but coming this direction, he's invariably dropped that first bowl a good couple of metres short.
Yeah.
So he'll be conscious of that.
He's got it down a decent line this time, so that's the first part of the equation right. But he's going to be a bit short. He won't be happy. It's into the wind, boys. Remember that.
Yep.
It's easy from here, though, isn't it? Hey, we're great players inside.
There's a lot of great players in the clubhouses.
Yeah.
Come up about a metre and a half short.
That's a good line for Keanu. And the speed's pretty tidy.
Pretty good, isn't it?
No, it's very good. That's very good. Won't be unhappy with that. Fell out against the bias. Clearly the bowl's fault, not the green.
Just looked to be a little bit of a straightener there at the latter part of that bowl's journey.
Say that, Terence.
Oh, look, I've got to be honest about it. Sean O'Neill, better this time. Better this time.
I don't think he's quite here, is he?
Oh, I think
he's here enough.
Shot, isn't he?
He's here enough.
Yeah, I think we just saw Jean Young say one down, but she's having a little check. Oh,
one down.
Yep.
Just needs to hang around here. He's no, he'd be disappointed with us.
He's short too.
Yeah. Disappointed.
Just had to give it a chance. You know, if he misses, he's getting past. He's then got options with the next bowl of playing with that little bit of weight.
Exactly.
So we'll see Jamie Hill up against Blake Signal in one semi-final.
That'll be a good game.
That'll be a good game. And the winner of these two games that are in progress here is Sean O'Neill. Is very well played.
Yeah, it's probably slightly won, but it's made it a lot harder.
It's got Keanu.
I think Keanu's got to play down the forehand with a lot of weight here. Take a chance. Come on, son. Finish it off. I know Terry's got to go to the supermarket after this, or somewhere.
Alright, so is he over onto his forehand?
I think he is. It's hard to tell. Yes, he's doing exactly what I suggested. I think he's going to swing away. Good thing is with that sort of weight, he's not going to get his own ball out clean. He could get his own ball out by hitting one of Sean's,
yes. Well, chance for Sean O'Neill to put some pressure on. Gets another one in there. He's going around the back. Keanu Darby's taking a walk to the head. Have we look at the situation? He's got to be a bit careful. He doesn't want to be playing a risky shot here. He's only just the one down.
Yeah, it's one of those situations. I mean, that's a good bowl from Sean, to be fair, that last bowl. He's really limited what Keanu can do here. And as you say, he doesn't want to play that weight again because he gets one bowl onto the zone, he's 4 down.
Yeah, a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
It's on the forehand, so this will be interesting. Just have to have controlled weight.
Yeah, he's better weight. In terms of he didn't play a lot. So he's taken the sensible option there and a fair effort. I think if he played that bowl with his third, it would have given him options with his last.
Yep, certainly so. So it's the one shot to Sean O'Neill. He's just slowly creeping back into this game. 23-17.
Now I think Brent McEwen might have scored one on this end, although Ray Martin's having a good look and flinging his arms around. Oh, they're going to measure. Ray's miserable. Oh, now we might have a short jack.
Umpire, looks like he might be being called. Yep.
Well, it's certainly brightened up a little bit. I'm not saying it's warm, but that cloud layer's lifted quite significantly, Terry, so I think we're going to be good to go for the rest of the game.
Should be.
I don't think it's up. Nope. Well, now umpire Bruce Dunn's just pulling his trousers up. It looks as though he almost lost them when he was doing that measure there. That's it, Bruce. You do your pants up. Good boy. Bruce Dunn has been a member for a very long time at North East Valley, and his father Fergie before him.
Correct.
Who was a life member, wasn't he?
Yes. Yeah, Bruce has been in the club since probably mid to late 1980s.
Yeah, I was going to say 40 years, but so thereabouts. So Sean, this is important. First bowl's important from here on in for Sean.
Certainly so. Yep.
Tidy enough, but I don't think it's good enough. We'll see. This looks to be very good from Keanu.
Yep. The radar
Very
going.
good. Yeah, no, that's a great start. Well, that has put all of the pressure on, because I think it is a side toucher too. I think Dean's waiting.
It's just, yeah.
Oh, there it is. It's fallen over. It probably made it a little easier for Sean, but still not easy.
Not a bad line though, is he?
Yeah, he's not
All down to weight here.
Yeah, well, it's a good effort, but he's now made it doubly difficult for himself by putting
Yes.
it 2 foot right in front. I wouldn't go anywhere near it with this one, mate. Just get over the top.
Yeah, I think he's looking at changing his hand. He doesn't want to build a target on
No.
that side of the jack that gives Sean O'Neill something to play to. So on his backhand,
Bounce that one away, something wicked. Tell you what, though, he's in the area for where he wants to be.
oh, that's a good ball.
Oh, that's very, very, very good bowling. I just fell out. Might only be one, but it's a very good bowl. So well played, Keanu, Darby. Can tell you it's 21 all between Ray Martin and Brent McEwen. See, and Sean's just, because of that bowl in front, he's gone wide. It forced him wide.
Yeah, he has to negotiate his own front bowl.
Yeah. And with any weight, it's not going to come back.
No,
He's got to play it fairly tight. So, does Keanu draw another one here, or does he wait till his last?
Get the pressure on him.
Yeah.
That's what he's got to do. He's got to put pressure on to Sean.
Oh dear.
He's tight.
He's tight. Doesn't like it.
He's way underneath.
Yeah. Well, Sean, good luck.
I haven't really had an indication whether it is 2 shots or not.
Yeah.
Sean O'Neill with his last bowl, 23 to 17 down.
This is his last bowl in the game. Well, he's corrected his weight nicely. But I think he's going to be inside it. At least he made the correction. He might be 2 down, you know, because he's obviously only tried to draw that.
Yeah, I think he has drawn second shot.
Just draw the shot, Keanu. Terry can go to the supermarket then and get our rolls for lunch. He's gone. Yeah, he's gone back to the forehand.
Yeah, well,
and it's not silly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's in the area.
He's pretty good, isn't he?
He's in. No, he's short. You can't blame him for not playing too much weight, but I think he'd be disappointed with that.
I'd be very disappointed. Just the one shot.
Yeah.
Never mind, he's scoring, and he's 24 to 17 up.
Yeah, he needs to score once more.
Yep. $21 all in our other game. Brent McEwen and Ray Martin.
You know, I think Ray's got a wee opportunity here. Well, he's got one bowl left, and he may be one down, but if he sits Brent's bowl through, he could lie definitely 3, maybe 4. Tidy enough start from Keanu here. Will be a yard quick, but in the scoring area for later on.
Pretty well
He's
pointed.
played a goodie.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Half a metre out.
Yeah, Ray's stalking his last bowl, but he's played it. He's played it not bad. He's got 2. So Ray will go 23-21 up as we watch Keanu prepare to play a second bowl.
Changed his hand, gone out into the wider drawing side of the rink.
Yeah, he's a bit tight, so he
He's tight.
needs weight with that line.
Yeah. The weight itself was good, but
Yeah.
very narrow. So you see it there just coming into view.
See, I'm not sure about that decision, because I think the shot bowl It's 15 inches short. He just needs to play down that backhand and get another one in the area.
Well,
and
he
then,
just played that hand. It's a case of...
although Sean's let him off the hook here.
Yeah, but what's it going to do? Is it going to force Keanu to go back to that other side of the ring?
Don't know. You don't want to be chopping and changing, do you?
No, you don't. But he doesn't want to be bringing that ball into
I think
play
he is
either.
going to... Yeah, he's back to the back end.
How's he looking?
A bit quick, I think.
Yep. Drifting past.
Just drifted past, but look, it's a hell of a lot closer than those other two, so you'd be happy with that.
Yeah.
And it'll give him an idea to make a correction of a couple of feet to draw the shot, because that line's good enough to get the shot if he's got dead weight.
Sean looks a bit quick as well.
Yeah, just going to slip through too far. Does he drive the ball? No.
No. No. Just make a weight adjustment on his last one.
Yeah, if he beats his last one by 2 feet, he counts. Weight-wise. That line's fine. He's got it down the right line. Down to his speed now, and he's going to clunk right in the middle of it, is he? Or does he get the shot?
I don't know. No, it's close.
It might be the shot, you know.
It's close.
Maybe not. Gene, where are you when we need you? That's close. Just the angles they're sitting at makes it difficult from where we are, but Gene's going to have a look at it.
Sean might be getting a second opinion.
I think Keanu's got the shot.
It could well be the shot. Yeah. Just the way Sean sort of wandered back to the mat, just with a little bit of concern.
Yeah. Right. Well, if he plays with any weight, you'll know he's one down. Well, he's trying to play that weight where if he makes a connection, he's
good.
good.
Connect with his own.
He's going to get through the hole.
Well, they haven't shaken hands.
No. Oh, yes, they have.
Yes, they have. Yeah, so it's over there. Keanu Darby taking out the game 25-17. Mike, it was a really good game at times. You know, I think the downfall for Sean was probably too often just dropping that first bowl short, and it put pressure on himself, and it gave the door open to a Keanu. Yeah,
look, I think you're right, Terry. I think his first two bowls for a third of that game were just simply poor, and I think that's where he lost it.
Yep.
Just looking at a couple of highlights here, that was the first bit of luck that Keanu got. To be fair, Sean got a little bit back there, but brilliant bowl here from Keanu. And look, there's been some really great bowls played. Great bowl here from Sean.
Some really, really good bowls played under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I think Keanu will be delighted to get over the line. Sean will probably be a bit unlucky, be a bit disappointed with some of his ends with his first two bowls in particular, as we've said. But he played some great bowls, and that's why he was in the quarter-final.
Yep.
So, look, looking forward to the semi-finals. We've got Brent McEwen, who is holding one, playing his last bowl now. And he's given it away. So he's one down now. Never cross the centre line, Brent, when you're holding, which is what he did.
Is that right?
So we're looking at some of the highlights here. Some really, really, really good bowls played. And congratulations to Keanu, member of the North East Valley Bowling Club. So we're happy, but obviously we like Sean as well, and he'll be a little bit disappointed
Yep.
But all in all, thank you, Terry. Great day out here now. The wind's blowing the rain away, and I think we're good for the rest of the day.
Hello and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand YouTube coverage of the Speight's Northeast Valley 10,000 singles. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in the commentary box today by Brett O'Reilly. How are you feeling? Was it this morning? It's not this morning yet, is it? It is. How are you feeling this morning, Brett?
Yeah, look, very well, thank you, Alex, and great to be joining you for today's commentary and what is one of New Zealand's premier bowls events, and certainly probably the longest-standing premier singles event, the Northeast Valley 10,000. And when you look through the years, and the Northeast Valley Club have kindly given us a list of all of the participants over the many years since 1990 this event has been in play. It really has been the launching pad for some of the great names in the sport. So it's great to be here today. Not the best of conditions for bowls, but nevertheless, we've seen some good play already this morning with the quarterfinals, and now great to be bringing you the semi-final with two former New Zealand players, Jamie Hill and Blake Signal.
Yes, absolutely. And I suppose we'll explain their journey to the semi-final as well, Brett. So we're watching Jamie Hill take on Blake Signal in the semi-final. In the quarter-final, Jamie Hill defeated Sheldon Baggery-Howley 25-12, so that was a convincing win there. And to get to the semi-final, Blake Signal beat one of his centre mates, Finbar McGuigan, 25-18. And on the other side of the draw, and you can see just to the right of your screen, there's another semi-final going on, first to 25, and it's Ray Martin taking on Keanu, Darby, who defeated Sean O'Neill in the previous televised game. So some good stuff going on all round.
Yeah, so good start in this game by Blake Signal. Blake Signal, former New Zealand player, former world champion, was part of the Gary Lawson Four that won, the Ali Forsyth Four, should I say, that won the world champs in Christchurch. Up against another former New Zealand player, Jamie Hill, fresh from winning the National Centre event for as part of the Auckland team last weekend, which secured Jamie his fifth Silver Star title for New Zealand, which underlines his consistency over many years in top-level bowls. Keen-eyed viewers will see that we've had a lot of rain, and so the green is running probably slower than the greens at Leamington Spa for the Commonwealth Games, but nevertheless the players are responding well, and there's a great bowl from Jamie Hill to secure the shot on this second end.
That was classy to watch, wasn't it, Brett? He just gave it every chance in the world on his forehand side.
Yeah, first to 25 shots in this format, and both Blake and Jamie have been regulars at this event, particularly Jamie, who is player number 79 in the ranking order. So he first played in this tournament in 2001, and of course Jamie part of the Hill dynasty at bowls. His father Neville Hill having been one of the original. Part of the original Northeast Valley field in 1990, and obviously a former New Zealand representative himself. So expect this to be a pretty good tussle between these two. The heavy greens won't worry them. Both of them have played extensively internationally for New Zealand. Blake having just recently come back to New Zealand from Newcastle, and has. Blake's a Stokes Valley stalwart, having been born and raised in Stokes Valley, but was playing his bowls in the Newcastle district in Australia, but has recently come back to New Zealand and has been appointed as the general manager of Bowls Wellington, which is a great addition to the administrative capability of the sport here, having been a bowls coordinator in Australia. And Jamie, a long-standing greenkeeper, there wouldn't be a bowler that doesn't look forward to playing on one of Jamie's greens. He really knows the craft very well.
For sure, and on that note, the greens looked, considering the fact that they've had a deluge of rain, Brett, the greens are looking pretty good here this weekend at Northeast Valley.
Absolutely, and I think it's always the hallmark of good Maniatoto greens, which you see in the South Island, that even if they're a little bit slow, you'll still get turn. And so Blake Signal holding the shot here. it'll be, as I say, these conditions won't be unusual for either of these players, and as we can see, it's not affecting Blake's accuracy at all.
Oh, absolutely. And it's what we're going to see for the duration of the game. I suspect we'll see a good, well-rounded one too. Jamie Hill, renowned for his drive in his younger days. I haven't seen him pull it out quite as often in the last few years, but he's still got one there, Brett.
Yeah, I was talking to Jamie just recently, actually. Great bowl there from Jamie to draw the shot. I was talking to Jamie recently about his time on the World Bowls Tour and just how he wowed the crowds in the UK with his driving. I was with Jamie and his son Ryan, who's just recently started playing bowls, so another generation of Hills, and Blake Signal's just going to miss that shot bowl there, so another one to Jamie, and that ties us up at 2-2. And so I was watching Ryan, his son, play, and I can tell you he's got all of the hallmarks of another successful Hill player, joining Neville, Jamie, and Jamie's sister Kirsty, who's also been a leading player in Auckland, and indeed Jamie's grandfather, Peter Hamlin, who was a leading bowls administrator and player in the Hawke's Bay in his time. Jamie in those days was, if someone drew a bowl close to the jack with the first bowl, Jamie just drive it off.
It was the end of that bowl.
and he was really dynamic. But in recent times, there's sort of, I guess, with the bowls being a little bit tighter now, it's sort of become more of a sort of a run shot player. But every now and then, the big cannon comes out, and hopefully we'll get a chance to see it today. In these conditions.
Yeah, they go down the green pretty quick, Brett. You get out of the way fast.
Yeah, he's there's a fair bit of wreckage involved when it's on target. Not such a good first one from Jamie, but I'm sure he'll correct with this bowl, and we can see he's it should probably close to being the shot.
The rink certainly is swinging on that side. You mentioned it before with the Manitoto green. It still turns even when it's wet. So we'd be lucky to beat 13 seconds here today. But you can see the bowls are still turning, particularly on that ditch side, because we saw on the previous end a similar situation.
Yeah, and we saw a great quarter-final between Keanu, Darby and Sean O'Neill, as you referenced earlier, on this rink this morning. And even though it was slow, there was plenty of draw, particularly on this left-hand side of the rink as we look at it. That's probably enough to get Jamie shot, maybe two. So in these sort of conditions, obviously, players just really have to work on making sure that they don't lose their line. Even though it's slow, the temptation is to just concentrate on weight, but line is still really important, and we can see Blake's played a good one here.
Yeah, good correction there from Blake on his backhand.
So great to have Blake back in the country. I mean, he's a really popular member of the bowls community, and I think bowls Wellington have it's been great to see someone who's from Wellington originally, been a bit of an iconic representative for them, won national titles out of the Wellington Centre, typically for Stokes Valley, and brings both that playing, but as importantly, all that administration experience that he's gained in Australia back to New Zealand. So
yeah, for sure. And I always enjoy seeing outdoor bowlers or bowlers who have been successful in their playing careers given an opportunity to give back on the administration side as well. Brett, I think it's satisfying for all involved.
Absolutely, and I talked to Blake and at the recent Bowls New Zealand Awards, and he's really excited, I think, about being back involved with the game, back with his family in Wellington and in the Valley. Looks like he's.
Oh, it's at least 3.
Yep, that's a good end for Blake Signal.
Yeah, good pick up on the cameras. It didn't look like it was 3 there, Brett. I thought maybe a 2, so he'll be happy to have picked up a few there on that end.
Absolutely. Great to see the Northeast Valley tournament still in great great heart. Really a remarkable achievement for it to have been at this at this high standard over a long period of time, and a great tribute to Terry Scott and the team at North East Valley, with the support of Spates, who have, constantly produced a tournament. And if you go through the list of names, and as I mentioned, we have...
it's an incredible list of names.
Yeah, we have all 180 players that have played in this tournament, and it reads like a who's who of not just New Zealand bowls, but international bowls, with players from Australia. People like Rob Perella recently made a legend of bowls in Australia. We've had Ryan Bester and players from Canada. We've had Fijian players. We've had Scottish players, as well as the cream of the crop from New Zealand. So that's an incredible legacy that the North East Valley Club and the organisers have given to New Zealand bowls. And when you look at the list of winners over the last 3 years, the winner's been Shannon McElroy, not playing in the tournament this year, and prior to that it was Aaron Disco Wilson, recently in Australian International Player of the Year, and of course the Commonwealth Games champion.
Oh, incredible bowler is Aaron.
I'm not sure if he ripped his shirt off when he won at North East Valley. Highly likely, but
might have been a bit chilly for him.
But when you look at names like Shannon McElroy, Aaron Wilson, Mike Kernahan, Brett Wilkie, Ali Forsyth, Tony Grantham, Justin Goodwin, Sean Scott, Rowan Brassey, Russell Meyer, Andrew Curtin, Paul Girdler, Jim Scott, that's the winners between 2021 and 1999. And it doesn't get much better than that in terms of capability at singles.
Very much the cream of the crop. It's always good to have events like that, as we see Blake building another good head here. Brett?
Yeah, he's really got into his work early and playing really steadily. And Jamie will be looking to just sort of reach up into these
very
bowls.
Controlled weight here from Jamie Hill. What a lovely bowl that was.
Excellent, yeah. So probably still one to Blake. And Blake will change now, and he'll be looking to try and move the jack just to see if he can tuck it around the corner and get it out of Jamie's reach.
As we see,
I think actually instead he decided he'd get a back bowl in, probably assuming that Jamie is going to attack. So let's see what Jamie has to offer.
Just make a little correction on his first run, really, isn't he? Looking maybe even to cannon the orange bowl off. Square through his bowl at 1 o'clock on the screen, perhaps.
So one to Blake.
One of the things that it doesn't confuse me about Jamie, but he's got a very natural delivery. The issue is, as a commentator, he lines up exactly the same on both hands. So he just faces to his left. You're never sure if he's playing backhand or forehand until he lets the bowl go.
So that pops Blake out to a 6-2 lead in this game, which is a nice handy advantage to have. Yes, Jamie, having played with Jamie and watched him a lot over the years. I mean, I'm never quite certain what hand he's playing. But Kelvin Scott's another who stands pretty square on the mat. But in both cases, it hasn't stopped them from being
incredible bowlers,
champion players. Another good start from Blake here. He's really found that weight really well on the surface.
Jamie on the forehand side. It's the hand we think swings a little bit more on this rink. It's a pretty good first bowl, just falling that little bit shy. I think Mike Kernahan might be a marker as well, Brett. Just based on the standing posture there.
Yes, I think that looks like the gait of the New Zealand national coach, Mike Kernahan, of course, a multiple winner of this North East Valley event, and Mike started his bowls at the North East Valley Club. And he'll be keenly watching this tournament, not just from a local perspective, but from his perspective as national coach. New Zealand's got a busy year coming up. with the Nations event, multi-nations event in Australia, and with the World Bowls in September at Broadbeach on the Gold Coast. And the New Zealand selectors and coaches will have a little bit of thinking to do, particularly around the men's team, in preparing for that, given the disappointing results from the Commonwealth Games at Leamington Spa.
Absolutely.
For the men's team.
We saw Jamie Hill play a bomb of a bowl with his second one, replacing Blake Signals, holding 2. I'd be a bit disappointed not adding this bonus, but still, you're sitting with 2 pretty good bowls in these conditions.
Absolutely. That's that's really the shot that Jamie has developed over the last few years. It's just that little press shot with weight. He uses it both in singles, and also he's one of New Zealand's best pairs leads, and you often see him play that. That's a fantastic
class
counter.
There from Blake Signal. Drew a toucher.
Great bowl from Blake.
Beautiful shot.
And we expect to see Jamie will just be reaching up to this again with that weight he likes to play.
Yes, we can get that swing out of the bowl on this side. It'll bite back in. It's close here. Look at this come down.
Just a great
bowl.
Great bowl from Jamie. I mean, that's really controlled weight at its best. Avoiding the temptation just to play with it with too much weight, just lots of control, and giving the bowl every chance.
Particularly in these conditions, which is, as you can see, it's not sunny, is it? There's a little bit of water coming down onto the green. It just shows the class of both of those players. The last 3 or 4 bowls we saw on that forehand side, absolutely perfect.
Yeah, I think when the green's heavy, it's easy to get lulled into playing with too much weight. And losing some of that control, and Jamie showed there just really that stick to the fundamentals, and he's followed up with a really good first bowl on this end.
That's a great shot there from Jamie Hill, front toucher. And I suppose for Blake, when you see if someone draw a front toucher against you, and you're going first to 25, dropping to 1's okay, isn't it, Brett? You just look to build the head up, and if you get an opportunity to score later on in the head, that's fine. But this is a perfect first bowl here from Blake Signal.
Absolutely, and both Jamie and Blake had good wins in their quarterfinal. Blake up against one of the young stars of Wellington Bowls, Finbar McGuigan, and Blake won that game 25 shots to 18. And Jamie, another great bowl from him, against one of the young guns of New Zealand Bowls, Sheldon Bagri-Howley, who plays out of the Southland centre, and Jamie prevailed in that game 25-12. So it shows that they're both running pretty hot. In the round before, Blake Signal beat current New Zealand team member Tony Grantham 25-5, which is an incredible score, and Jamie was too strong for Roger Stevens by 25 shots to 18. Roger's wife, Bronwyn Stevens, I see, won the
Premier Singles,
the Auckland Premier Singles yesterday,
defeating Leanne Polston in the final, I believe.
And again, both players chasing New Zealand selection, been in the wider squad for New Zealand. Jamie holding shot here and looking to just try and get past and cover that back bowl of Blake Signals, and he does it very successfully.
It's incredible head building here. And Blake just asking Mike Coonan, am I 1 or 2 down? It might inform his shot selection. There'll be a temptation here with his third bowl. Mike giving it a proper look. Spends it in his... he's got some bowls New Zealand apparel on there, I think, Brett. 1 down, he says.
Yes, very unusual not to see Mike in the bucket hat.
I was going to ask where the bucket hat was.
I believe from our colleague Kevin Hickland that Mike has invested in his second ever bucket hat. There's a new one. When I say invested, we're not sure that it involved a transaction, or maybe it was a gift.
I think he's acquired.
He's acquired a second bucket hat, which is one of his great trademarks in the game. But a little wet for the bucket hat today, I think.
He's willing this one to hold up as Blake Signal. Great shot there. What a bowl.
That, again, controlled weight, great line, 2 shots to Blake Signal. That's just superb stuff.
It's been a fantastic head of bowls. There hasn't been an ineffective bowl played yet, and we've got 6 of them on the rink. Jamie's turn to ask now as we watch this replay. Just getting that bowl nice and square, and we'll see them split off. Lovely bowl. You know, if Blake had been a quarter of a bowl wider, he'd be sitting with 3 there, Brett.
Absolutely, and we talk a lot about faulty narrow. You know, playing those shots and making sure that you get a connection in the head. Jamie, a bit disappointed with that last bowl. Had an opportunity there to be up and sit the bowls, maybe trail the jack, but he's dropped short. So looks like it's 2 to Blake signal. Mike Kernahan just having a bit of a look there for us. Important that when you're playing those weighted shots that the great John Murter, and now back coaching again in Taranaki, used to talk about the importance of just playing faulty narrow, not missing on the wide side, just making sure that you faulty narrow to try and get a result, because typically there's a result on the inside more than the outside of the head.
Absolutely.
Blake trying to add here, and he's pretty close.
Looking for a bonus bowl. Beautiful line.
Just short.
Yeah, just didn't eke out that little bit more, as we'll see. Jamie concede. We'll say 1.5. Going to make Blake measure for it. And a great game already, Brett. We're not even, well, we're barely on our way to 25 points.
Absolutely. You know, 2 players that have played bowls at the highest level for New Zealand, both very good singles players. And I think we can expect that this will be pretty nip and tuck the whole way through.
Sharing a smile there too, indicated by Mike Kernahan to Blake Signal, taking the score to 8-3 and the race to 25.
As you can see, good spirit between Jamie and Blake and Mike Kernahan. You know, fierce competitors, but the game's played in a really good spirit, and
it's what you like to see, isn't it? Really, it's part of what makes the one of the cool things about our sport, I think, is that you can be competitive for sure, but there is a social aspect to it. And if you're going to spend so much of your time tripping around the country playing a sport, it's certainly more enjoyable to be friends with the people you're playing against.
And look, that's one of the great things about the Northeast Valley Club and this Northeast Valley event. It's while it's regarded as one of the premier singles events on the bowls calendar, it's also regarded as a great tournament to be part of. Over the years, they've had a cartoonist who has drawn a caricature of the winners of the event, and those cartoons have become, or caricatures have become, an iconic
They're brilliant, aren't they?
of the event. Yeah, just absolutely fabulous. We might see if we can get a hold of a couple of those later, just to show people on the broadcast.
Yeah, I believe they're all available to view on the Northeast Valley Facebook page, is my recollection. There's an album there, and there's some pretty funny ones to have a look at.
Yeah, and I apologise for not remembering the name of the artist, but you know, the caricatures capture some of the unique elements of the characters of the winners over the years.
As we see, Jamie Hill look to make a correction here. He's not real. I don't think either player has outplayed the other one, but Blake Signal will be happy with that 5-point buffer, Brett. He's probably played his third and fourth bowl more effectively, perhaps, than Jamie Hill at this stage. Both playing very well, but that 5-point buffer, Blake will be pleased with it.
Absolutely. A little bit disappointed with that one. I think he knew as he let it go. He'd just he'd missed his line and also missed his weight. Both players favouring this side of the rink. From the quarter final, we saw that this side of the rink just turns a little more. So give your bowl a little bit more of a chance.
Yeah, maybe that it feels more natural for them to have a bowl come back in.
So we'd have to say this is probably the loosest end we've seen so far in the semi-final game. But Blake holding 2 and looking pretty close here with his last bowl.
Yeah, very close. And the man who draws the word that I can't say anymore, Brett, because it's just got to me. It's John Parson, anyway, is his name, and we'll have a see if you stick with us for the coverage, and it's just going to be on one link for the rest of the day. Maybe we'll find a way to get those a picture up or two for viewers' pleasure as we go on. As we see Jamie Hill got a wick there. He might have rubbed in enough for one.
We're going to have a look. Yes, Blake hands Jamie the mat, so it's 8-4 in the semi-final of the Northeast Valley 10,000 singles. Looks like the players have just decided to have a little bit of a break in this game. In the other semi-final, we've got Keanu Darby playing, who's from the Dunedin Centre. Keanu's playing Raymond Martin. Both Keanu and Raymond New Zealand were in the New Zealand squad that trialled for the Commonwealth Games. Ironically, most of those squad trials were at the Rocky Nook Bowling Club, where Jamie Hill is the greenkeeper.
Convenient.
And Jamie did a great job of preparing a surface that was pretty similar to in pace to what was expected at Leamington Spa, and I think that that helped with the preparation.
Keanu leading that game 4 points to 2, Brett. So again, a game that's barely begun really in this race at 25.
Yeah, Keanu was pretty impressive against Sean O'Neill this morning. He led throughout the game and probably could have finished Sean off a little bit earlier in the game. But Sean, with all of his experience, hung in there and kept the game alive.
Yeah, for me, it reminded me that going to 25, the games it's hard to get rid of them, isn't it, Brett? It doesn't really matter how many points you are up in front.
It can be. You see a player get to 21, and that's normally what we're used to in singles, and then those extra 4 shots can take a long time. Great start from Jamie Hill here, front toucher, and Blake obviously making sure with his first bowl he gets around behind, so he gives himself a bit of flexibility. Jamie again on the backhand. It's a constant challenge for us to be certain which hand he is going to play, but in another really tight bowl from Jamie here. He's getting into a pretty good rhythm on that backhand side.
Yeah, it's a bit of deja vu, isn't it? The last time we saw Jamie draw front toucher, Blake played a bomb with his third bowl and got a 2 out of the head, but certainly finding that side of the rink really well as we see Blake give his bowl a chance to come back. He'll be waiting for this one just to turn at the end. There it goes.
Probably just out of the count. I don't know, maybe close for second shot. A little bit hard from our position here to see whether that's that second shot. But Jamie just continues his work down this backhand side. A little bit tighter this time, but his weight's pretty good.
He found that weight perfect, but just as you say, underneath the line. So we'll see here whether, Blake looking to stay on his backhand side. He'll just be thinking, I'll draw second shot.
Absolutely, 8-4 is a pretty good lead, and as we like to say in singles, it's typically not the good ends that you play, it's the bad ends that you play that determine the game, and he's played a cracker here.
Great bowl. If it sits down, it's close for 1. That could be the shot, I think. And Mike looking to Jamie to see if he was going to ask him if he was up or down there, I think, but Jamie just into his work.
Yeah, Jamie will be looking to just try and get up there and see if he can sit that bowl, turn over one of his front bowls. He does get a contact on that bowl. This time Blake Signal's going to ask.
Yeah, I think that's a show of Jamie's, saying he's got one. Jamie showed his experience there because your shot's the same regardless, isn't it? It doesn't matter if you're up or down in Jamie's situation. So he just thought, well, I'm just going to play my bowl. It's the same both ways.
Blake Signal obviously just wanting to make sure that he doesn't do anything foolish here. Having played an absolute screamer with your third bowl to get the shot.
That would be disappointing, wouldn't it?
He can obviously a bit of banter with Mike Kernahan there. Of course, Mark is not able to offer any answers unless he gets a question, but they all know each other well, and I'm sure there's a bit of byplay going on.
Absolutely. As we see there's some flags sort of flapping around in the breeze to the right of your screen.
Well, we hope that breeze helps dry the green out a little bit. I think the weather forecast is to improve this afternoon. It would be nice if we could get, if we got some good conditions. Blake's close here again.
He's not far away as we see this bowl. Nice camera angle there.
Yeah,
trying to make it back. It's reasonably well played, and if you look at that head, you could fit all 8 bowls within not too big you wouldn't need too big a blanket to put over top of all 8 bowls there.
Yeah, you'd have to say, if the green was running 4 or 5 seconds quicker, you wouldn't probably get much closer than we saw there. And So that's just a demonstration of the experience of these players in all conditions, not being daunted by it and just playing their normal game.
Yeah, very impressive. And the greenkeepers here, of course, are Terry Scott and Colin Wheeler, and I commend them on their efforts because the green, it's been raining since this morning. Doesn't look like it's pulling anywhere. It's got nice, consistent coverage, Brett, and it's playing well.
Yeah, and Terry's got one of the great servants of bowls. I mean, the Scott family, obviously very, very famous. You know, another multi-generational family that have played for New Zealand. Terry's daughter Sarah in the New Zealand in the mix for the New Zealand women's team, and you know, Terry and his brother Jim both played for New Zealand. Cousin Sean played for New Zealand. And in the previous generation, I think there were 3 Scots, Kevin, Bill, and Nolene, who all played for New Zealand. So that's a pretty amazing record.
It's not a bad record, is it?
And in addition to Terry's contribution at North East Valley, he's been a New Zealand selector. He's now the coach of the Canadian team, and has been a New Zealand a champion. So that's a pretty impressive CV all around, and great to see after all these years still very much involved in his own club and in this North East Valley event. So well done to Terry and Colin on the greens, and to Terry for his continued contribution to this game.
Absolutely. To see Jamie Hill there on his forehand. Good line. So ever played, just shaking his head a little bit there in the background. It'll be interesting, Brett, as this game goes on, and if it continues to rain, if we're going to see any delivery issues with the bowls getting a bit slippery in the hand.
Yeah, I mean, the standard here is you know, given it's pretty wet outside, is really high.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, Jamie swapping over here, but looks like he's drifted a little bit wide. And at this stage, it's Blake holding 2, possibly 3.
Yeah, he'll smell an opportunity here, Blake. He'll want to draw a third shot on and put Jamie under a bit of pressure, see if he can get into double figures.
Yeah, 9-4. If he can grab a 2 or 3 here, that starts to look like a handy lead, and he's played a cracker.
Yeah, great bowl there from Blake Signal, and Jamie Hill under all sorts of pressure here, lining up on either his forehand or his backhand. Backhand it is.
Yep. And Jamie's just gone a little wide again. Changed his hand there with his third bowl, and hadn't played a lot of bowls down that side, and it looks like he's gifted Blake pretty soft a soft end here.
Yeah, it's probably the loosest end that Jamie's played so far, and I would say that Blake has scored at least a 3 on this end. So we see Jamie concede the bowls. It might be more than that, you know.
I think there might be 4.
I think so too. Yes, we see Mike Kernahan put the 4 up, and that's a great end for Blake Signal, and a surprising one.
Yeah, look, isn't it interesting that sometimes in this game you score the big numbers on the loose ends because it looks easy to get in there, or easier perhaps, but just perhaps not applying the same level of concentration as you do, because you do have a little bit more room. And a couple of uncharacteristic loose bowls from Jamie Hill, and 4 shots to Blake Signal, and at 13-4, that's starting to look like a pretty convincing lead.
It is a handy lead for sure, and I suppose for Blake it's just about continuing to apply that pressure when you drop points, which he will, because Jamie's a class act. We try to reduce it to 1s and 2s, and just sort of keep it ticking along, edge towards that 25 point mark.
Yeah, Blake knows he's past halfway in the race to 25 shots, but this bowl from Jamie Hill just characterises the fact that there's no time to relax.
Absolutely, and Jamie, particularly coming in this direction on his backhand, has played some very, very good bowls here, so he'll be looking to make up for that last. And you always want to bounce back, don't you? You think, well, I've dropped a 4, but scoring a point here, I can just sort of recover some of the damage and then score on the next end. Blake Signal, though, not having any of that, drawing a good shot himself.
Yeah, he's playing this side of the rink really well, and Jamie swapping over to his forehand, looking to just come down that side and look to see if he can just press the bowl. I think just not getting quite the same turn on that side, which I think is why the players have preference playing the other side of the rink. And he won't want to be giving Blake this sort of room for long in the game. Otherwise, the game will be over pretty quickly with the way Blake's playing.
Yeah, I agree. As we see Blake here on his backhand again.
Won't be entirely unhappy about being over the head because Jamie's always dangerous with that little weighted shot that he plays. And again, Jamie on a wideish line on this side, and as you can see, they just don't pull. You just don't get that same arc on that side.
Yeah, it's now important for Blake that he gets a second shot into the head. He's holding first shot, but Jamie the second and third. And I do wonder if this things continues to blow out with Blake's signal, if Jamie will just switch his game plan a little bit, and we might see a little bit more aggression from Jamie. If he's got second and third, it'll be interesting to see. Just opting for that slight overplay on his forehand here. Looking to rest the bowl, move the jack. Doesn't look happy with this one at all.
No, again, he's got caught wide.
That's a calamity.
Mike was signalling one, but actually he's had to come back and have a look at that because I think that may well be...
One.
Still only one, says Mike Kernahan, and so that's Blake's signal. He's going to have a look. No, only one. 14-4 to Blake's signal, and that... it's a good end. It's a good end to win when you've just had a good number, and to make sure that you keep that momentum. It's only one, but that just keeps the scoreboard ticking over, and that's important because Jamie's a formidable opponent, and the last thing you want to do is give him a chance to bounce back.
Absolutely, and at the moment, Blake doing everything right, and in the time that Blake has to score 11 points, Jamie has to score 21, so Jamie's on double the amount of scoring points that he requires than Blake, and that's a good position to be in. He'll just keep on ticking along as we see his first bowl again on that bank side, the big swing.
Yeah, another good opening bowl from Blake. Blake signal keeping the pressure up. Jamie back to his favoured forehand side here, but that looks like it's going to pull up short. And I think if we look at the last few ends, it's bowls 1 and 2 that really are allowing Blake's signal to start to call the tune in this game. And Jamie really needs to tighten up with those first 2 bowls so he's not in a situation where he's constantly having to try and recover.
Absolutely.
With bowls 3 and 4 on a surface which is not the easiest to play his sort of weighted shots with the amount of rain we've had.
Yeah, I can also report, Brett, that in the other semi-final, Keanu is 9-2 up on Ray Martin in that race to 25. You're able to see a few of the bowls going on if you look to the right of your screen as the thumbnail comes up. But look to the right of your screen, you can see a jack in a bowl there. So that's the other semi-final. It is between Keanu, Darby and Ray Martin.
Well, that looks like a pretty good opener from Keanu there. Played very well this morning, as we mentioned, in the quarter-final against Sean O'Neill, and he looks like he's holding that form nicely in this game against Raymond.
Brett, Blake just slightly underneath the line, but beautiful weight with all 3 of his bowls.
Yep, I would say at least holding 2 here, and Jamie really needs to start hitting his straps, otherwise this game's going to get away from him. But closer here, is he going to pull up?
Willing that one to stop, willing it to sit down now. I think it's just going to stay sitting there. It's incredible, isn't it? Because in the first 4 or 5 ends, it's fair to say that Jamie Hill had some very good heads that Blake turned around with his 3rd and 4th bowl. We could have been staring down the barrel of a different scoreline if it hadn't been for those. So I think it shows, probably the confidence that Blake got from those good conversions early on has really helped him out in the later half or the last half of this game so far.
Absolutely. Mike Kernahan having a look there, which I think confirmed to Blake signal that he is holding the shot. And he'll be looking to come down here and see if he can add another one.
Oh, that's a poor bowl there from Blake's signal.
Yeah, perhaps a little tentative, not wanting to move the jack if he's holding the shot with Jamie having that 1 bowl past. I thought he might have been tempted to swap over and play the backhand, given that he had his bowls to turn over. So Jamie now
it's a big bowl
coming down here looking for the jack.
Psychologically for Jamie Hill to score
jack.
here.
Yes.
Great shot.
Wonderful bowl from Jamie Hill. That was pretty important in the context of this game to get him back on the board. So 2 to Jamie Hill, and that's 14-6 in this race to 25.
Yeah. Very good there as we see Jamie Hill lead off. Jamie on his backhand, thrown a sort of a medium length jack to get one close. Scored for the first time a little while there to get himself to 6 points, trailing Blake Signal 6 points to 14, and a good first ball there from Jamie Hill. And Blake Signal on the backhand as well. It's a nice big swing. Chucked it out, waiting for it to come back. Not far away. Interesting to see here if Jamie Hill switches his hand or not. He may ask Mike Kernahan how short Blake's bowl is. Yeah, there we go. Switching to the forehand side. Nope. He literally flipped his bowl around. Sticking to the backhand. And not quite clearing it. We see Blake deciding to switch to the forehand.
I've just been to check the weather forecast, and it does look like it may fine up this afternoon, but I'm not sure it's going to fine up enough to dry these greens out. So I think we can expect it's going to continue to be slower conditions, but certainly as we've seen in this game, these players are not letting the conditions spoil the spectacle of the semi-final of the North East Valley 10,000.
For sure. I wonder if there's ever been a helicopter drying situation on a bowls green, Brett, for like a big event or something, if you had a mate with a helicopter to come down and see if you could dry the greens out.
Now, that's a really good question, Alex. I can't recall in my time in the game that's happened, but that might be a good question to pose to our viewers. I know certainly in some of the rural areas there is the odd member that's got a helicopter. So let's see if we can get an answer from our viewers as to whether that has ever happened. Certainly, if you were having to pay for it, it would only be for probably for an international event, because they're not the cheapest to hire. And of course, a lot of our bowling clubs are in residential areas, so the local residents might not.
There's a couple of
that.
Small issues with the idea, but maybe we'll wait and see.
Yeah, look, we always welcome anecdotes about this, and it looks like Blake Signal may have the shot here. Let's see what he can do with his last bowl as he plays it down here on the forehand side.
Watch this bowl. Not far away here. Blake Signal, how's the weight? Just pulling up that agonisingly short there. Blake something.
One to Blake Signal is the message from Mike Kernahan as he pops up one of those blue lollipops. Blake being the blue player and Jamie the red player. So as you can see from our scoreboard, so if you see those lollipops used. In the background we can see Raymond Martin from the Victoria Club, a member of the New Zealand squad, and while his Wellington team were runner-up in the Intercentre last weekend at the Browns Bay Club in North Harbour, Raymond was in outstanding form as the pair skip, played very, very well all weekend with Stephen Ditford. And
he's been pretty incredible for the last while, to be fair, but certainly when he won the New Zealand Peers in Christchurch maybe 3 seasons ago now, Raymond played exceptional bowls, and every time I've seen him since then, he's just been an absolute class act.
Yeah, look, I think he'll be one of the he's already a star in the game, but I think he'll be a future star for New Zealand. He's got an international career written all over him. I know he's busy with his painting apprenticeship. Had a bit of a chat to him last weekend. Busy with his painting apprenticeship and keen to get that completed, but which is good to see, because we know that bowls can often take up a fair bit of time for players. So great to see Raymond get a trade qualification behind him. But I know he's got a lot of ambition in the game. Brought up in the bowls world. His father Marty, a well-known indoor and outdoor player, and Raymond, Raymond certainly is a formidable skip these days in New Zealand events.
He had a nibble at the New Zealand Indoor Bowling Championships were held in Porirua this year at the Te Rauparaha Arena, Brett, and I played Ray in the post section of the singles, and he ruined my day.
which knowing your recent pedigree in indoor bowls, Alex, is no mean achievement for a part-time indoor bowler, which I'm guessing Raymond is. But, well, one to Blake signal here, and Jamie Hill again trying to run down that backhand side, but as we've commented on, it's just holding a little bit on that hand, and again we saw Jamie just a little bit too wide. So Blake will be wanting to get another one here pretty fast, because he knows Jamie will be attacking, and gets enough turn here. This should be second shot.
It is incredible how much these bowls are turning on what is a very slow green, Brett.
It sure is. So Jamie attacking again, this time with a lot more weight.
Oh, look at that drift there. I think he got a bit of wind.
Yep, that's 2 to Blake's signal, and at this stage, I think it's fair to say, Jamie's just struggling a little here. He's not playing enough effective bowls with bowls 1 and 2. That's allowing Blake's signal to really call the shots on most of the ends, and that's meaning that Jamie's having to try and recover with bowls 3 and 4, and with the green just being a little holding, not as easy to play those shots as it might normally have been. But it's still a way to go before we get to 25.
Absolutely, and the concern it's not a concern for Blake, but we talk about making hay while the sun shines. That's what Blake will be wanting to do. Well, if nothing changes, I should get to 25 before Jamie does, so he'll be looking to get this game finished in nice regulation time. Whereas on the other hand, Jamie will be looking just to change something up, and we know particularly in that first 25 game, if something changes and someone gets on a run, if Jamie can score 2 or 3 ends in a row, the pressure switches around, and it's not an impossible situation that Jamie finds himself in, but certainly a lot of work to do at this stage.
Absolutely, that's a better start from Jamie Hill with that bowl. That's more like him, and I'm sure that Scott Puddock and the Bryan brothers and the rest of the Stokes Valley supporters will be eagerly glued to the screen of this. Blake's father Brian signal, a stalwart of Stokes Valley, both from a outdoor and indoor bowls perspective, and Blake a pretty handy indoor player himself.
Yes.
Earlier in his career, before he really devoted himself to the outdoor game. There'll be a lot of Stokes Valley supporters watching this. That's a club that's really going from strength to strength, and they'll be pleased to have Blake back in Wellington and supporting their efforts as the general manager of Bowls Wellington.
Yeah, Blake back dabbling a little bit in the indoor scene. Brett as well, of course. Lisa White, another well-known indoor bowler. They're great mates, so I'm sure we'll see them around on the mats over the winter time. It's Blake just a little bit tight there.
Yeah, looking to just come down and see if he could tip his own bowl up or sit the shot bowl, playing that faulty narrow line. I think at this stage, 1 to Jamie Hill. Jamie's tight here, and this could get very ugly. No, he just manages to slip underneath that bowl of Blake signal. 1 to Jamie Hill, and Blake just taking his time here.
Just asking Mike Kernahan, the marker, a question on his backhand.
It's 17-6. He doesn't need to do anything rash here, and he'll just be making sure he doesn't create a situation.
Yeah, unhappy with himself there. Missed it wide. Not horrible.
No, not at all. Not at all. I think that was a pretty good bowl. I mean, if he'd sat on the inside of that, it would have definitely been second shot. But I think from here, it looks like Jamie Hill only has one, and he's tight again here. He doesn't want to get on that bowler. Blake signals.
Oh.
Well,
It's worked out quite well, I think, Brett, but there would have been panic stations there, left, right and centre.
yeah. Well, Jamie Hill may have picked a number up here.
Yeah, I think he legitimately, we'll see what Kearney does. He's watching in the background. He's got the 4 set.
That is a fantastic bowl from Jamie Hill.
I'd be intrigued to know whether he was looking to draw or whether he actually wanted to play that bowl 3 or 4 rolls out for 4. If he played it fair play, it's a great result regardless, isn't it?
That's a fantastic bowl. I mean, Blake Signal did ask Mike Kernahan whether Jamie's bowl beat his back bowl. So maybe he was concerned that he only had the one bowl in the head, and that may have been why he was trying to draw another second. And obviously his bowl fell out rather than falling in. But that's a remarkable turn of events. Just shows you that you're never out of this game. And, of course, with a player of Jamie Hill's quality, he's capable of playing some amazing bowls.
For sure.
And at 17-10, Blake Signal still in command of this game, but yeah, not the best start on this end.
Yeah, it's interesting. We spoke about earlier on in the game, Blake Signal picked up a 4 off Jamie, and we spoke about how when you pick up a number, you really want to score that next end as well to maintain that advantage that you've got, and that's the situation we have here. Jamie's gone, cool, I've got 4 points back. I now trail 10-17. Need to be scoring this next end as well, just to maintain that bit of momentum that you can pick up.
Absolutely right. 2 to Jamie Hill here. Plenty of room. But Blake will want to really correct with this one after his first effort. Definitely a better line here. I mean, getting out, and you've got that nice arc. Here it comes now, and this will be the shot.
Lovely bowl there. Great shot there from Blake Signal. Sits down as well. Sitting with 1. And Jamie on the forehand.
Jason Puddock from the Stokes Valley Club has just sent me a message here. Blake Signal and Mike Kernahan are in fact the defending World Fours champions. Given that the World Bowls have been delayed because of COVID-19. So, yes.
I've thoroughly enjoyed the fact that we have had reigning world champions for some time now, Brett.
So thank you, Jason. I think I said Scott Puddock earlier, which is of course your brother, so I should remember that it's Jason. A very tidy indoor and outdoor bowler who plays out of the Stokes Valley Club. And Jamie here looking to press his bowl through, but it slides between the jack and the bowl. So thank you, Jason, for that fact. To have 2 world champions on the rink, and of course they were part of that team skipped by Ali Forsyth. I think the lead was Mike Nagy.
It was, yes.
In that team, that convincingly beat the Australians in the final of that World Fours title at Burnside, and I think Mike Kernahan was the number 2 in that team, and I think that is the best game best game at number 2 I think I've ever seen a New Zealand player play in that final. It
was incredible, and that team was incredible because I believe I'm correct in saying that I don't think they were troubled by any team they played at any point in the entire event. I think that they were pretty convincing winners, and if not all, the vast majority of their games, and it must have been a nice way to win a world title.
And thank you to all of the feedback we're getting from viewers. I've got a message from Brent Malcolm who says that who's a colleague of mine at the Takapuna Bowling Club, and both Brent and I have been members at the Northcote Bowling Club, and Brent tells me that rumour has it that a helicopter once landed at Northcote. It was the first prize for a junior fours tournament, a flight around Auckland. Before his time, and certainly not something that I'm aware of, but look, that takes first prize at the moment for a helicopter.
Closest we got to drying out a green.
Yeah, for helicopter involvement. Didn't dry out a green, but it obviously was part of the bowls culture, and we'll add that to our folklore stories, Alex, that we have about the game. Back to the game in front of us, and we have Blake Signal holding shot and holding the lead in this first to 25 game at the North East Valley 10,000.
Yeah, and interesting here that Jamie opted to stick to that backhand, even though the orange bowl was in his eye there, and probably an indication that it's the nicer hand and the hand they feel plays true. If you glance at it, you think, oh, maybe the forehand's the shot to play for Jamie, but he's lost a few bowls out wide on that side, so sticking to that hand that swings nicely, unless he's forced otherwise, which might be now.
Yeah, Blake Signal not happy with his second bowl, just didn't quite get out of the gate. Jamie's had to swap over to the forehand, but again we see just a little wide and heavy on that side. So at this stage it's 1-2 to the current World Fours champion, Blake Signal.
On the backhand, looking at this one, he's almost indicated it slipped out of his hand there, I think, rubbing his hand on his shoulder.
Look, probably not the worst position in the world, because at least he's past the head, and with Jamie having two bowls past, you definitely want to make sure that you've got a bowl there. But yeah, this would be probably the loosest end we've seen coming away from the clubhouse.
And this bowl still looking like it's going a little bit further than what Jamie would like. It's pulling up though, to be fair. A good second shot there from Jamie Hill.
Yeah, it looks like still 1 to Blake Signal, and he's going to swap over and play this forehand side. Having dropped that bowl short, he'll be looking to try and shore up the position by getting another shot here, and he's on target to sit Jamie's bowl. Does he sit it? Yes, he does. That's probably 2 shots to Blake Signal.
Jamie on the forehand. No mucking around with Jamie Hill, just into his work. As we watch this bowl, it's got a bit of work to do, Brett.
Coming now, does it get back enough? I don't think it does. I think we've still got at least 1 to Blake Signal. Mike Kernahan confirms that. So so at this stage, it's the man from Stokes Valley, the current World Force champion, Blake Signal, and that puts him out to a pretty handy 19-10 advantage now in this first to 25 shots.
Yeah, I suppose if we think about it, considering that Jamie got a 4, out of the ends that they've played so far, Jamie wouldn't have scored on more than a handful of ends played, Brett.
No, it's been it's really been a game that's been dominated by Blake Signal, just playing so consistently. The players playing today, the winner of this North East Valley 10,000 event, of course, sponsored by the Pride of the South Spates. The winner of this event gets prize money of $5,000. The runners-up is $2,500, and the 2 losing semi-finalists $1,500 each. So definitely a good payday for the players. And at this stage, it looks like Blake Signal is showing the sort of form that's going to get him to the final and the chance to win that $5,000 first prize.
Absolutely. And how incredible is it, Brett, that this event's been going since 1990, as we said before, and they've been able to maintain not only the player interest and the coverage, but the prize money and all the bits and pieces that come with it.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a real prestige around the North East Valley 10,000. It's a tournament that I think every player with aspirations to be a top singles player wants to be part of. And when we look down that list of names of the 180 players that have played over the years, it's really a who's who of players in New Zealand, and as we mentioned, some players from offshore that have played in that. Great bowl from Blake Signal there. Just slightly moves the jack and gets a toucher, so that's 2 to Blake Signal, and Jamie really needs to start tightening his game up here. Otherwise, this is going to escape him.
Oh, he's not looking very pleased. I think that might have slipped out. And I've got a report from Danny Delaney, Brett, that Dave Good was the pilot of the helicopter that landed at Northcote.
There you go. So David Good, a very good bowler and businessman, actually, in his own right. And thank you, Danny Delaney. Danny, of course, former New Zealand champion and representative. So from another bowling family, his father John, late father John, a top bowler, and his brother Tom, pretty tidy player as well. So can Jamie Hill save the day here?
Is it going to stop, Brett? Looking for it to pull up. What a shot that is. That is incredible bowl.
That's just kept him right in the game. Trailing 19-10, he's 3 down on the head, and just shows the quality that is Jamie Hill and drawing that shot.
There would have been an incredible temptation there to wind up and hit something. You've got sort of 2 feet to draw within. You haven't shown a sign in that end of doing so. You're 3 down, 19, 10 down on the card. It would have been so tempting just to go, look, I just hit something, but just took a deep breath, played it on his forehand, drew the shot. Great bowl there from Jamie Hill, and still alive in this game, 11-19 on that race to 25.
Yeah, classy stuff from Jamie Hill. So thank you, Danny Delaney, for that anecdote. We've now got that complete story, so we'll
quite pleased.
Yeah, we'll store that away for future reference. And at this stage, the Blake Signal looks like he's again just going a little bit too consistently for Jamie. Jamie be disappointed with that first bowl. Just not playing tight enough with those first 2 bowls. Obviously, they are difficult conditions. I see Jamie's wearing a hoodie. I'm imagining that's getting pretty wet by now. Where Blake is, looks like he has a slightly more weatherproof jacket. Though Jamie, being a greenkeeper, of course, used to working in all sorts of conditions, and so Blake coming down with the second bowl, he's played a cracker here.
You see some bowlers play with umbrellas as well, Brett. I tend to. I despise the rain because it gets on my glasses and I get frustrated. So if it rains for me, I tend to have an umbrella and just have it in the nook of my arm. Jamie Hill on the backhand.
Closer here.
This is very close. Beautiful line from all 4 bowls as we watch this 5th one. Come back. Has it got enough weight? Agonisingly short again. It's that 1 roll.
In the game next door, it's looking like Keanu Darby really starting to hit his straps in that game. We'll get a score update for you shortly on the other semi-final. But
yes, Keanu with the green bowls to your left there. If you have a look on your screen, looking like he's got a good headset. There's Jamie on this game on his backhand. Needs a lucky result here. He's under the line.
Yes, Raymond Martin attacking again on that ring next door. Raymond gets a result. We'll just have a look in a second and see who's ended up with shot there, with the jack having moved. As you can see, if you look to your left on the rink next door, Raymond Martin getting a good connection and moving that jack. It looks like it's a measure we can't quite see from our commentary position here. So let's watch Keanu Darby's last bowl here as he comes down and tries to draw another shot. He looks pretty handy.
Very good there from Keanu Darby on the semi-final. Just drifting that little bit at the end. Back in this game, Blake put his foot by Jamie's second shot as if he was thinking about playing through it, which would be an interesting bowl to play.
Well, It's a good
Be
opportunity.
pretty cool.
It's a good opportunity because he does have. If he plays that faulty narrow line, we know that he's got a chance. Looks like Raymond Martin's drawn the shot next door. Yes, Keanu Darby gives him the match. So having been 2 or 3 down when Raymond attacked and moved the jack, he's managed to secure the shot. So Blake deciding to play over on the other side.
Nice forehand, showing a bit of frustration there with how he's picked up the mat.
Yep.
Must have decided not to play that shot. It would have been worth 3 or 4, but I suppose if you're half a bowl wide.
That's right. He could have easily chipped Jamie over, and at 19-11.
Yeah.
It's an old saying, "Small fish are sweet," and that's certainly been the case with one shot to Blake's signal. Puts him to 20, 5 shots away from victory, and the chance for that $5,000 first prize at the Spates Northeast Valley 10,000.
And Blake, we will see him lead off on his forehand side. The players have favoured that side of this rink, this televised rink at the Spates Northeast Valley 10,000. It's got a nice swing to it. Here he goes, off on his forehand, 20-11 up, giving it a look.
And looking pretty tidy again with this first bowl. Here's a really good opener from Blake Signal. And, singles is such a momentum game. And when you're getting your first and second bowl close all the time, it really just sets the head up for you. Jamie with a good reply himself, and that'll be pretty close to shot if he sits down. Yes, that's probably shot to Jamie Hill.
And I can report, Brett, that Keanu is leading 16 points to 8 in the race to 25 over on the other semi-final against Ray Martin. Lots of life left in that game yet.
Absolutely. Keanu played very steadily today, and but we know Raymond Martin is a real fighter, real determined character, as we saw from that last end, and he'll make Keanu work for every shot.
That's the thing, isn't it? We see it with Jamie here as well, as the bowlers that are successful and continuously do well at these events. They just find a way. There's no crumbling. They don't get frustrated or overly frustrated with how the game is going. If there's life, there's hope, and they just continue to chip away in these situations.
A little surprised here to see Blake change his hand. Yes, he was 1 down, but Jamie, and Jamie's bowl's short of the jack, but it was already the shot.
Yeah, he may have felt that the Jamie's bowl was lower than it is, because it's not that we can see here. It's only a bowl low. Maybe it looked like it was more in the way from his end.
Yeah, and by moving on to that other side of the rink, which the players haven't favoured, again, just not really getting close with the second or third bowl. Having a good look here to see is it 1 or 2.
Yeah. I think we'd almost see him switch back to his forehand side now, Blake, that he's come to have a look at the head and can see that shot bowl's just a bowl low. Even if you're looking to replace the shot bowl that sits at 9 o'clock on your screen.
He's got a nice
chances.
Yeah, he's got a nice catcher behind him. He may still want to play the backhand and look to just sort of turn his own bowl over. But the way that forehand side is played with the bowls breaking in, you would think he's got a chance to sit the shot bowl or the second shot, and if he's tight, he's onto the jack. So let's see what he's decided to do.
Lining up, he's going quick here. Is he going for both the bowls? Lake signal.
First time we've seen him on the attack. He's wide. Is he going to get a touch? He's going to get a touch, and he gets the result.
Well, the weight was good.
The weight was good. It's the first time we've really seen him play an attacking shot in this game. Definitely not what he was going for. So you can see he was wide. He gets a touch. He gets onto his own bowl. He gets on the shot bowl, and his bowl sits back for the shot.
Yeah, that's that'll be disappointing to be Jamie Hill watching that bowl go up the green and get that sort of result. But I suppose, give yourself a chance, and miracles can happen.
Sometimes the bowling gods smile on you, and that was definitely one of those cases. I mean, it's an old saying, you've got to be up when you're down, and he certainly was up. But yeah, a magic result for Blake Signal.
The only positive from Jamie Hill's point of view is it's first to 25, so that was not to win the game.
Yeah, that'd be pretty gut-wrenching if that was the last bowl. That's for sure. And Jamie, I see sitting down on the seat there, probably wondering, is it really my day today or not? But I'm sure that'll be a momentary thought.
Let's give yourself about 20 seconds to...
and just to rub salt into the wounds, Blake plays a pretty good first bowl.
Great shot.
So, look, it can be a frustrating game at times, bowls, as we all know. And but look, Jamie's come up with a pretty good reply here with his first bowl, one right on the jack.
Oh, that just underlines the class. I mean, both these players, they wouldn't be in a semi-final if they weren't class acts, would they? It's constantly great to watch.
And one of the hallmarks of Jamie is he's a player that doesn't get too bothered about things. He's a very relaxed character. Takes the game in his stride. He's been around for many years now. Former New Zealand champion, former New Zealand representative. Nothing much worries him, and he'll just keep playing right up until that last bowl, regardless of the score.
Absolutely. I think for me that's one of the great things about the singles game in outdoor is that in New Zealand, well, we now all go to point targets as opposed to ends, and it just rewards the tenacity of people. Sometimes in an end game where you have a set amount of ends, a game can get away and it's impossible to come back. Your required run rate's too high, but singles is to a point, so you have to play a winning bowl.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, there's no sitting on a lead. You've really got to keep at it, and here we have Jamie with at least 2 shots, I think. Well, sorry, only 2 shots. He's got his third bowl he's playing now on a pretty good line here. If he sits that bowl, that might be 3. Maybe he's just pushed his that bowl out, but he's got 2 really good shots.
A better
there.
2 now, isn't it? Because he's obscured the jack on the backhand side for Blake. So Jamie will be thinking that he's probably going to have an opportunity to make it 3 with his last ball here, unless Blake plays a really, really good shot.
Blake does have a chance of trailing the jack here, which would be an amazing result if he could move it. Just doesn't pull on that side. See,
Looking straighten up there as well.
Yeah, almost just a little patch there that he's run into of water. I'm guessing, because we can see that we've had a lot of rain. So 2 to Jamie.
Playing a safe line here on his backhand.
Yeah, definitely didn't want to be narrow.
Fair enough.
So 2 to Jamie Hill gets him to lucky 13 in this race to 25. Blake Signal leading 21-13. And let's see tactically what Jamie does here. Does he go a little bit longer?
It'll be tempting to change something, won't it? He has scored on a handful of ends, so you don't want to be throwing the jack to a length that Blake is comfortable at, as we see the rain really persisting down now. Are they going to go inside for a minute? Yeah. No, maybe. It'll be tempting. Oh, he's going to play a bowl. Very much outdoor bowls weather here today. Jamie plays his bowl.
Yeah, sort of sticking with the shorter ends, but perhaps just on the basis that with the heavy conditions, long ends, become pretty problematical. And yeah, as you can, I'm sure, see and hear, the rain is really getting heavier, and this will start to make the green pretty difficult to play on. But
it's almost a positive for Jamie Hill, though, isn't it? Because it's what more of a change could you get in a game than the green, the weight to change? And the other score I can say just quickly, Brett, is 18-9 to Keanu in that race to 25 in the other semi-final, as we see Jamie play his forehand. And I think we can expect to see the green, it'll begin to change. We might see some pooling start to happen shortly, and it will be slowing down.
Yeah, the Northeast Valley green drains pretty well. And obviously Terry and Colin the green team will be just keeping an eye on that. But we're still seeing good turn on both hands. Blake holding at least 1 here. And it's a credit to the players that they have stayed out there, knowing that this game is being televised, knowing there's a huge amount of interest, and that the organisers will want to get the tournament completed. So good on them.
It's one of the things I enjoy about bowls. We've seen it at a number of nationals, of course, and big events that you run. When you need to get it done, people tend to pitch in, and it's not unusual to see. I've got some umbrellas. That's brilliant. It's not unusual to see players pitch in with squeegees and all that sort of stuff to get the greens ready for play in a lot of events. And I enjoy seeing that. I think it showcases the communal spirit that we have in the sport.
It sure does.
Someone needs to tell Mr. Coonahan that although his umbrella is keeping him dry, wouldn't mind if he moved a little bit to his right. As we see Jamie Hill draw second shot.
So Blake Signal has the shot. I think he was thinking that probably he was one down, but hard to see from the mat, and obviously in these conditions. So it's 1 to Blake Signal. That gets him to 22. Can he draw another one with his last bowl to just get him that much closer to 25 shots?
So we see that bowl coming to shot now and falling short. So that will be a 22-13 lead that Blake Signal takes in this race to 25.
Yeah, the Jamie looking for a little bit of cover. You can actually see if you look at Jamie's hoodie just how wet he is. That's soaked. That garment, and I see Blake just wiping a little bit of moisture away from his face. He looks like he's has slightly better apparel for the conditions. Interesting, he's gone a little bit longer here on this end. Obviously playing in this direction particularly well. He's pretty close with this first one.
Taking a nice line.
Well, that's a cracker.
Great bowl there from Blake Signal. Playing some of the heads we've seen in these conditions are frankly incredible.
Yeah, they're just showing what class players they are. Calling on all their experience to not let the conditions deter them and just stick to their work. Good reply from Jamie Hill, just slightly narrow, but again, really good speed. So at 22, suddenly you start thinking about the fact, well, I've actually got enough bowls on every end to actually win this game. And here's another good bowl from Blake Signal, just drifting past.
Yeah, good stuff.
So 3 shots here would get him to the magic 25. Jamie Hill will just be continuing to plug away, looking to see if he can hold him off. Won't be happy with that one. Missed the line and a little short.
Yeah, an opportunity here arising for Blake Signal. He could check out on this end.
He could. Those keen-eyed viewers will see that there is a bit of breeze around. And I think Jamie got a decent gust with his bowl. But here's a good one from Blake Signal that just pulls up short, but probably second shot.
Counting for 2A, so he's on 24 now.
So Jamie Hill really needs to get a close one here to keep himself in the game. He's tight again. What's his speed like?
It's not heading in a great direction, I don't think, Brett. Just underneath the line. So I think Blake will ask. He won't ask, but he should be holding 2. So if it makes this 3, he'll want to hold the game.
So again, just keeping his technique solid. He's got a good line again into this head. This is going to be pretty close.
Brilliant effort here from Blake Signal. How's it going? I think he's made it in for 3. He's holding the game here, folks. So Jamie Hill with a 1 bowl to salvage.
Jamie staying on that backhand side. He's got a better arc this time. He's taken more green. Now, what's the speed like? He's close.
I think he's not far away.
He's close.
Urging it on. It's not going to make it. And there we see the semi-final go to Blake Signal. So we're going to sit back and watch some highlights now, Brett, and then we will sign off for now. But for viewers watching at home, this stream will continue going. And we're looking to come back to the final around 2, 2:15, as we see some highlights there early on in the game. Jamie Hill drawing that shot. And the players really picked that side of the rink well, didn't they, Brett?
Yeah, look, a high-quality game. I think the difference was just the consistency of Blake Signal. Jamie Hill played some terrific bowls during the game, but Blake was just all the more successful. And as we see here, got some great results just with his run shot play. Got a couple of magic results at the right time in the game, and was just always playing a little more consistent than his opponent. Here's a great bowl from Jamie Hill that got him back into the game with a 4. But by and large, it was really Blake just too steady on the day. That's why he's a world champion. And he's going to be pretty tough to beat in the final of this Northeast Valley 10,000 sponsored by Spates this afternoon.
Yep, absolutely. And obviously, due to weather conditions and other such things, we're not going to hang around to watch the end of that other semi-final, Brett. So on that note, we'll sign off for now. But if you are a viewer, just keep your eye on this live stream. We'll look to come back at maybe 2:15 to 2:30 to watch a final between Blake Signal and the winner of that semi-final between Keanu Darby and Ray Martin.
Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. someone else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times
Hello and welcome back to this live coverage of the Speight's Northeast Valley 10,000 singles, taking place obviously at Northeast Valley. I'm Alex Reid and I'm joined here by my co-commentator Brett O'Reilly to watch this final of this event between Keanu Darby and Blake Signal.
Yeah, high class final and prospect with Keanu Darby having just narrowly won his semi-final against Raymond Martin, 25-24. Keanu, a local player from Dunedin, debuted in this tournament, New Zealand's premier invitation singles in 2016, and up against Blake Signal from the Stokes Valley Club. Blake debuted in the Northeast Valley singles in 2011. He is the current World Fours champion, dating back to the last time the World Championships were hosted in Christchurch in 2016, and he was very impressive in his win against Jamie Hill in the semi-finals. So the weather looks like it has fined a little bit for this final, though we won't count our chickens yet because we know this forecast is pretty unsettled. But let's keep our fingers crossed that the weather stays as it is. And Alex, I think we're in for a treat this afternoon.
Yes, for sure. I'm looking forward to this game. And like we mentioned before, Keanu came through a really close semi-final match with Ray Martin. He didn't squander his lead, but he was comfortably up, wasn't he, Brett? And it sort of, Ray just didn't go away. And at the end, it was 24-all on that last end with Keanu taking the win.
Yeah, cracker of a game. Keanu made all the early running, and Raymond hung in there with all of the shot play that we know he's synonymous with, and then found his form on the draw, and then it was really just a scramble at the end between two very good young players, both of them in the expanded New Zealand squad, and so great opportunity for Keanu here to further his claims for higher honours against a player who's been there and done that for New Zealand, and Blake Signal. So great bowl here from Keanu. Just pulls up short. So it's Blake Signal playing with the orange bowls. And Blake recently returned to New Zealand, having played over in Australia in the Newcastle district, and returned with his family to his beloved Stokes Valley, but also his beloved Bowls Wellington, and accepted the role as general manager there. So that's a great last bowl from Blake Signal, grabbing the bonus, which is all important in singles play in this first to 25 shots, and that's 2 to Blake Signal, and he gets on the board first in this Northeast Valley 10,000 invitation singles event, proudly sponsored as always by Speight's, the pride of the South.
Yeah, and Blake will be happy with that start, Brett, considering the fact that he will have had an hour and a half to sit down and twiddle his thumbs, waiting for that other semi-final to be completed.
Yes, he got through his work pretty quickly in the semi-final with Jamie. Just really too steady on the day against Jamie Hill, in pretty rugged conditions actually. So both players will be relieved that the rain has gone away, and at least while it's still cold and windy here at the Northeast Valley Club, they at least can be assured at the moment that they'll keep dry.
For sure. So we see just the players' end. Here we go. First bowl by Blake, pretty good, and Keanu playing the other hand, the backhand side. We did see in the semi-final that we televised earlier in the day, Brett, players favour the bank hand because it seemed as though it came back a bit more, it had a bit more of a swing to it.
Yeah, you can see this bowl coming down from Blake Signal. There's just a lot more finish on that hand, where we saw the other side of the rink tended to just play a little bit straighter, and certainly most of the shots scored were on that side of the rink. Keanu Darby, of course, from the host Northeast Valley Club, have been hosting this event since 1990, well established on not just the New Zealand bowls calendar, but on the international bowls calendar. And if you look through the players who have played in this event, and the organisers have kindly given us all 180 players who have played in this event over the years. There are some of the greatest names in the sport that have played in this. But neither of these guys have been in the winner's circle before. Again, we've got New Zealand coach Mike Kernahan marking the game for us, so I'm sure we'll get some expert insights from Mike as to who's got the shot at various times. Keanu Darby has represented New Zealand at the World Under-25 singles twice. He's got 3 centre titles in Dunedin, and he is a member of the high performance squad, and I understand is the chef for Brooke Craik in his spare time. So there you go, man of many talents. Keanu is playing with Aero Optima bowls, while Blake, his bowl of preference is the Henselite Dreamline XG, and we can see here that Blake's got at least one shot. Keanu's come down and have a bit of a look and just assess the situation. Mike Kernahan now going and having a look. Are we going to get a clue from Mike with a lollipop? No, he's just going to prefer to keep his hands warm.
He'll know though, won't he? And Blake playing with size 5s as well. Brett and Keanu with the size 4 bowl.
So Keanu on the forehand side, the more drawing side of the rink, and he'll be looking to just try and come around that short bowl of Blake Signals to either draw the shot or sit the bowl. He's close here.
Not far away.
Oh,
what
that's
a beautiful
brilliant
shot. Great bowl there.
Brilliant bowl. Just showing that real discipline of taking the green. The green is slower than you normally expect, but of course that's down to the rain that we've had in Dunedin today. But still, credit to Terry Scott and to Colin Wheeler, the greenkeepers, who have prepared as usual an outstanding surface, and despite the rain, still seeing the bowls able to get back to the centre line, particularly on that bank side of the green. But Keanu's going to prefer to continue to play this.
Could be intriguing battle here, Brett, if the players continue to favour opposite hands. We could get some interesting heads. I suppose the logic for Keanu, I mean, look at that, that's great stuff. The logic could be if it's not turning as much, you can miss by more and still land in the area.
Absolutely. Keanu's a local, so he'll know the conditions here. Keanu, as we said, made the final with a semi-final win over Victoria's Raymond Martin, and earlier in the day beat Sean O'Neill from the South Canterbury Centre 25-17, and some viewers may have caught coverage of that game. Keanu got away to good leads in both of those games and hung on in both to win. Blake Signal played Jamie Hill in his semi-final and had a good comfortable 25-13 win. Earlier he beat Finbar McGuigan 25-18, who's also from Wellington, and I believe playing at the Stokes Valley Club as well with Blake this year. And in his first game, Keanu Darby had a bye, so he's played less games in the post-section draw. Blake Signal didn't get a bye, and in his first game he was very impressive against current New Zealand squad member and former winner of this event, Tony Grantham, and Blake prevailed 25-5 over Tony, which would be...
It must have been a good confidence boost for Blake Signal to start off his post-section like that against someone of that class.
Absolutely, and Tony Grantham just coming off the back of winning the National Intercenter title as part of the successful Auckland team. So Keanu showing some prowess on this tighter side. That's
Great shot.
Great bowl. Toucher. Trails the jack back to his previous bowl, and he lies 2 here, trailing 2 shots to 1 in this first to 25 shots final.
Yeah, it's good stuff there from Keanu Darby. Blake on the drive on his backhand here.
He's close.
How much is it going to hold? He's edged one out. He was right in the area there, Brett.
Yeah, good drive from Blake. Good percentage shot. He doesn't have a back bowl, so there was not much point playing with controlled weight. He really wanted to get a connection and to sort of see if he could blast the jack out of the rink or into the ditch. Good result to take 1 out. So Keanu Reeves holding 1. Keanu Reeves, Keanu Darby. I'm guessing he's probably named after Keanu Reeves, but let's just stick with his proper name
For now.
For now, and that's another great bowl
Great
from
bowl
Keanu
there.
Darby. Be a little disappointed that it fell out. That's given Blake a bit of a shot at it, but Blake doesn't have a bowl past the
No,
jack.
he doesn't. I suppose there's a concern if Blake can't kill the jack. It looks actually almost like he could cannon some of his own bowls out if he plays that drive shot again, the place that Keanu's bowl finished. So is he going to wind up again? I can't tell with his delivery. We'll wait and see.
I think he's driving. Yes, he's
Okay.
on the drive, and looks like he's wide. So that looks like 2 shots to Keanu Darby. We're waiting for Mike Kernahan. Yes, 2 to red. So Keanu Darby, as you'll see from the scoreboard on your screen, is the red player. Blake Signal is the blue player. So look for that when you see those lollipops indicating who's scored. And at this stage, nothing in it. 3-2 to Keanu Darby in this first to 25 here at the Spates Northeast Valley 10,000. $5,000 on the line for the winner here. $2,500 for the runner-up. So plenty of incentive in addition to the honour of winning this prestige tournament.
It'd be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, singles wins that you can get on the side of the Tasman, I would say, Brett.
Absolutely right. And at a time when there's conjecture about what the New Zealand men's team is likely to look like this season, as it prepares for the first World Championship since 2016, which will be at Broadbeach in September of next year. Performances like this will be of great interest to the New Zealand selectors Peter Bellis and Sharon Sims.
No, it can't be a bad thing, can it?
Absolutely
to
not.
go well in one of these events.
And nice rhythmical delivery from Keanu Darby. Just really gets his bowl away nicely, and he's played a cracker here.
Beautiful shot there on his forehand. He seems comfortable on both sides of the rink.
Yeah, he's looked good in his play today. It was pretty miserable conditions in the quarterfinal and semi-final, so he'll be happy that the rain has cleared, and with that breeze, then you can see the impact on our banners from that breeze. It's probably kept drying the green out a little bit, and if anything, it looks like it might be running a little quicker than it was in the semi-final earlier.
Yeah, I would say so, and that makes sense as well as the green will dry off a little bit.
Played another good bowl here.
Yeah, settling into his task really nicely here. Keanu Darby. We'll get his name right soon, Brett. On the forehand, playing a good shot.
Yep, applying at least 2 shots, and Blake Signal needs to really play a good one here just to give himself a chance. He's played 2 short bowls, which is not good when you're down.
That's the line. How's the weight here from Blake Signal? Oh, that's gutting as a player because you know you've got your green absolutely perfect and you're just willing it to go a few more rolls, but not to be. And we've got 3 bowls shy of the head again, Brett.
Yeah, and Blake won't want this to be a feature of his play because without back bowls you're going to get yourself into a lot of trouble. Keanu didn't quite get that one away so well. I noticed a little bit of a bump as it came out of the hand. Beautiful line again, and Blake just, I think, wanting to understand who's got what shot. We know he's definitely down on the head. He'll be drawing here. Played this side of the rink very well in the semi-final against Jamie Hill.
He's got good green again, Brett. It's down to his weight here as we watch this bowl.
I'm not sure he's going to beat the front bowl, and then he didn't have the weight to get there, so that's 2 more to Keanu Darby. He's definitely settled into his work and found the weight better of the 2 players so far in this final, and he leads 5 shots to 2.
Certainly, although it was it's good there to see. If you look at the green that all 8 bowls took, the green by both players was within 6 inches to a foot of perfect. So they're finding their line right. It will come down to that weight, and it'll be interesting to monitor if the weather does change or if the green continues to dry, it would make sense that the speed of the green may change. A game to 25 points is a long time. It's time for the speed to change and then see who can adjust best.
Yeah, and Blake Signal, of course, a player with immense experience, a world championship, a gold in fours, a bronze in triples. He's been playing the last few seasons in the Newcastle district in New South Wales, where he was successful in winning 3 centre titles, or district titles as they're called in Australia, and he's previously secured 9 Wellington centre titles. He's got 4 national titles, 3 in the fours and 1 in the pairs, and was runner-up in the New Zealand singles to Dean Elgar. So he's a well-credentialed player. You might say on form, on experience, he'd be favoured to win this game. But Keanu, Darby is one of the number of young guns, these real fast charging echelon of young players that are really taking the game by storm in New Zealand at the moment, and really we expect to see a number of them in the Blackjacks team over the coming seasons, as you know, we see a bit of a changing of the guard of New Zealand bowls, having been so well served by some great players over the last few seasons.
Absolutely, and a great shot there from Blake Signal. Drawing a front toucher after his first bowl, slightly overplayed. That'll give him a bit of confidence.
He'll be happy. Keanu Reeves persisting with the narrower side. I think he's played a good bowl here. Very close to getting the shot. He's just going to slip past. It's a good second and a good catcher.
That's pretty good stuff, really, isn't it? And particularly if Blake's got a toucher, which Mike indicated it did by putting the spray chalk on. You don't need much weight if he keeps the same weight and takes his line in. The jack's popping straight back to the 2 greens.
Yeah, Blake just pulling up short. He'd be disappointed with that bowl. You know, it's
It must be tempting to look to pop the jack back here, Brett.
Absolutely.
On the forehand side, just get your weight right, Keanu. Here we go. Just see how much it breaks, and we know it's the hand that holds, so expect it to drift a little bit.
And well called, Alex. Looked like it had a pretty good line, but as we've seen, they just tend to hold a little bit there, whether that's just a little bit of the breeze and perhaps the green's a little wetter there than it is on the other side. So at this stage, 1 to Blake Signal, and can he add another shot here? I think yes, he can.
Down it comes. Great shot there from Blake Signal. Good bowl. Those are the ones that you really want to make count in a singles game when it's you're adding a bonus shot. There's no right of reply to having the last bowl. So he'll be pleased with that. And we've got a score now that reads 4 points to 5 in this race to 25.
Really want to pay tribute to the North East Valley Club for this this event. You know, to have been going since 1990, for it to continue to be really one of the premier invitation singles events on the Australasian calendar. No Australian players this year, but certainly a roll of honour with people like Rob Perella, Aaron Wilson, Ben Twist, who have played in this tournament. Aaron Wilson, a 2-time winner of the event, the current Commonwealth Games champion, and not just a great tournament in terms of play, but a great spirit. One of the areas, Aaron Disco Wilson, and one of the great characteristics of this tournament is the winner is celebrated in cartoon caricature. John Parsons is the artist who puts those together, and through this afternoon's coverage, we're going to try and feature some of those cartoons. So there's Aaron Wilson with his shirt off. That obviously happened at North East Valley, and those people who watched his amazing win for the gold medal at Leamington Spa at the Commonwealth Games will know he got his shirt off against Gary Kelly. Yeah. That's another one of the victory caricatures of Aaron Wilson. In that case, more the disco version rather than the shirt off version.
I think we can blame Kelvin Kirko for the shirt off display. He famously did that when he won his Commonwealth Games gold.
He did in Melbourne,
2006, I think.
If I remember rightly. I think I was there that day when Kelvin did that, and yeah, I think Kelvin definitely was the first to do that. But yes, so this Northeast Valley event, a great competitive tournament, but also played in a great spirit. It's a real opportunity for that Northeast Valley and Dunedin community to showcase itself, and the John's cartoon caricatures are just another one of the unique features of this event that's been supported so well by Spates over many years.
Keanu on his backhand, he'd be willing this one to hold. He let it go with a little bit of a bump there.
And I think, again, we see that hand not playing quite so well as the other side of the rink, and typically the players that have been drawn onto that side have struggled in this game. Blake having to change his time, obviously deciding he didn't want to turn up Keanu's bowl, and he's played a good bowl here.
Yeah, it just seems to be a bit snaky, doesn't it, that side away from the ditch. Playable, obviously, we've seen, that was a great shot there from Blake Signal, and we've seen Keanu draw a few touches on it, but it's potential, if you miss your line by as much as 6 inches, the bowl can either hold or swing for no particular reason.
That's exactly right. So Keanu, the local Northeast Valley player, he's probably 3 down here.
May see a bit of aggression the way he was eyeing it up on his walk back. That's his decision, isn't it? You either draw for second or you go jack or bowl, see if it's worth it.
Yeah, it'll probably be a good marker, good indication of how confident he is as to what he plays here. It looks like he's searching.
Taking a high line on that holding hand. I think we'll see this one drift wide.
Yeah, that we've seen a lot of those bowls in the 2 games we've commentated on this rink. Terry Scott and Mike Kernahan having done the quarterfinal this morning, and Alex and I having done the semi-final, Blake versus Jamie. So 3 there to Blake Signal.
Yeah.
Pops him out to a 7-5 advantage.
And a good 3, he'll be happy with, he'll be pleased with that 3, because it's one that you wouldn't necessarily expect to have held on to the way that head sat. So he'll feel like, not that he's got away with that, but just a good psychological 3 to score there and to go to that 7-5 lead. Keanu changing his shoe.
And Blake unfortunately has lost the jack there.
Something you wouldn't expect on a rainy day, to overthrow the jack into the ditch.
Yeah, obviously looking to just go a little bit longer with the jack and see if you could put a bit of pressure on Keanu, but Mike Kernahan will straighten the jack up, and we'll see what Blake Signal can do with his first bowl. First to 25 in this game, so we're not going to be worried about ends. We're just worried about shots.
It's interesting, isn't it, the first to 25 format, and I suppose we won't give a history lesson, but we'll talk about it briefly, I think, Brett. My understanding is for a long time in New Zealand we played a set number of ends for our singles, and then sort of were dragged kicking and streaming into the 20th century to go to a number, 21 or 25.
Yeah, well, when I started playing bowls 42 years ago, the game was predominantly 21 ends. There were some Masters events actually that played to 31. The Lion Masters in Palmerston North and in the Northern Districts Masters, and later the Auckland Masters, I think from my memory, were first to 31. After a while that seemed a bit long, so they brought them back to 25, and I think generally the invitational singles events now are 25. But for club and centre tournaments, 21 shots I think was deemed a sort of a slightly easier format, allowed you to get typically 4 games a day in, which to try and get through matches, and that's been the format used in our national championships as well, where again you're trying to get 4 games in a day, and 25 just makes it a little bit harder. Generally you can only play 3 games a day with 25 shots. Better second bowl from Blake Signal here, ends up just behind the jack, so that's a good adjustment by Blake. Good line with both of his bowls. And now let's see what Keanu can do.
On the back end, How much is it going to hold at the end of the track? That's the question. Beautiful weight. Would have been a front toucher if he'd been sort of 3 or 4 feet to the right as we see it. Not to be. So Blake signal on his backhand again, just looking to put another bowl next to a second one. A nice line there from Blake signal. Chasing after his bowl.
Yeah, we're pleased to get that past the head. Keanu with 2 seconds, and obviously the opportunity to play with a little bit of weight, so that gives an insurance policy for Blake.
Yeah, it's quite nice as a player when you can do that, because that's what he would have been looking to do, and it takes a bit of touch, and you just feel like, cool, I've been able to just get nicely past the head and be effective. As Keanu takes a very high line here with this bowl, with his Optimas.
Yeah, that was a little ambitious, but he does finish at the back, so it does give him the backest bowl and the option of playing with a more attacking weight and looking for that shot bowl with his last bowl.
Absolutely.
But in the meantime, Blake Signal's got his last bowl, and he'll be looking to draw another shot, I'm sure.
Let it go Let it go nicely on the back end as you see it approach Keanu's shoulder. There we go. Good angle here.
Yeah, beautiful jacket that Keanu's got there.
Looks nice and warm, doesn't it, Bruce?
Yes, it does. I'm sure that served him very well today. So Blake would be pretty disappointed with that. He really had nothing to lose by being up. May have got a little bit in Keanu's eye. Keanu with a couple of options here. He could play his swap over and play the narrower left-hand side of the rink as we look at it, or his forehand, and maybe look to either sit the bowl clean or come off his bowl. Alternatively, he can play his backhand, but the risk there is getting onto the jack and potentially ending up 2 down, though he does have the back bowl. So he can probably, if he plays the forehand, he can probably play that with a little bit more controlled weight. Backhand, he'll probably have to play a bit quicker.
Yeah, he'd have to be quick on the backhand, I agree.
And it looks like he's going to play the forehand.
This will be interesting to see. We know it's the hand that drifts. He's going to have to play this perfectly. Give himself a chance. I think he'll need to use his second shot bowl to get it back in enough. He's close here. Needs it to get down. Oh, it's a beautiful effort there from Keanu, Darby.
Yep. Any touch on the inside of that bowl gave him a great chance of getting the shot. Well played by Keanu Darby. Unfortunately, not the result he was looking for, but so 1 to Blake Signal. That puts him out to an 8-5 lead in this first to 25 at the Spates Northeast Valley 10,000.
And Blake now 3 ends in a row. He's got a bit of momentum building here, Brett. 3 ends with no reply from Keanu as yet, and 8-5 isn't a big lead, but it's a lead nonetheless. So he's it'll be progressing as he would have liked to have seen it go.
I know there'll be a strong group of supporters from Stokes Valley on today's coverage, and of course Blake's younger clubmates Finbar McGuigan and Seamus Curtin have I think both been playing in this tournament. I guess Blake's the elder statesman of those players. Not that he's that old. The Signal family, very well known in the Hutt Valley and the Stokes Valley area, from both indoor and outdoor. Blake's father Brian, a well-known figure in indoor and outdoor bowls at the Stokes Valley Club. The family have been very involved in supporting the club with administration over a long period of time, and Blake obviously been a terrific player for Stokes Valley, Wellington and New Zealand, and now turning his hand to administration, and great to see a former international in that role as General Manager of Bowls Wellington.
Absolutely, he's got a lot to bring to the role, and we look forward to seeing some pretty cool stuff coming out of that Wellington region and in the coming seasons. We see Blake here on his forehand side. Keanu having lost a bowl quite wide there. See the wind in the background. Is getting up a little bit. And possibly with the green is certainly speeding up. That's not actually going to help the players. you almost want the green to be a bit slower in these sorts of conditions.
Yeah, and when it's slow and also with a little bit of wind, you've really got to keep your discipline on that line because you know you are constantly searching for speed, but you need to make sure that you still have that discipline of taking good line. We can see Keanu, Darby. This is a world green bowl, and this is going to be pretty close.
Nicely played there by Keanu.
Yeah, well played. Good discipline to just adjust that line, but not to go too narrow. So what can Blake Signal do with his last bowl? He's at least one down on the head.
On the forehand.
Again's got some good arc with that bowl, and now it'll start to break towards the jack.
That's classy stuff there from Blake Signal, drawing the shot.
Yeah, well played.
And Keanu, oh, we've lost a flag.
Yeah, so you can see just how that wind is really starting to get up now, blowing over one of our sponsors' flags.
Quite gusty.
Yeah,
There we
with
go,
the
it's
Jardin
been
banner.
salvaged.
Thank you for their support of this event.
Keanu just weighing up the options. He probably has second and third shot.
I expect he'll be looking to attack this.
On the straight hand.
On the backhand, and he's played this pretty well. Will he hold for the jack? Will he hold for the jack? No, he'll just slip past the jack.
That's disappointing.
Yeah, for all money, it looked like he had the jack there. But as we've seen several times, the bowls don't turn so much on that hand with weight. So Blake Signal holds on to his shot, and he now leads this final in the first to 25 shots.
Well, it'll be frustrating for Keanu there, as he was probably looking for the shot bowl on the backhand. And he probably, I mean, if we watch his delivery, it came out smooth, so he would have hit his aiming point, and his bowls literally drifted 1.5 feet to 2 feet to his left. So not only missed the shot bowl, but then missed the jack by what appeared to be about 3 cigarette papers, Brett.
Absolutely. And I think I deleted to mention, I believe Raymond Martin is also playing some of his bowls at Stokes Valley now. So a strong contingent from that club. And I can see a couple of the players, as you can see in the clubhouse, just sitting behind the players as they play away from the clubhouse here. Good start from Blake Signal and a good start from Keanu Darby. Both players really starting to get into their work. We've typically seen the heads a bit closer coming in this direction. I think probably the bowl's less affected by the wind.
Yeah.
In this way, certainly seen them less buffeted around. Good speed that time from Blake, but just a little bit under the line. But he still holds the shot and leads this Northeast Valley 10,000 final by 9 shots to 5.
Keanu, nice backhand, nice classic delivery. And some hardy souls spectating from outside. Brett, you can see there to the right. Must be some local club members. Not that they'd be used to these conditions. I'm sure it's sunny all the time in Dunedin.
Absolutely. Except when it snows and when it rains.
We won't say how often that is.
No, I think the snow is definitely unusual, though. They had a pretty good dusting a couple of weeks ago. Better bowl this time from Blake Signal. He's kept that line, and this is going to go very close.
Look at that bowl dive. Good shot, well played. It did had such a late swing there. Managed to get sort of a running toucher, holding one. As Keanu changed to his forehand by the looks of his delivery.
Yeah, looking to try and come up and see if he can sit that bowl or trail the jack.
It's the hand that drifts. He's willing this one to hold up, and that's the frustration with these sorts of hands on a bowling green. Sometimes you then play for it to hold, and it hooks across on you a bit early.
Tricky one for Blake here. I think he'll stay on the backhand and he'll probably be looking to just get past the jack just to try and give himself a bit of an insurance policy, knowing that Keanu will certainly be reaching for the head again.
Absolutely. I think that's what he was aiming to do. I think he'll be disappointed with this bowl. Blake will have been looking to go, at least a metre past, maybe even a bit deeper than that would have been okay.
Now, it's an interesting dilemma here because Keanu gets the jack and he probably gets 3, maybe 4 shots. He's a little wide and he gets his own bowl, and maybe it's 3 or 4 shots to Blake's signal. So a little bit for the North East Valley player to consider as he plays this last bowl.
Absolutely.
Let's see, he's definitely on the forehand again, so let's see what sort of weight he uses. He's still looking to play.
Nice positive weight. This
Well,
could
it's in a danger zone.
could go ugly.
It's in a
Edging that
danger
one in.
zone.
Oh. I would say he was actually, I'll be feeling pretty fortunate if I was Keanu there. I think from the moment he let it go, there would have been danger bells ringing in his head, thinking, hit those orange bowls, it's only bad stuff from here. So he's got away with that, hasn't had a horrible result, and we'll see Blake Signal score again. Should bring his tally to 10-5 now, and we've seen Blake score 5 consecutive ends in this final, and the race to 25.
Blake Signal, part of that New Zealand team that just had so much success at the last World Championships in Christchurch. He played 3rd in the New Zealand 4 that won the gold medal, and the marker today, Mike Kernahan, was of course number 2 in that team. It had a brilliant final performance in beating the Mark Casey skipped Australian team. Mark Casey having, I think, played in this tournament in the past, and Shannon McElroy, who has won the last 3 Northeast Valley singles, and won it a total of 6 times. Shannon was successful in winning the World Championship singles on that occasion at Burnside in 2016. But Shannon hasn't been in the field this year, so this year we're going to have a new winner from either Blake Signal or Keanu Darby.
Shannon there on the screen, you can see one of those wonderful images that gets drawn every year for the winner of the North East Valley, and he's a goat there.
So I'm assuming that that's referring to being the greatest of all time.
I presume so, yes.
As opposed to playing like a goat.
Yeah.
That's something that I can keep for myself. But yeah, Shannon has had a wonderful record in this tournament, winning the 3 in a row from 2019 to 2021, and previously also winning in 2012, 2008, and in 2006. So he is the most prolific winner of this tournament, which is a tremendous achievement. And while he hasn't been at this event this year, there you are. Gave a bit of a lesson there, and that looks like Stokes Valley's Seamus Curtin.
It is.
Sitting on the bowling coaching books there, having played the master Shannon McElroy in the final in 2019, and Seamus Curtin was involved in a magnificent game to determine the winner of the national the Somerset New Zealand Intercentre event, which was held at last weekend in North Harbour. And on that occasion, Seamus just dipping out 25-24 to Mike Galloway from Auckland, which secured the Intercentre title for Auckland. But great performance by Seamus Curtin, a magnificent game of bowls at the Browns Bay Club. Here's Keanu Darby drawing the shot. He'll be pleased with that. And so Blake Signal just checking with Mike Kernahan what the situation is, and I expect he'll move over onto this backhand side, and he'll be looking to come down with some reaching weight for the shot.
Yep, absolutely. As we see, he's let it go. It's on the drifting hand.
Close here.
It's not far away is Blake's Signal. Great bowl there. Well
Beautifully
played.
Really good controlled weight. Made sure that he allowed the bowl to turn, so didn't go too quick. down that hand, and that would be one of the better bowls we've seen in the games played on that hand with weight.
Certainly with weight. Yeah, it seems to be the draw line's okay to find, but with weight it can do anything. So a good shot there.
So that's 1 to Blake Signal. He's 10-5 up on the board. 1 up on the head. What can Keanu Darby do with his last bowl?
On his backhand side. We'll find out soon enough.
Well, he's in the zone. Let's see what sort of weight he's got here.
Little feather first, and the jack.
Well, it's a beautiful little touch on the jack that gets him at least one shot here. As we like to say, you've got to be up when you're down, and if you're up, you can get a result. And he got a very good result there.
I think he deserved to score a point though there, Brett. He chucked it in the right area. If he would have felt a little bit stiff to not score, I think, from that bowl. He played it well.
Out comes the measure.
Mike Kernahan there, just having a little chat to the players. Looks nice and snug in his Dynasty apparel. Bowls New Zealand gear there. And I think only the one to Keanu Darby. But stop the rot, as we say. It's 5 ends in a row it was to Blake Signal. So Keanu scores again. And the score should now be 6-10.
Yeah, nothing in this game really so far. I guess you might say Blake's been a little steadier, but it's a long game in that first to 25. Really requires a lot of concentration. So let's see what happens over the next couple of ends. Keanu back onto the forehand side. He preferred this side earlier in the game. And again, we see that bowl just hang out a little bit with weight. So Blake Signal playing his preferred backhand side in this direction. That bank side of the ditch side of the rink, and you're going to get a lot more turn, as we saw with that bowl, and it's a reasonably good opener from Blake Signal. Leads 10-6. $5,000 to the winner of this Spates Northeast Valley 10,000. $2,500 to the runner-up, and the losing semi-finalists Raymond Martin and Jamie Hill will have pocketed $1,500 for their efforts, which is pretty good money.
Yeah, not bad for a little bit of work. As we see Keanu there, still on the forehand. It intrigues me. He is playing well, but it intrigues me that he's opted to play or to favour the side away from the ditch. Brett, and obviously it must be a local knowledge thing or something that he has just decided is the way to go. And we've seen the other players on this rank opt, as we see Blake here, opt to play that backhand, which swings out a little bit more.
And can I thank my friend Jason Puddock at Stokes Valley, who mentioned that Blake's last singles event prior to this was at the Australian Open, where of course he lost to the eventual winner, Aaron Sheriff, in the semi-finals. So despite the fact that he's perhaps decided to devote a bit more of his time to administration, he's still bowling very well, and that just really underscores Blake's ability at this level. You know, Aaron Sheriff, one of the great players of Australian and international bowls, and the Australian Open, you know, the largest bowls tournament in the world, and so no mean effort at all in making the semi-finals of that. So thank you, Jason, for that piece of information, and I guess just demonstrates Blake's ability to compete at this level.
Yeah, he certainly had success in his time over in Australia. Popped up periodically and results from his district, and I can recall tuning into a few of the live streams they have from that side of the Tasman that featured Blake playing pretty well. As we see Keanu on his backhand here, 1 down on the head, 4 down on the card in this race to 25 points.
I like the fact Keanu really takes his time. You know, he's very considered player. Weighing up the options. Here he's looking for that bowl or jack on the run, and he's close here. Oh, that's a tough result.
Unfortunate, really. He played it well. It was lovely weight that he played that with too. That nice reaching weight. You see none of the bowls are off the head, but unsuccessful on that occasion.
He looks like it's a little bit hard to tell from our commentary position, but Blake Signal's obviously got the shot. This looks like a second shot. Now, what will the measure tell us? Mike Kernahan having a good look.
Not opting to put is Mike going to make a call? It's at least 2, as you say 2.5. Mike opting.
I think we might have 3 there. I think I saw 3 lollipops there. Come on, Kearney, give us a...
I can see 3 lollipops, so we'll see how good Kearney's eyes are. He's taking a punt. I've actually written down 3 on my scorecard, so I'll be a bit annoyed if it's...
So the first measuring to see which is the closest bowl for Keanu, which of his green bowls is the closest. It looks like it might be that bowl, I think.
Yeah, and we'll see them go around.
Yep. And now we'll see whether...
So that one doesn't beat it. So now it's down to the short orange. See if it's in for 3. It is.
It is in for 3. So 3 shots to Blake Signal. That puts him out to 13-6. And probably for the first time, just that sort of lead, which would suggest that he might be a bit hard to catch in this semi-final.
Yeah, he's been very
in this final, should I say?
Yeah, it's all good. He's been very consistent, hasn't he, Brett? Very steady bowls in both the semi-final that we covered and this final so far.
Yeah, it's an old adage in bowls that it's not how many good bowls you play, it's how many loose bowls you play, and I think that's been a hallmark of the way Blake's played over the last few days. He's just been very steady, very consistent,
and that's an example of a commentator's curse right here, Brett.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll say he played with good speed,
yeah,
and it is the shot, but not likely to be for much longer. But yeah, he's typically played pretty steady stuff. And I think that's obviously got him to the final.
Everything flows from that, doesn't it? Because if you're putting 3 or 4 bowls in the target area, you're going to have more opportunities to score and all the things that come with that. The opposition have lower percentage shots. As we see Blake forced to change to his backhand here, as must look like from his end that Keanu's bowl is in his draw line, so to that backhand, that snaky hand, as we see this bowl just travel past a little bit. Still a good shot. He should be in, could be in for 1 there, I think.
Yeah, and probably a sign of the confidence that Blake Signal's built up today, that he, even though he's been playing the other side of the rink so well, felt that he didn't want to get wrecked on that bowl of Keanu Darby's, which was in the draw line. Keanu's played a good bowl here. This should be the shot.
Great shot. Well played, Keanu. I suppose for Keanu, having been involved in such a titanic semi-final, there won't be any panic stations or warning bells going on for him, because he was comfortably up, well, more than comfortably up on Ray Martin, and Ray clawed him back to 24 all. So Keanu will be thinking, well, it doesn't matter how far up you get on me, Blake. I know that I've survived a bit of a fright. I'll see if I can do a similar thing to you at this 13-6 stage.
Yeah, well, look, it was a great fight back from Raymond Martin. I mean, Keanu in the early stages of the game was really on fire on the draw, and it was Raymond's shot play that kept him in the game. And then, as the game wore on, we saw Raymond hit his straps on the draw, and then it was just nip and tuck all the way through as to who won. So change of hand here by Keanu, looking to come down and see if he can just sit his shot bowl, which he does.
Good bowl. And sat down as well. He'll be pleased with that.
So that, from our position, that looks like 2. Blake Signal asking marker Mike Kernahan, how many down am I? And I would say it's 2.
As we see, Blake just reset himself. Maybe a gust to win there. Yeah, just taking his time. It's good stuff there from Blake Signal, and lining up on his backhand. straight ahead, remember, about a half green at most.
He's got good line here.
Won't be a million miles away. Blake Signal, now he's willing it to hold that little bit. Wriggle through the gap, back door, not quite.
So from our commentary position, we'd say it looks like 2 to Keanu Darby.
Yep, certainly. So he's got an opportunity to draw a bonus pole here and reduce that deficit. He does trail 6 points to 14.
And I wonder if Blake Signal will regret changing his hand there when he's played that other side so well. Yes, the ball was in the line, but you know he did have room either side of it to get the shot. Keanu with his last bowl.
Oh, the last thing you want to do is hit the jack here, Keanu. He's not done it. It's okay.
Well, in fact, he's set that back bowl of.
I think he's made a 3 there, Brett. Yeah.
I think he has. Outcome 2 shots.
Keanu will have been on an emotional roller coaster, I would say, for the last 5 or 6 seconds of that bowl.
Yes, the proximity to the jack with that last bowl would have had his hand in his mouth. But look, the end result is 3 shots to Keanu Darby. So in this case, fortune favoured the brave, and pretty important end for him. You know, 14-6, as I said, we're starting to look like Blake was kicking away, but Keanu's recovered well, and immediately a change in tactics here. We see Keanu opt for shorter ends, which was a feature of his play in the semi-final.
Absolutely. Keanu here leading off on that forehand again, that hand that hasn't been the favoured one for the other players, but he's playing it well.
Yeah, just slides by again on that high side. So we can see the wind really buffeting the green.
Blake on the back end. You see the camera just again moved around a bit by the wind there. This will be the shortest end that they've played this game, I think, Brett.
Yeah, I think it's it's definitely the case, and that's a pretty good opener for Blake Signal.
Keanu. You're right, he's got a very considered action, takes his time. Won't be a million miles away here if he's got the weight right. Watching this bowl. Look at that snake, eh? It's just...
Yeah, you can just see the wind just holding those bowls there. So Blake stays on that drawing side. Is that experience, Alex?
It's a really good question. I think it's a good question. I wonder, I think for Keanu it's probably more like we said before, he plays here, so it's potentially it's a rank he might play on a lot and find that he gets the side right. I think usually Keanu will have played enough that most players, you'll play a hand that comes back nicely for you. So I'm not sure if I'd say it's experience, but definitely Keanu would be one of the few players out here, I would say, that has favoured this sort of snaky hand over the swinging one. Certainly in the games that we've televised today, that is the case.
So this time, better weight from Keanu Darby. Still that bowl kind of hanging a bit there, but that looks like it's pretty close to shot. Blake Signal again on his favoured side, and it's just going to pull up a little short.
He's got that green perfect, but that weight just isn't there. He's going to be staring down the barrel. Well, he should be staring down the barrel of 3 down. Come up with his last bowl, I would say, Brett. It's Keanu moving a little bit over on his mat here on his forehand side. He's shifted a bit to his right to where he has been taking it from.
Any touch of the jack is good for the North East Valley player. He's come down. He's looking for that jack. He's just going to sail through.
Yeah, it was a brave bowl. Lovely effort, though. I think he was certainly looking to trail the jack. Now, Blake will just be drawing again. Is he switching to his forehand as well? What's he doing? Is he going to hit it?
He looks like he's going to drive. So he's obviously 1 down, and he's driving on the forehand.
Yeah, fair enough.
And he's
Nailed it.
got the bowl.
What a bowl!
Oh, great shot from Blake
Brilliant.
Signal. Didn't have a back bowl, so he had to be on target, and which he was. Marker Mike Kernahan indicates 2 shots. So here's Blake
Look how
Signal
square
again.
this is. That is as good as it gets. Bang, bang. Thank you very
Superb.
much.
Got both the shot bowl and the other nearest bowl of Keanu Darby. So that's a great last bowl from Blake Signal. And I'm going to guess he's going to go a bit longer here. He's put the mat back to the 2 metre mark, and he looks like he's wanting to play us.
Oh.
Well, actually,
Well, I reckon he was aiming long and just fell short.
well, you're very kind, Alex. But just obviously the mat's slightly over.
Intriguing.
Mike Kernahan said that's fine. So the mat's slightly over the 2 metre mark, but the jack looks like it's at least a metre or so past the short mark there, which you can see marked on the chalk centre line, and Blake's Signal again on his favoured side, and so he's just going to pull up short, but reasonably handy.
And an indication of how much the screen is drying up, that we can actually see quite clearly the chalk lines running down the centre of the rink now, Brett, whereas generally, and we did see it in the semi-final that we televised, rink gets a bit damp and the chalk sort of vanishes into the Mania Toto.
Yeah, look, it's a credit to Terry and Colin, the green staff here, that they've been able to prepare these greens and have them playing this well, despite the amount of rain we've had.
Yeah, it's brilliant stuff.
Not such a good first bowl from Keanu, and he'll be disappointed that he missed that. Blake Signal close here.
And certainly too, and I'm not going to go through all the names because there's so many people who play a part in running the tournament, but just acknowledge again the volunteers involved in running the Spates North East Valley 10,000 singles. It's a big job to run something like this, and they've done it, like we've said, since 1990. So just thank you to them, I suppose, for getting this tournament off the ground and running and allowing us to televise what is some pretty good bowls.
Keanu would be disappointed with that. That's 2 bowls he's played well narrow, having come down on that narrow side. He changed his hand because of Blake Signal's probably his first bowl, which was shorter in the way, and in doing that, he's really opened the door for Blake Signal, who's just drawn the shot itself with his 3rd bowl, and now lies 3 shots. So Keanu Darby, alarm bells here. He needs a close one. Let's see what he does this time.
Yeah, beautiful head building here for Blake Signal. Lovely 3rd bowl. Now Keanu has taken the maximum green. Easy to do as we watch this sneak back in if he's got the weight at 2nd shot.
I still like Blake for 2 here.
Much better bowl though there from Keanu. I think Blake is holding the 2. Mike Kernahan watching on. Bowls New Zealand head coach, and Blake didn't like that one out of the hand at all, Brett.
No, that would be one of his looser bowls in this final. There's Mike Kernahan looking like the Grim Reaper in that caricature. We certainly know he can be a doer competitor, so let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say that's what that indicates. One of New Zealand's best singles players or singles exponents, and here's Keanu Darby. Does he
Holding
get
up
the
enough.
jack?
What a shot. That is absolute top-notch bowls. The ability that shows.
Yeah, and that's real discipline to hang in there. It looks like, oh no, Blake Signal still got the shot, so Keanu did very well to actually reduce the count to 1 when he was 2 down. But obviously that jack just ran away slightly from his bowl, so it's Blake Signal who scores another end in this final of the Spates North East Valley 10,000 and goes out to a 17-9 advantage in the first at 25.
I believe Mike Kernahan was father time there as opposed to the Grim Reaper, Brett.
I see. Okay. Well, I didn't recognise the character, which just shows you how uneducated I am.
And not Santa Claus.
And I did wonder about the beard. So I'm assuming that is that's in reference to his success in 2016 when He had first won this tournament, I believe, back in 1999. So it just goes to show you what a consistent singles exponent he's been over a long period of time. And there you have him on top of the mountain, with another one of his successes, and a great career as a player for Northeast Valley and his other clubs for the Dunedin Centre. Long a member of that Dunedin side that dominated inter-centre play in New Zealand, and a great player for New Zealand, bronze medalist, last medal won by a New Zealand male player in the Commonwealth Games back in 2002 at Manchester, and now in the national coaching role for New Zealand. And great to have a player of his immense experience guiding this next generation of men and women playing for New Zealand. So
Absolutely.
not such a good end from Blake here, and Keanu has swapped over to that side of the rink. So obviously he's decided that, like Blake signalled, that might be the more percentage side of the rink.
It just seems to be, it's not necessarily easier on a perfect line, but it's more consistent, isn't it? Because we know it's going to turn. So although you have to throw your ball out and give it a chance to turn, at least you know it's going to do that. Whereas that other hand, we've seen touches on it, but we've also seen bowls missed by literal metres, and they haven't missed their line by metres, I can tell you that.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Alex. So Keanu changing hands here, obviously wanting to get a bowl onto the other side of the jack, with Blake having a couple of catches here.
He's
and
close.
He's played this well.
Needs it to run that little bit more. Well, he's counting, I suppose. That's the positive of that bowl.
Yeah, not exactly where he wanted to be, but it'll put Blake Signal in a couple of minds here, because he's probably 3 down, so he would definitely want to try and get the shot.
And for Blake, it's an ugly 3 down, because there's gaps. There's bowl-sized gaps left, right and centre there. You're going to have to play a really good bowl, which he might have done. He's looking for it to hold for the jack. What a shot.
Brilliant bowl. Brilliant bowl. That was what Keanu Darby was looking to try and cover. Unfortunately, just dropped a bit short, and Blake Signal, one of the best bowls we've seen today.
Oh, that's incredible. He was 3 down. He couldn't hit it. You know, he had literally a jack-sized target there, and he couldn't have played that any better. That's a beautiful shot there from Blake Signal. And a 6-point swing there, 3 down to 3 up, with Keanu got a bowl to salvage. He's 9-17 down. You can see that on your scoreboard on the top left. Race to 25.
So in the context of this game, a critical bowl. He trails 9-17 on the scoreboard. He's 3 down on the head. What can Keanu Darby do to save the game? He's on a good line.
Very close here is Keanu.
Well,
Can roll that bowl into the head.
probably didn't quite have the weight.
I think slightly underplayed, yeah. The line looked perfect to me, but just that little bit shy. So we watch Keanu's bowl. No, sorry, Blake's bowl here.
Just a beautiful bowl to trail that jack. I mean, he was 3 down himself, so that's a 6-shot turnaround. 3 down to 3 up. And Keanu Darby in the zone, but perhaps not with quite the weight he needed. Still got his short bowl and managed to turn that up for a 3rd shot. So reduced the count to 2, but 19-9, 6 shots from home for Blake Signal, and just looking like he's going a little bit more steadily.
Yeah, it's probably about when you want to start scoring, although in the last game, we've spoken about it before, Keanu was 22-11 up in that last game and won 25-24, and it's that format going to 25 points. It's not that much longer than 21, but it seems like it is, so there is opportunities for comebacks to happen, but certainly looking like Blake Signal is on a good track here for this Northeast Valley 10,000. Keanu on the forehand. That swinging hand, willing this one to hold up a little bit longer. Good bowl, well, good result really.
Yep, good weight. Just got that edge there, as we've seen. Blake Signal again, he's just played this side of the rink so well through the game. Not quite going to have the weight here. So he leaves the door open for Keanu to swing around those short bowls for another shot.
On the forehand.
And he's out there. Back comes the Optima.
Beautiful. Look at that. That's great bowls.
Yeah,
Well played.
yeah, great.
And unfortunately for Blake, what we see here is a head where he's 2 down, and both the backhand and the forehand are essentially blocked up, aren't they, by his bowls?
Yeah, look, I think he can still play that forehand side, but he's preferring to play with weight. Obviously, feeling like he needs to break this up a little bit. He slows
Not
here.
far away. Good shot. That's well played.
Yeah, plucks out one of those Keanu Darby shots. So showing his experience there, deciding that he needed to do something with his third bowl, giving himself the option of potentially drawing again with his last bowl.
Definitely. Keanu walking away from that one. He can't watch it. Did a Joe Edwards impression, but it didn't go as well as her ones go when she doesn't look at the bowl.
No, wide and short. Definitely not where you want to be when you're behind on the board. He's got a shot here. Blake Signal saying, okay, can I just explain to me where the bowl is in relation to the jack and where are my bowls in relation to it. So he would just be weighing up his options. He doesn't have a bowl past the jack.
He might be looking... Oh, we'd have to know from his end. He could look to chip it off. He's got second and third shot. I think that's what he's going to do. Kill the jack, chip the bowl. It's almost impossible to remove the two oranges because they're level with each other, aren't they?
So driving on the backhand side, Blake Signal will let the bowl do the talking for us. Here he goes. Great bowl from Blake Signal. He kills the end.
Yeah.
Seemed a little disappointed. I think he was hoping he'd get the bowl clean. I think it might have actually been a forehand drive. But next best result is to kill it. And
I'd be happy. It was great there from Blake Signal. If you think about who watched this bowl again and look at it get pushed by the wind. He was a 16th of a bowl away from chipping Keanu off.
yeah, I think if he'd just missed that front bowl, he probably would have got the shot bowl clean. But look, still a good result for him. Prevents Keanu from scoring, and at 19-9. Still very much the Stokes Valley player in control of this final of the Speight's Northeast Valley 10,000.
And Blake playing a really impressive third and fourth bowl in that end. If we think about after the first two bowls each had been played, Blake had a blocked forehand, a blocked backhand, and was two good bowls down. He's done well to kill that end and have an opportunity to score here.
Yeah, showing some good experience with the shot selection, and here we see a long end from Blake Signal. So Keanu having played that last short end, which Blake Signal managed to escape from. Blake grabs the jack. He'd be used to playing on slower greens in Australia, of course, and that's a pretty good opener on a 2 metre to 2 metre jack.
On the backhand. Not far away if he's got the weight right. It's just looking like it's going to pull up that little bit shy there from Keanu. Beautiful green. Ultimately ineffective there with that bowl.
Blake Signal again out on a good line, just a little tighter than his first bowl, and it'll just break away from the head there. Keanu now on his backhand. He's played this hand well, and again he's got good line here. Will the Optimas, will they swing back from there? Starts to break, but just lacking that weight. So still one to Blake Signal here, and Blake decides, nope, that bowl's in my way. I'm going to swap over and play the forehand side, and he'll look to squeeze underneath his front bowl for another shot. Well, he comes past the jack. It's not another shot, but it's probably in a pretty good space if Keanu looks to attack.
Yeah, it's a shame for Keanu that his first two bowls we see a shy of the head, because it does just it makes it a challenge with your third and fourth to get anything out of it, really.
And now down on that forehand side. This is a pretty good line.
Won't
Let's
be
see.
far away.
Does he get there? No, he just pulls up short. He'd be disappointed with that. I do wonder, Alex, how much the semi-final might have taken out of Keanu. I mean, it was a long game against Raymond Martin, and it just doesn't seem to have quite settled into his work in this game like he did in the first two games.
Absolutely. Yeah, psychologically, I suppose, if you've lived through a 24-25 battle, often we see that in these sorts of events, that one player, the mental energy they've expended. If we compare Keanu versus Ray Martin and Blake Signal playing Jamie Hill, they were two chalk and cheese semi-finals, weren't they?
Absolutely. So Blake Signal not very happy with himself with that last bowl. He changed his hand again and was narrow, so he's got the shot. But Keanu will be just weighing up, okay, what do I do here? There you can see that back bowl of Blake Signals, so that's a good protector. Keanu will want to be careful because he doesn't want to take his own bowl out. That wouldn't be good. That'd probably put him, I'm going to guess, 3 down, at least 2 down if he was to take his own bowl out. So you're looking to play the forehand, see if he can get a touch on that front bowl of his, and if he's lucky enough to see if he can sit the shot bowl out. Let's see what he does on this forehand side. He's on good line here.
Not far away if you get something square, not managing to do so.
And you can just see the bowl just hold again, just refusing to bite as it comes down that side. So one more to Blake Signal. That puts him on 20. He's 5 shots away from his first Spates Northeast Valley 10,000 title. And a lot of work to do for Keanu Darby now to get back into this game.
Yes, absolutely. And that 20 points to 9 lead. Yeah, I'd be comfortable. I think it's a comfortable lead there, isn't it, for Blake? He's thinking, I need to score 5 points, and the equation for Keanu is, in the time that Blake scores 5, he needs to find a way to score 21. So a good lead there for Blake Signal, and he's deserved it. If we look back at the scorecard, Keanu's won 5 ends. We've been playing for a while, so Blake just showing his consistency, I think, in this final so far.
Yeah, certainly playing consistently, and also just showing his experience a couple of times at critical stages with some good shot play. Wonder whether that one missed the line and was narrow. Mike Kernahan, the marker, was one of the original members of the original field of the Northeast Valley 10,000 back in 1990, and there were some great names in that field, including former New Zealand player Kevin Darling, unfortunately passed away recently. People like Paul Girdler, Neville Hill, Peter Keane, Gary Lawson, the late Danny O'Connor, and of course 2 stalwarts of the Northeast Valley Club, the brothers Jim and Terry Scott, national representatives and great stalwarts of this club and of this tournament. Also in that original 1990 field was Ken the Stalker Walker, another Dunedin identity, Morris Symes, the late Phil Scogland, Peter Shaw, my old mate now living in South Brisbane, and still playing some pretty good bowls, I believe, in Queensland. The late Snow Roffey, Bruce McNish, another former New Zealand player and a winner of several New Zealand titles. And Ray Fedow, the late Gordon Dougie, won a New Zealand Peers title with Bruce Malcolm. Ian Dickerson, that Commonwealth Games gold medalist from Dunedin. Greg Cash, a Northeast Valley player. Rowan Brassey and Bruce Ballinger.
Certainly, as we said, when we look through the 100 and whatever it was names, 180 names, it's a who's who of bowls legends, not just domestically but also internationally, Brett, and I think that's not going to stop anytime soon.
No, it's certainly always been the case that these greens are amongst the best in New Zealand, not just at North East Valley, but down in the South Island, and it's produced some great players. This is an ugly end.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. So I think unless Keanu can make his last bowl count, I'm not sure how much longer we'll be talking. Brett, it's going to be sitting here, Blake, with 3.5, 4 shots. So if nothing changes, he'll sit on 24-9 lead. That's pretty comfortable. So it's super important that this bowl is close to see. Brett Wilkie in the top right. We'll talk about it in a second. Just after Keanu's played this one, it's essentially to save the game. On the forehand side.
Certainly very deliberate. Really got down to the line, and he's close here.
Massive bowl in the context of the game. He needs it to get to the jack. Great bowl there.
Superb bowl.
He's not going anywhere as Keanu. Darby into double figures now, 10, 20.
Yeah, look, and I like the way he took his time, just got himself reset. You know, he played 3 poor bowls, you know, for a player of his ability, and just reset, played that bowl. So up comes the mat. So he's going to try and again play slightly shorter ends, which we saw him do in the semi-final. And so mat up, jack to almost the 2 metre mark. The caricature on the on your screen is Queensland player Brett Wilkie, former Australian international at both indoor and outdoor bowls. Currently the chief executive of Bowls Queensland, one of the game's leading administrators. So a little bit like Blake, mixes being a top player as well as being an administrator. And Brett was successful in the 2015 version of this tournament, and I happened to be in Australia at the Australian Championships, which have just concluded at Broadbeach, and Brett was a member of the successful Queensland men's team that won the Australian sides championship. He was playing in the engine room of one of the fours teams. The Australian sides championship is all fours, three fours teams that play in that, and he was he was a big part of that, and obviously for many years part of a very successful Australian team. I think he was actually in the losing Australian fours side that was beaten in the World Championship by Mike Kernahan.
He was, and I feel like he might have won the World Peers in that year. I think he led for Aaron Wilson in 2016.
I think you're right, and so he was in the final of the fours with in the Mark Casey skip team that was beaten by Ali Forsyth, who with Mike Nagy, Mike Kernahan, and Blake Signal.
Real signs of life here for Keanu. Switching back to that straight side of the rink, Brett, and drawing a good bowl.
Yep, yeah, he's obviously not happy with playing that other side, and I think, you know, we saw in the semi-final he preferred to play the tighter hand. So he's got a good shot here and just slips through. So,
and at the end of the day, I suppose it's whatever makes the players most comfortable. You know, it may not make sense in a strictly sort of percentages point of view, but if the players are comfy playing on a certain hand, you know, go for it. Good on you.
Indeed. Better bowl here from Blake, but still short. So he hasn't adjusted to this this mat up length.
Now, will Keanu think about trailing the jack back on his backhand side to our sort of 6 or 7 o'clock on the screen space to sit with a 4, Brett?
Yeah, look, it's a tricky situation for him. He trails 20 to 10 in the first to 25. He's got the shot, but yeah, he'll be thinking, look, you know, if I can get some jack movement here, I think he's going to play it on the. I think he's still on the forehand side, so perhaps
just looking to stack it up for 2.
Yep, just looking to get another bowl in there.
Fair enough, I suppose. You just don't need to do it in big numbers as long as you're scoring. They're not. On his forehand side, he needs this one to hold or to swing. One or the other. Oh, quarter of a bowl. Just showing a bit of frustration there. Not able to get around that front orange, only holding the 1.
Blake Signal probably has 2 seconds there, definitely 1, but He doesn't have a bowl past the jack, so I'd be surprised if he'd be attacking this too much. I think he's drawn pretty well on the backhand, but that's probably the commentator's curse. No, I think I am. I think he is going to play the backhand side. He's only one down here, and he'll be looking to try and draw up that side.
Yeah, anywhere around. He'll turn that orange that we see at 3 o'clock into his jack and go there or thereabouts, and you'll be okay. But a poor bowl there from Blake Signal, dropping the 1 to Keanu Darby, and the score is now 11-20 in this race, 225 points.
Yeah, very tentative end from Blake. All 4 bowls of his short of the jack, and that's a pretty soft single to Keanu, though you can see the softball action from Blake. You know, sometimes when suddenly you play a slightly shorter end like that, it can throw you off your weight.
He'll probably look to shake the cobwebs out there. That's the beauty of having, he's got a lead of 9 points. You can afford to have an end or two where your focus isn't quite where you'd like it to be. He'll go, look, I didn't play that as well as I'd like to. Shake the cobwebs out, get a bit of rid of some frustration, and look to really refocus for the next end. Remember, 2 ends ago, Blake was holding 4, which, whilst it wasn't the win, it would have gone to 24 points, which is essentially, you know, he was right on the precipice of winning this event. He probably would have felt like he was going to score, and Keanu just played an absolute bomb of a bowl on his forehand side. So some different emotions going through these players is what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely. So Keanu Darby lost the jack, didn't quite get it up to the minimum distance with the mat up. So that gave the jack back to Blake Signal, who's immediately gone for a longer length, but a pretty good opener from Keanu Darby. He'll be happy with that. So what can Blake Signal do? 4 short bowls on the last end. Let's see what he does this time.
Here we go.
Yeah, and I think that's 5 in a row that are short for Blake. He'll be very disappointed with that. He opted for the longer end, yeah, he'll be pretty gutted with that bowl. As you can see from the flora behind the players, the wind is now howling here at Northeast Valley.
Yeah, we'll see this bowl get caught by the wind as well, I suspect.
And so so in these conditions, you really need a lot of discipline on the mat in terms of keeping out there.
And we see in the picture-in-picture here, Ali Forsyth, the 2013 winner of Nev, with a Canadian in the background.
Yep, I think Ali Forsyth, of course, left-hander.
His delivery smoother than that too, I can tell.
Yeah,
I think that's a bit harsh on his delivery.
Yep. Well, you know, maybe that's Ali on the drive. And
Okay.
we know sometimes that drive can come down with a little bump. Mike Kernahan has often said he believes Ali Forsyth to be one of the greatest drivers that the game has seen at international level, and certainly he's played some magnificent shots for New Zealand over the years. Was again the New Zealand skip this year at the Commonwealth Games in both the triples and the fours, and those 2 combinations were pretty close to getting into the medal hunt. And Ali was successful here in 2013, his sole success in this event, and that's 8 bowls in a row. That's 7 bowls in a row that Blake Signal has been short, unbelievably so.
It's surprising. He'll be thinking, play one good bowl and try to kick yourself back into gear. It's like you're stuttering a little bit sometimes. Your car's stalled, as we see Keanu on the back end.
Maybe thinking a little bit about that end where he had 4 and Keanu got in for the shot. Sometimes that can stick
you
in your
don't want
mind.
to pump this ball up, Keanu. Underneath, it would have been a heart and mouth moment there. But look, is he sitting with 4 shots there, Brett?
Yeah, well, definitely 3. So what can Blake Signal do with this last bowl? Pretty important bowl here in the context of this game. He doesn't want to let Keanu back into the game.
Huge bowl.
He's played this with a bit more purpose.
He's close here as Blake Signal. Got the jack. What a bowl. Great shot.
Well, it's the second time in a row coming in this direction. We've seen a great last bowl deny an opponent 3, maybe 4 shots. Massive bowl in the context of the game. And
Yeah.
let's look at this again. Just good line, better weight, grab the jack. Not sure whether he would have got the shot if he hadn't have grabbed the jack, but he certainly would have reduced, and he obviously was making sure he was up. Again, Blake's signal goes long, preferring the longer length. He's out to 21.11, so he's got 4 shots. So 4 shots on this end would win Blake's signal the Spates Northeast Valley 10,000. But let's just see how things unfold. Pretty good opener from Blake signal. Short, yeah, probably a metre short on this long end. Let's see what Keanu Darby can achieve on the tighter forehand side.
Certainly, and we have seen those big bowls, haven't we? Like it would have been quite a different game at 2015, which it could have been for the sake of one bowl. We've seen Blake show some intent. Keanu on the forehand. Look at that run straight. It's got no finish at all, really.
Yeah, you can see the impact the wind's having now, and Keanu opting for that tight side, playing a tight line to the jack. Blake sticking with the more turning hand, and he's played this one pretty well.
So we see it just get to the end of its track. That's a good bowl. Nice and level bowl there.
Yep, one to the Stokes Valley player.
Keanu looking a similar bowl to his first one, really, just to throw it down that line. Look at that tight line there. He's only 2-3 feet outside of centre.
Just slips past the jack, and unfortunately ends up in the ditch. It's a full length end here, and so as you're playing into that breeze, you'll be trying really hard to make sure you don't drop short.
I suppose as well, to be fair, a straight hand, you don't have to play as much weight as a swinging hand because the bowler's travelling a shorter distance.
So another good bowl from Blake Signal. I think that's probably 2 to the Stokes Valley player. So Keanu Darby really needs to get a closer bowl here.
Out of his hand, very smooth, lovely delivery from Keanu on the forehand side. It's on a reasonable track. We'll see it just drift a little bit now. Here we go. Is he going to guts the jack? Not quite, but still a good bowl. A great shot there from Keanu, drawing the shot.
Yep, well played. Resisted the temptation to try and trail that jack and just knuckled down and drew a really good shot there.
Blake playing this one with intent.
Look,
He could get lucky if he gets this one square.
he does get lucky. He does get the jack.
Bowl springing away quite fast from Blake's shot bowl. Well, how much is it worth?
Mike Kernahan marks the jack in the ditch. It looks like 1 to Blake's Signal from our commentary position. Keanu Darby.
Got to be tempting to reach through Blake's orange bowl, unless that's not the toucher, is it? Because he pumped that one up.
Yes, that's right. So it isn't a toucher. Mike Kernahan being asked who has the shot. So if Keanu Darby doesn't have the shot, I imagine he'll look to attack this orange bowl.
Here we go. He can play it on his forehand. We know it holds. And he can pick his weight too, because that orange doesn't need to go that far. He could make a 3 out of this. Keanu on the forehand. See this bowl. Here we go. It's on its way. He's not far away, Brett.
He's close here. Very close here. Very close here. He gets the bowl, but he...
Oh, that wasn't far away.
Yeah, look, if the bowl of Blake Signals doesn't touch Keanu Darby's bowl, it's probably in the ditch, and that would have been 2 to Keanu Darby. Yeah, he'll be feeling maybe this is just not my day.
Just not
in
happening.
this final.
He did play it well. It was perfect weight, wasn't it? If he'd got that just slightly squarer, he would have sat there for 3.
Yeah, Blake Signal a little lucky with his last bowl, to pump that bowl onto the jack. And then Keanu Darby a little unlucky with his. So fortune favours the brave, and at the moment it's favouring Blake Signal. He leads this Spates Northeast Valley 10,000 by 22 shots to 11. He loses the jack here, and so this time Keanu Darby says, well, maybe we'll go for something slightly longer in this direction. That's generally been Blake Signal's weight, but Keanu Darby's obviously decided, look, let's give it a crack and see how we go.
Fair enough, John. I think we have seen over the final, Blake has certainly stuck to that ditch hand, whereas Keanu's been chopping and changing a little bit more, just trying to find a space where he's comfortable on this rink. As we see Blake short and narrow a little bit. It's happened a few times in the last sort of 6 or 7 ends, but Blake played some very good salvaging third and fourth bowls.
Indeed. Keanu Darby out there with his Optimas. They should break from there. This should be close.
That's a lovely bowl. Still chipping away.
Yep, good opener.
Blake on the forehand.
And again, Blake this time better line than his first bowl. But is he there with weight?
Just getting caught by the wind again.
Yeah,
Hooking across. It's not been a convincing first 2 bowls from Blake Signal. The last few ends, I think Keanu's probably played a better first 2 bowls, but Blake has played some really classy third and fourth ones to keep ticking that scoreboard over.
Yep. This time it's Keanu who drops his line, and as you see, once that wind catches those bowls, it swings them well away from the head. So what can Blake Signal do this time? Narrow and short with his first 2 bowls. Let's see what he does this time.
Out nicer this time. It's a much higher line, so it comes down to how much late swing there is here. Just searching a little bit with these 3. And Keanu an opportunity to draw a good second. He's got all the there's a lot of room.
Yeah.
He's got room here for 2.
Yeah, not one of the better ends, and these can be the danger ends where suddenly your opponent, picks up 2 or 3 shots, and Keanu's making hay while the sun shines. That's probably second shot.
Yeah, he'll be holding 2 there, and Blake just has to try and draw one within a metre.
Certainly well and truly capable of this based on the way he's played up until now, but let's see. Definitely on a better arc this bowl.
Yeah, very good chance here. It just depends how quickly is it going to whip away from the head as we see it get to the end of its track. Keanu and his head will be going, go on. Keep rolling, but I think a second shot there for Blake Signal.
Yep, good consolidation bowl from Blake. He leads 22-11, so he's got plenty of shots up his sleeve. But definitely didn't want to drop 2 there with Keanu having another bowl, which he's playing now. Certainly. And the ability to get 3. Looks like Keanu is narrow.
Underplayed a little bit there.
So he'll be disappointed with that. 1, says Mike Kernahan, the marker. And so in this first to 25, we have Blake Signal leading Keanu Darby 22 points to 12. Now, what length will Keanu look for this time? The mat's back at the 2 metre mark. What are we going to see with his preferred length?
Taking his time with his jack throw. As we see the jack looking like it's going to be about halfway.
Yeah, about a medium length end. What side will Keanu play? Yeah, no, he's going to persist with his forehand side. Really a tale of two different approaches coming in this direction. Keanu persisting with this narrower side, and Blake on the turning hand. But that's a pretty good start for Keanu.
Yeah, to be fair to Keanu, he's played some really good bowls on that hand. We've seen a few get a bit scattered, which can happen. And it seems to be why the other players have opted to play the ditch hand. But it's been a pretty high quality encounter. Blake, just these first 2 bowls have got a little bit looser in the last few ends.
Yep. Yeah, I think as this wind's got up, we've seen just the signs with Blake just getting a little frustrated with himself, shaking his head there. But he's an experienced player. I'm sure he'll...
And he's done lots of hard work to get to that 22-12 lead. That's why you do that hard work in the beginning 2/3 of a game. So, he can bide his time. I don't think we'll see shot play really. It's about, on the poor ends, just dropping 1s and 2s and just taking your advantage. You have to score 3 points in the time that Keanu has to score 13. The percentages are in Blake's favour here.
Yeah, better line this time from Blake Signal. really kept down, and he's played this well.
Great
played
bowl.
this very well.
Yeah, that's good stuff there.
Yeah, good sign of experience there. Just, shook off that first bowl and just knuckled down. Good line. One to Blake's signal. And
And Keanu looking at this a long time, Brett.
yeah, well, it's tricky. I mean, he's definitely got a shot on the forehand side to turn his own bowl over, but hard to draw the shot. He could swap over and play the backhand.
I wonder if in his head he's thinking, I don't want Blake to get off 22. So if I think I'm down, I have to find a way to either to kill it or score sort of situation.
Yeah, he's persisting with the forehand. But yeah, difficult to get the shot on that side. Yeah, playing down, obviously looking for some contact.
How much
on
turn
this
can
bowl.
he get out of this bowl? Look at it. Oh, just drifting. He was looking for that shot you called, Brett. Just 4 or 5 rolls on the second shot to cannon Blake's bowl out or pop the jack back.
And his challenge is while he's doing that, he's continuing to leave this backhand side open for Blake's signal. Fortunately for him, Blake narrow with his bowl. And you saw as Blake let it go, he was just a little off balance. So here's an interesting conundrum. Keanu with at least 2 seconds, and he's got the 2 bowls past the jack. Blake signals bowl is not a toucher, so does he opt to play on the backhand? It's a very narrow target.
It is.
But jack or bowl, in the context of the game, is a good result for Keanu. And if he can get that bowl clean, if he can just get a slither of the bowl either inside or outside it, then the pressure goes right back on Blake.
Yeah, I think he'll do that if he's decided he doesn't want Blake to get off 22. If he thinks, look, you can be 3 points away from winning, but I don't want to get closer. Opting for his forehand. He's interesting foot placement here on the inside line on the mat.
He may look for the same sort of result on the forehand. He's definitely playing with weight.
Let it go with a little bit of a bump as we watch this bowl track out. He could get lucky off the inside edge of the orange. Didn't. A little further off the orange, could have just about directed him onto the shot bowl. Brett played with more weight than his first one, but unsuccessful there.
Yeah, look, it was tricky for him. There was a chance if he'd got the jack on the other hand, it might have gone out sideways and he could have been a couple down. But anyway, we'll never know now. It's definitely one to Blake's signal, and can he add another one with the last bowl?
No.
And the answer to that's no. He'd be pretty disappointed with that, though probably happy just to be scoring. I mean, when the conditions get tricky like this, you really treasure the shot. And he's probably got in the back of his mind, look, I don't have a bowl past the jack. If I do come down a little heavy and get a contact on the jack or on the bowl, I could find myself down. So I'm going to just pocket the shot. It gets me to 23-12. I'm still scoring. That's a good thing. And I've only got 2 shots now to get to 25. So mat up. 2-meter jack. What can Blake do with his first bowl?
Absolutely, and it's time now for Keanu. You can't let Blake score a multiple. You don't even really want him to score one in this situation. So he knows he's going to need to score possibly the next 6 or 7 ends in a row if he wants an opportunity to get his name on the honours board or the trophy, whatever it is that you get for winning the North East Valley 10,000 picture.
And to get a picture and to get a caricature. So look, great first bowl from Blake. That's exactly the sort of bowl you want to be playing when you're leading 23-12. And Keanu, he'd be disappointed with that. Narrow and short. See his head down there. I mean, it's not pleasant conditions for the players. There's no 2 ways about that. But it's getting down to the money end here. Blake coming down.
Good bowl. Look at this. That's great stuff there from Blake's signal. A nice, confident bowl.
Yeah, good positive draw. Bowl slightly narrow, but he had good weight. Moves the jack back and off the centre line, and makes it even trickier for Keanu. he's playing with weight here.
Watching this bowl just drift.
Yeah, and look, in the context of that game, there's plenty of room to get second shot there. So that probably that's a bowl in frustration. That's just a little bit of an experience, and just, you know, there's still plenty of room to draw there.
Blake looking to get rid of the opportunity. He wants to. Oh, he could have even gone touch on to Jack then. I like that from Blake. He's sniffing a bit of blood. He's 23-12 up. He's going, look, I want to get this finished. We're going towards the clubhouse. I'll score 2 points, take my bowls away, and take my winner's check.
Yep, if he'd put that Jack in the ditch there, and it's obviously pretty close to the ditch, he would have really sealed the game for himself. Keanu looking for the bowl. He gets the bowl. He gets the shot.
Oh, I thought it was going to go off. That's a great shot there from Keanu. Absolutely brilliant.
Magnificent bowl from Keanu Darby. Hats off to him. That's a great bowl. Now we can see Blake's got a bowl in the ditch.
Yeah, he's going bowler Jack.
Here we go, and bowl or Jack, and
I'll eat my head if he doesn't.
Is on its way. He slips by. Keanu has one more bowl on this end. At this stage, it's 23-12 to Blake. So this one at the moment gets Keanu to lucky 13. There's our co-worker Tamara just taking the cover off the camera there, and
a sign that the weather has got marginally better, Brett.
yes, and now we'll see Keanu come up with his last bowl. Remember, there's a toucher in the ditch.
Desperately wants this one to count. He's on beautiful line. How's the weight?
He's close. Mike Kernahan says just one to Keanu Darby. Well, look, hats off to Keanu Darby. I mean, he really showed a lot of composure to play a very good bowl with his third bowl. He's kept himself at the game at 23-13. And interestingly, he's kept the mat back, and this time he's opted for a longer end. Obviously feeling like, you know, there's an opportunity to try and put a bit of pressure on Blake Signal. Let's see what he does here. Persisting with this forehand side. I'll be honest, I'm not sure it's the hand that I'd be playing, but he's committed to it. And, you know, he'd be disappointed with that, I know.
Yeah, he will be. Yeah, there's usually logic to a player doing something, and yeah, if it works for you, it works for you.
Absolutely right. But he leaves the door open for Blake Signal, and that's a pretty good opener from the Stokes Valley player.
I suppose that's correct. That's been the challenge. I suppose it goes both ways, but if I'm favouring one hand and you're favouring another, by definition we're not blocking the other person's favoured hand, are we? Whereas if we both favour the same hand and I draw on top of it, then you have to switch to your unfavoured hand. So I suppose both players have been leaving the side that they prefer to play open for the other one in this game, Brett.
Yeah, it's too true, Alex. And look, that's a much better bowl from Keanu. Well done. I mean, enforcing Blake Signal this time to have to play the forehand side coming in this direction. And he's played it pretty well.
One of the very few times he's been forced onto this hand, Blake Signal. There we see the drift. That bowl, they just don't like to come back there, but a good shot nonetheless in a nice catching position.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive to have to play narrow in bowls, and sometimes when you're playing a narrow hand, you know, you really have to talk yourself into playing underneath the normal line. You can see here, very straight from Keanu. He's kept it tight, and he's played another good bowl here.
We'll see it have a flat finish. That's good stuff there, and he'll be glad that it's in line with the jack. He would have been disappointed if it had sat out or left just a staggered split there for Blake, but a narrow target. Blake's got 2 bowls left.
Yeah, 2 of the best bowls that Keanu's played on that hand.
Wait here from Blake Signal.
Yep, Blake's obviously decided it's going to be too hard to draw. I've got the 2 back bowls, and at the very least, if I can get a contact, I can reduce. So he's on the drive.
Oh, he doesn't like it.
Nope. That was about the draw. That's about the draw line on that side. It's very straight. The breeze holding the bowls pretty straight. Now, what does Keanu do here? He's got 2 shots. but any contact on that jack and he'll be 2 down, and that's game. So I'm going to venture to say he's going to try and get past that, past the jack if he can.
Yep, and then your bonus is with your third bowl if Blake has missed. See Keanu on the forehand side. Oh, sorry. That was his last bowl, yes, yeah. So back bowl, certainly the call, Brett, regardless.
Yeah, and I think that's a good option for him.
I don't know how I forgot Keanu wouldn't have last bowl given how good his third bowl was on the previous end. He must have got caught up in the excitement.
So, difficult situation for Keanu. He opt for the back bowl. Blake Signal will be driving again. If he can get the 2 shot bowls out, he wins the game. Of course, if he moves them far enough. So let's see what the Stokes Valley player does this time. He's on the drive.
Here we go. This could be to win. As you see it just drift out there. You let it go and it was just holding and holding and holding. So an unsuccessful 2 fires there from Blake Signal. And we see 2 points more onto the Keanu Darby scoreboard. 15-23.
Yep, and
creeping back.
yep, just chipping away at that lead. You know, it's I see a deep breath from Keanu, and I can, you know, he's obviously having a think. Okay, what length am I going to play? I've tried playing shorter ends. That's had mixed success. Right, I'm going to go back with the jack and the mat. Right, and I think he's going to go long here.
Here we go. Let's see where this jack ends up. As we see, yeah, that gap is closing a bit now. It's probably the closest Keanu's been in a while. In quite a while, to be fair. That 8-point deficit now. We were 9-17, and that was a while ago. So it's coming back at him. We see Keanu on the forehand side. No, he essentially needs to score for the rest of the ends that we play. I think you can afford to let Blake score maybe a 1.
Yep.
And that's it. So he's got to keep the pressure on, keep trying to score points.
Pretty good opener from Keanu. Not right on the jack, but I mean making sure that he's getting past with that first bowl, which gives him a bit more to play at. Blake Signal on that favoured side for him. He's been up and down that side of the rink for most of the game, unless he's been forced to change. Pulls up short, but that's probably shot.
And it looks like he's blocking the forehand. Well, it'll be nearly a block of the forehand line. Keanu's still sticking on that swinging hand, but it may mean that we see maybe a slightly overplayed bowl here. He's looking to draw around it, so backing that late swing to happen. Here we go. Big late sweep around the orange bowl. That's perfect.
Oh yeah, well played.
Magnificent shot there.
Well played, Keanu Darby. That's superb stuff.
That's such a hard bowl to play as well, Brett. It's from his end,
Yep.
the orange would have looked massive and in his eye. So
Yep.
great shot there.
Yeah, great discipline just to make sure you put that bowl down the line. Blake Signal looking to do the same. Just slips inside his bowl. That's a good second shot. But advantage Keanu Darby at this stage.
How's his memory, Brett? That's the question. And make sure the wind does exactly the same stuff as well when he lets it go.
Indeed.
There we go. Nice line again from Keanu on that nice swinging forehand side. Is he going to hold up long enough? It looks like it's diving. More the weight than the green there, I think. And it'd be unfortunate if he set a plant up there for Blake. I don't think Blake will play it though. He is 23-15 up. Don't need to be silly.
No, I think, if anything, I think he'll be looking to get a ball past the jack. He's got a good second there.
He's winding up here.
Well, there you are. Commentator's curse. Got that completely wrong. So Blake Signal on the drive.
He's not slow. Is he going to use that bowl?
Oh, well.
Well, stuff has happened.
Well, he's blasted the head, but he's blasted all of his bowls off the rink. And when the dust clears, it's Keanu Darby holding 2.
Let's watch this replay, Brett. Off the wing bowl. So he went off his bowl onto his bowl. So cannoned all 3 off. And some of the collateral damage was one of Keanu Darby's. And 2 down, as you say. That's that could have gone better for Blake Signal there.
Absolutely. So, so Keanu Darby, he trails 15 shots to 23. He lies 2 here. Another close bowl really starts to swing the pressure back off onto Blake Signal. Say Blake's still got a very comfortable lead, but nevertheless you want to be scoring. So what's he done with this bowl?
Oh no,
No.
he'll be absolutely gutted with that. He will have felt like Blake had gifted him an opportunity to really put the pressure on, but to be fair, you would expect Blake to, if he doesn't draw the shot, draw a second shot here. So I think a 1 at best for Keanu Darby.
Yep. Yeah, and I think now what does Blake do? He's taking his time. He's going to play the backhand side. Surprises me a little bit, but anyway, Blake obviously feels it's a better percentage shot. He's not going to get wrecked on
Down
the front
to the
bowl.
weight.
And that's a great bowl.
Pure
That's
class.
a great bowl from Blake Signal.
Pure
Wow.
class there from Blake Signal.
Yeah, no, you know, made the call. Just fantastic bowl.
Yeah, got nothing else to say about that. If you put yourself in Blake's shoes, you played 2 mediocre first bowls, had a drive, it went as badly as a drive can go, and then you just draw a toucher on your backhand. That is a man who wants to get to 25 points.
Yeah, so 24-15. Really, Blake Signal showing all of his experience there. No panic. Swapped his hand over, and yeah, just drew a superb shot. All right, so we're back to another long end, playing in this this direction away from the clubhouse. And
I think if Aaron Wilson was playing, we would have seen a short mat, or the mat pulled right up and an attempt at a jack in the ditch with the first bowl, Brett. But Blake not opting for that strategy.
And who needs to when you can draw that well on a full length end? That's a pretty good opener from Blake Signal. Throws down the gauntlet to Keanu Darby. Keanu's going to persist on the forehand side. Certainly played very well on this end, on that side in the last end, but not on this occasion. That's a poor first bowl from Keanu.
Yeah, you just wonder if I mean, he said Keanu's had a massive semi-final. He's shown a lot of fight and a lot of grit in this final, and you wonder with a bowl like that if it's just getting a little bit much, I think. And Blake with such intent there, a running toucher through, putting the pressure on.
Handy bowl for Blake Signal.
Keanu on the forehand, looking to make a correction from his first one. He's on the right line for it.
Close here. Well played, Keanu Darby.
Oh, yeah, that's great stuff. I take back what I said after his first bowl, Brett.
Back toucher, well played.
Winding up, he has taken his hoodie off. I know, so he takes that down when he plays a run shot. Blake on the backhand, he's not far away here.
He's got this.
Great shot, great bowl. He's in fine form, and the player's opting to take the bowls down the other end. So watch this replay, look at this.
Yeah, great drive from Blake Signal. He's certainly in this game, his conversion shots have been pretty good. I know he missed two drives coming in this direction on the last end, but he's played some cracker shots, and again just not giving his opponent a chance to settle into anything. So Blake again was looking for a slightly longer end there, but the jacks ended up in about a medium length. Let's see what Blake can do with his first bowl. First to 25 shots, so 1 to go for Blake, 10 shots to go for Keanu Darby, but the game's by no means over.
Blake with his first bowl would have liked to have got closer than that.
I think that's where the jack was supposed to be, Alex, and sometimes mentally it's hard to make that correction when you're used to playing one length. It's a better one here from Keanu as it breaks into the head, the Aero Optima.
Great shot there.
And look, that's a cracker of a bowl. Well done.
Great shot there. He's sort of, you know, I've been really impressed with Keanu's resilience in this game. That would have been easy on a number of occasions, really, just to go, it's just not working. It's not working, and let the game sort of run away. But he's hung around. He's got to 15 points, and Blake again still going to have to play a bowl to get to that 25. I think that's probably the key, isn't it? Keanu will want Blake to have to play a bowl. You'd hate to leave him with the shot and not force Blake to get the shot back with his last one.
Absolutely right. Definitely want to keep the pressure on. He's played a good one with his first. Now can he follow it up with another good bowl here and really just start to apply a bit of pressure on Blake?
Just hooking away.
Yeah, and that's disappointing. I mean, you have to be behind the head when you're holding. In a situation like that, you know, that's yeah, he'd be very disappointed with that bowl, and suddenly it gives Blake the signal. You know, he's got the back bowl. He's weighing it up.
Decisions.
He won't want to feather his own second shot out.
Winding up on his backhand.
Fortune favours the brave. Let's see if it favours Blake Signal. He's driving on the backhand. He's close. He's close. He just misses the jack.
Cigarette papers again, just underneath on the drifting hand, and it didn't drift quite enough. Just making sure he's all stretched up right. As we see Keanu, he'll look to draw a second shot here. He's taking a high line. Wait for it to come back.
Better bowl here.
Look at this late swing here from Keanu Darby. Get it to sit down.
Now I think it'll be interesting. Yeah.
Not worth it now, Blake, I don't think.
I'm not sure. Well,
yeah, a little smile there.
Yeah, a little wry smile. He's having a think about it. He's looking like, I think, just going to play with weight up on the backhand side. Just look to try and
it's much more controlled. That's a smart call from Blake. It means that the worst case scenario isn't 3 down or 4 down.
Yeah, showing a bit of experience there, and he's only 1 down on the head. He leads 24-15, so that's 25-15, and it's not easy to draw another shot there, though there is a reasonable amount of room. What does Keanu Darby do with his last bowl?
Needs it. He really needs this one to count. That's I know he's scoring points, but he'll be disappointed with that, because how many times, or how many opportunities are you going to get to score a point when your opposition's on 24?
Yeah.
So.
And look, he had every opportunity there to come down and sit his own bowl, trail a jack. He had a catcher to drop short. Yeah, pretty unforgivable. But look, you know, it's difficult conditions, and it's a pretty tight game. And to be fair to Keanu, I guess you wouldn't want it to have feathered your own bowl out and end up dropping the game. So, nevertheless, he scores a shot. He gets to 15. It's 24-15 to Blake Signal in this race to 25 in the Spates Northeast Valley 10,000.
So we see Keanu lead off on his forehand again. How's the weight? He's walking away from this bowl.
Yeah, it's not a good startup. He'd be disappointed with that. Just played a little bit quick, I think. Didn't show his customary composure on the mat.
As we see Blake Signal on the backhand, take a lovely line.
Yeah, close here. Very close here.
And the score is 24-16. I think, Brett, the score will be updated shortly. 24-16 on this race to 25, and Keanu switching to the backhand side.
Thank you, Alex. It's a good first bowl by Blake Signal, keeping the pressure on, but Keanu's close here.
How's the weight? You want to be just sort of pushing it that little bit more.
Yeah, no, that's I think Keanu's body language shows that, you know, disappointing 2 short bowls.
Giving Blake a sniff here. He'll smell it.
Yep. Just underneath that bowl, but that's another good bowl from Blake Signal. 2 shots to him, so he protects the shot bowl, and he's saying to Keanu, right, what have you got? what can you do to stop me from getting to 25?
Watching this one with intent as we see this
Oh.
bowl. It's tight. This could be it, Brett. This
Yeah.
is shaping up like a very potential last end of the game unless Keanu can find something magic with his last bowl.
Yeah, I think Keanu was in two minds there. Did he draw or did he run? And he played draw weight, but with sort of a running line. So Blake's popping one round the back and,
Great bowl.
and saying, look, he's lying game. I'm not gonna make it easy for you. I'm gonna leave it open and let's see whether you can play the shot. So
Keanu on the forehand here. He must be looking for a kill.
be looking to drive the jack. We know you've got to be tight on this hand. How does he play it? He's close. He's close.
Oh, great effort there from Keanu, but not to be.
And Blake Signal from the Stokes Valley Club is our 2022 Spates Northeast Valley 10,000 champion, winning the final in, we'd have to say, convincing fashion, 25-16 over Keanu Darby from Northeast Valley. Hats off to Blake Signal, showing all of his experience. And again, we see this last bowl from Keanu Darby. Earlier in the game from Blake Signal there, just showing how well he played that open hand. Just consistently good draw bowls from him. Keanu Darby played some great shots to keep in the game, but probably never really steady enough. And there, some great driving from Blake Signal at critical times in the game. A brilliant backhand shot there just to trail the jack for three, and I think at the end of the day, in difficult conditions, it was probably just the experience of Blake Signal that headed off Keanu Darby, who's a tremendously promising player.
Absolutely, it was a great showing for both players. I think Keanu stuck in there and showed a lot of grit and determination, and Blake too good on the day and convincing and well-deserved title win, I think, there from Blake Signal all through the day really, having some really good showings and just doing the best with the conditions and showing, as you say, his experience and how he won it. And it's been great, and thank you for joining me, Brett, as we watch the last sort of 20 or so seconds of the highlights of this final. For the commentary of this event, it's been great to have you.
Thank you, Alex. Congratulations again to Blake Signal and to the Northeast Valley Club for again staging a fantastic Spates 10,000 singles event.
Excellent, as we see everyone sort of go into the comfort of the clubhouse, which is fair enough, Brett. I think that's as good a time as any to sign off from this Bowls New Zealand coverage of the Northeast Valley Spates 10,000. Finally, I'd just like to thank, of course, not only the sponsors and the volunteers, but the live streaming team there in some cold and raining conditions. Tamara and her band of helpers are doing a great job and getting us this footage here live from Northeast Valley. Keep your eyes peeled, of course, over the Summer of Bowls. Bowls New Zealand Summer of Bowls calendar. We'll be bringing more of these live to you from YouTube, so keep your eyes peeled on our Facebook page and website. But until the next one, thank you very much, everybody, and goodbye.